"Madam Rosette, 0H Jesus, this is wonderful," said the stag. He was lying back in the bath with a scotch and soda in one hand and a cigarette in the other. The water was right up to the brim and he was keeping it warm by turning the tap with his toes. He raised his head and took a little sip of his whiskey, then he lay back and closed his eyes. "For God's sake, get out," said a voice from the next room. "Come on, stag, you've had over an hour." Stuffy was sitting on the edge of the bed with no clothes on, drinking slowly and waiting his turn. The stag said, "All right. I'm letting the water out now," and he stretched out a leg and flipped up the plug with his toes. Stuffy stood up and wandered into the bathroom holding his drink in his hand. The stag lay in the bath for a few moments more, then, balancing his glass carefully on the soap rack, he stood up and reached for a towel. His bow, die was short and square, with strong thick legs and exaggerated calf muscles. He had coarse curly ginger hair and a thin, rather pointed face covered with freckles. There was a layer of pale ginger hair on his chest. "Jesus," he said, looking down into the bathtub, "I've brought half the desert with me," Stuffy said, "wash it out and let me get in. I haven't had a bath for 5 months." This was back in the early days when we were fighting the Italians in Libya. One flew very hard in those days because there were not many pilots. They certainly could not send any out from England because there they were fighting the Battle of Britain, so one remained for long periods out in the desert, living the strange unnatural life of the desert, living in the same dirty little tent, washing and shaving every day in a mug full of one's own spat out tooth water, all the time picking flies out of one's tea and out of one's food. Having sandstorms which were as much in the tents as outside them so that placid men became bloody-minded and lost their tempers with their friends and with themselves. Having dysentery and gippy tummy and mastoid and desert sores, having some bombs from the Italian S-79s, having no water and no women, having no flowers growing out of the ground, having very little except sand. One flew Old Gloucester Gladiators against the Italian CR-42s, and when one was not flying, it was difficult to know what to do. Occasionally one would catch scorpions, put them in empty petrol cans and match them against each other in fierce mortal combat. Always there would be a champion scorpion in the squadron, a sort of Joe Louis who was invincible and won all his fights. He would have a name, he would become famous and his training diet would be a great secret known only to the owner. Training diet was considered very important with scorpions. Some were trained on corned beef, some on a thing called maconakis, which is an unpleasant canned meat stew, some on live beetles, and there were others who we persuaded to take a little beer just before the fight, on the premise that it made the scorpion happy and gave him confidence. These last ones always lost. But there were great battles and great champions, and in the afternoons when the flying was over, one could often see a group of pilots and airmen standing around in a circle on the sand, bending over with their hands on their knees, watching the fight, exhorting the scorpions and shouting at them as people shout at boxers or wrestlers in a ring. Then there would be a victory, and the man who won the winner would become excited. He would dance around in the sand yelling, waving his arms in the air and extolling in a loud voice the virtues of the victorious animal. The greatest scorpion of all was owned by a sergeant called Wishful who fed him only on marmalade. The animal had an unmentionable name, but he won 42 consecutive fights and then died quietly in training just when Wishful as considering the problem of retiring him to stud. So you can see that because there were no great pleasures while living in the desert, the small pleasures became great pleasures and the pleasures of children became the pleasures of grown men. That was true for everyone, for the pilots, the fitters, the riggers, the corporals who cooked the food, and the men who kept the stores. It was true for the stag and for Stuffy, so true that when the two of them wangled a 48-hour pass and a lift by air into Cairo, and when they got to the hotel, they were feeling about having a bath rather as you would feel on the first night of your honeymoon. The stag had dried himself and was lying on the bed with a towel round his waist, with his hands up behind his head, and Stuffy was in the bath, lying with his head against the back of the bath, groaning and sighing with ecstasy. The stag said, "Stuffy." "Yes. What are we going to do now?" "Women," said Stuffy. "We must find some women to take out to supper." The stag said, "Later." "That can wait till later." It was early afternoon. "I don't think it can wait," said Stuffy. "Yes," said the stag, "it can wait." The stag was very old and wise, he never rushed any fences, he was 27, much older than anyone else in the squadron, including the go, and his judgment was much respected by the others. "Let's do a little shopping first," he said. "Then what?" said the voice from the bathroom. Then we can consider the other situation. There was a pause. Stag? Yes. Do you know any women here? I used to. I used to know a Turkish girl with very white skin called Wenka, and a Yugoslav girl who was 6 inches taller than I, called Kiki, and another who I think was Syrian. I can't remember her name. Ring them up, said Stuffy. I've done tea. I did it while you were getting the whiskey. They've all gone. It isn't any good. It's never any good, Stuffy said. The stag said, we'll go shopping first. There is plenty of time. In an hour Stuffy got out of the bath. They both dressed themselves in clean khaki shorts and shirts and wandered downstairs, through the lobby of the hotel and out into the bright hot street. The stag put on his sunglasses. Stuffy said, I know. I want a pair of sunglasses. All right. We'll go and buy some. They stopped at Gary, got in and told the driver to go to Sickerill's Street. Stuffy bought his sunglasses and the stag bought some poker dice, then they wandered out again onto the hot crowded street. Did you see that girl? Said Stuffy. The one that sold us the sunglasses? Yes. That dark one. Probably Turkish, said Stag. Stuffy said, I don't care what she was. She was terrific. Didn't you think she was terrific? They were walking along the Sharia Qasr El Nil with their hands in their pockets, and Stuffy was wearing the sunglasses which he had just bought. It was a hot dusty afternoon, and the sidewalk was crowded with Egyptians and Arabs and small boys with bare feet. The flies followed the small boys and buzzed around their eyes, trying to get at the inflammation which was in them, which was there because their mothers had done something terrible to those eyes when the boys were young, so that they would not be eligible for military conscription when they grew older. The small boys pattered along beside the stag and Stuffy shouting, Bakshish, Bakshish, in shrill insistent voices, and the flies followed the small boys. There was the smell of Cairo, which is not like the smell of any other city. It comes not from any one thing or from any one place, it comes from everything everywhere, from the gutters and the sidewalks, from the houses and the shops and the things in the shops and the food cooking in the shops, from the horses and the dung of the horses in the streets and from the drains. It comes from the people and the way the sun bears down upon the people and the way the sun bears down upon the gutters and the drains and the horses and the food and the refuse in the streets. It is a rare, pungent smell, like something which is sweet and rotting and hot and salty and bitter all at the same time, and it is never absent, even in the cool of the early morning. The two pilots walked along slowly among the crowd. Didn't you think she was terrific? Said Stuffy. He wanted to know what the stag thought. She was all right. Certainly she was all right. You know what, Stag? What? I would like to take that girl out tonight. They crossed over a street and walked on a little farther. The stag said, well, why don't you? Why don't you ring up Rosette? Who in the hell's Rosette? Madame Rosette, said the stag. She is a great woman. They were passing a place called Tim's Bar. It was run by an Englishman called Tim Gilfillan, who had been a quartermaster sergeant in the last war and who had somehow managed to get left behind in Cairo when the army went home. Tim's, said the stag. Let's go in. There was no one inside except for Tim, who was arranging his bottles on shelves behind the bar. Well, he said, turning around, where you boys been all this time? Hello, Tim. He did not remember them, but he knew by their looks that they were in from the desert. How's my old friend Graziani? He said, leaning his elbows on the Kuntar. He's bloody close, said the stag. He's outside Mursa. What you flying now, gladiators? Hell, they had those here 8 years ago. Same ones still here, said the stag. They're clapped out. They got the IR whiskey and carried the glasses over to a table in the corner. Stuffy said, who's this Rosette? The stag took a long drink and put down the glass. She's a great woman, he said. Who is she? She's a filthy old Syrian Jewess. All right, said Stuffy, all right, but what about her? Well, said Stag, I'll tell you. Madame Rosette runs the biggest brothel in the world. It is said that she can get you any girl that you want in the whole of Cairo. Bullshit. No, it's true. You just ring her up and tell her where you saw the woman, where she was working, what shop and at which counter, together with an accurate description, and she will do the rest. Don't be such a bloody fool, said Stuffy. It's true, it's absolutely true. 33 Squadron told me about her. They were pulling your leg. All right. You go and look her up in the phone book. She wouldn't be in the phone book under that name. I'm telling you she is, said Stag. Go and look her up under Rosette. You'll see I'm right. Stuffy did not believe him, but he went over to Tim and asked him for a telephone directory and brought it back to the table. He opened it and tore the pages until he came to ROS. He ran his finger down the column. Rosette. Rosary Rosette. There it was, Rosette, Madam, and the address and number, clearly printed in the book. The stag was watching him. "Got it?" he said. "Yes, here it is. Madam Rosette." "Well, why don't you go and ring her up? What shall I say?" The stag looked down into his glass and poked the ice with his finger. "Tell her you are a colonel," he said. "Colonel Higgins, she mistrusts pilot officers, and tell her that you have seen a beautiful dark girl selling sunglasses at Switcheroos and that you would like, as you put it, to take her out to dinner. There isn't a telephone here." "Oh yes there is. There's one over there." Stuffy looked around and saw the telephone on the wall at the end of the bar. "I haven't got a piastre piece." "Well, I have," said Stag. He fished in his pocket and put a piastre on the table. "Tim will hear everything I say." "What the hell does that matter? He probably rings her up himself." "You're windy," he added. "You're a shit," said Stuffy. Stuffy was just a child. He was 19, 7 whole years younger than the stag. He was fairly tall and he was thin, with a lot of black hair and a handsome wide-mouthed face which was coffee brown from the sun of the desert. He was unquestionably the finest pilot in the squadron, and already in these early days, his score was 14 Italians confirmed destroyed. On the ground he moved slowly and lazily like a tired person and he thought slowly and lazily like a sleepy child, but when he was up in the air his mind was quick and his movements were quick, so quick that they were like reflex actions, it seemed, when he was on the ground, almost as though he was resting, as though he was dozing a little in order to make sure that when he got into the cockpit he would wake up fresh and quick, ready for that 2 hours of high concentration. But Stuffy was away from the aerodrome now and he had something on his mind which had waked him up almost like flying. It might not last, but for the moment anyway, he was concentrating. He looked again in the book for the number, got up and walked slowly over to the telephone. He put in the piastre, dialed the number and heard it ringing the other end. The stag was sitting at the table looking at him and Tim was still behind the bar arranging his bottles. Tim was only about 5 yards away and he was obviously going to listen to everything that was said. Stuffy felt rather foolish. He leaned against the bar and waited, hoping that no one would answer. Then click, the receiver was lifted at the other end and he heard a woman's voice saying, "Hello," he said. "Hello, is Madame Rosette there?" He was watching Tim. Tim went on arranging his bottles, pretending to take no notice, but Stuffy knew he was listening. "This is Madame Rosette." "Ooh, is it?" Her voice was petulant and gritty. She sounded as if she did not want to be bothered with anyone just then. Stuffy tried to sound casual. "This is Colonel Higgins." "Colonel who?" "Colonel Higgins." He spelled it. "Yes, Colonel. What do you want?" She sounded impatient. Obviously TS was a woman who stood no nonsense. He still tried to sound casual. "Well, Madame Rosette, I was wondering if you would help me over a little matter." Stuffy was watching Tim. He was listening all right. You can always tell if someone is listening when he is pretending not to. He is careful not to make any noise about what he is doing and he pretends that he is concentrating very hard upon his job. Tim was like that now, moving the bottles quickly from one shelf to another, watching the bottles, making no noise, never looking around into the room. Over in the far corner the stag was leaning forward with his elbows on the table, smoking a cigarette. He was watching Stuffy, enjoying the whole business and knowing that Stuffy was embarrassed because of Tim. Stuffy had to go on. "I was wondering if you could help me," he said. "I was in Switcheroos today buying a pair of sunglasses and I saw a girl there whom I would very much like to take out to dinner." "What's her name?" The hard, rasping voice was more businesslike than ever. "I don't know," he said, sheepishly. "What's she look like?" "Well, she's got dark hair, and tall and, well, she's very beautiful." "What sort of dress was she wearing?" Let me see. I think it was a kind of white dress with red flowers printed all over it." Then, as a brilliant afterthought, he added, "She had a red belt." He remembered that she had been wearing a shiny red belt. There was a pause. Stuffy watched him who wasn't making any noise with the bottles. He was picking them up carefully and putting them down carefully. Then the loud gritty voice again. "It may cost you a lot." "That's all right." Suddenly he didn't like the conversation anymore. He wanted to finish it and get away. "Might cost you £6, might cost you 8 or 10. I don't know till I've seen her. That all right?" Yes, yes, that's all right. Where you living, Colonel? Metropolitan Hotel, he said without thinking. All right, I give you a ring later. And she put down the receiver, banged. Stuffy hung up, went slowly back to the table and sat down. Well, said Stagg, that was all right, wasn't it? Yes, I suppose so. What did she say? She said that she would call me back at the hotel. You mean she'll call Colonel Higgins at the hotel? Stuffy said, oh Christ. Stagg said, it's all right. We'll tell the desk that the Colonel is in our room and to put his calls through to us. What else did she say? She said it may cost me a lot, £6 or £10. Rosette will take 90% of it, said Stagg. She's a filthy old Syrian Jewess. How will she work it? Stuffy said he was really a gentle person and now he was feeling worried about having started something which might become complicated. Well, said Stagg, she'll dispatch one of her pimps to locate the girl and find out who she is. If she's already on the books, then it's easy. If she isn't, the pimp will proposition her there and then over the counter at Sickerill's. If the girl tells him to go to hell, he'll up the price, and if she still tells him to go to hell, he'll up the price still more, and in the end she'll be tempted by the cash and probably agree. Then Rosette quotes you a price 3 times as high and takes the balance herself. You have to pay her, not the girl. Of course, after that the girl goes on Rosette's books, and once she's in her clutches she's finished. Next time Rosette will dictate the price and the girl will not be in a position to argue. Why? Because if she refuses, Rosette will say, all right, my girl, I shall see that your employers, that's Sickerill's, are told about what you did last time, how you've been working for me and using their shop as a marketplace, then they'll fire you. That's what Rosette will say, and the wretched girl will be frightened and do what she's told. Stuffy said, sounds like a nice person. Who? Madame Rosette. Charming, said Stagg. She's a charming person. It was hot. Stuffy wiped his face with his handkerchief. More whiskey, said Stagg. Hi, Tim, 2 more of those. Tim brought the glasses over and put them on the table without saying anything. He picked up the empty glasses and went away at once. To Stuffy it seemed as though he was different from what he had been when they first came in. He wasn't cheery anymore, he was quiet and offhand. There wasn't any more hi, you fellows, where you been all this time about him now, and when he got back behind the counter he turned his back and went on arranging the bottles. The Stag said, how much money you got? £9, I think, may not be enough. You gave her a free hand, you know. You ought to have set a limit. She'll sting you now. I know, Stuffy said. They went on drinking for a little while without talking. Then Stagg said, what you worrying about, Stuffy? Nothing, he answered. Nothing at all. Let's go back to the hotel. She may ring up. They paid for their drinks and said goodbye to Tim, who nodded but didn't say anything. They went back to the Metropolitan and as they went past the desk, the Stag said to the clerk, if a call comes in for Colonel Higgins, put it through to our room. He'll be there. The Egyptian said, yes, sir, and made a note of it. In the bedroom, the Stag lay down on his bed and lit a cigarette. And what am I going to do tonight? He said. Stuffy had been quiet all the way back to the hotel. He hadn't said a word. Now he sat down on the edge of the other bed with his hands still in his pockets and said, look, Stag, I'm not very keen on this Rosette deal anymore. It may cost too much. Can't we put it off? The Stag sat up. Hell no, he said, you're committed. You can't fool about with Rosette like that. She's probably working on it at this moment. You can't back out now. I may not be able to afford it, Stuffy said. Well, wait and see. Stuffy got up, went over to the parachute bag and took out the bottle of whiskey. He poured out 2, filled the glasses with water from the tap in the bathroom, came back and gave one to the Stag. Stag, he said. Ring up Rosette and tell her that Colonel Higgins has had to leave town urgently, to rejoin his regiment in the desert. Ring her up and tell her that. Say the Colonel asked you to deliver the message because he didn't have time. Ring her up yourself, she'd recognize my voice. Come on, Stag, you ring her. No, he said, I won't. Listen, said Stuffy suddenly. It was the child Stuffy speaking. I don't want to go out with that woman and I don't want to have any dealings with Madame Rosette tonight. We can think of something else. The Stag looked up quickly. Then he said, all right. I'll ring her. He reached for the phone book, looked up her number and spoke it into the telephone. Stuffy heard him get her on the line and he heard him giving her the message from the Colonel. There was a pause, Then the stag said, "I'm sorry Madame Rosette, but it's nothing to do with me. I'm merely delivering a message." Another pause, then the stag said the same thing over again, and that went on for quite a long time, until he must have got tired of it, because in the end he put down the receiver and lay back on his bed. He was roaring with laughter. "The lousy old bitch," he said, and he laughed some more. Stuffy said, "Was she angry?" "Angry," said Stag. "Was she angry? You should have heard her. Wanted to know the colonel's regiment and God knows what else, and said he'd have to pay. She said, 'You boys think you can fool around with me, but you can. Hooray," said Stuffy. "The filthy old Jewess. Now what are we going to do?" said the stag. "It's 6 o'clock already. Let's go out and do a little drinking in some of those jippy places." "Fine. We'll do a jippy pub crawl." They had one more drink, then they went out. They went to a place called the Excelsior, then they went to a place called the Sphinx, then to a small place called by an Egyptian name, and by 10 o'clock they were sitting happily in a place which hadn't got a name at all, drinking beer and watching a kind of stage show. At the Sphinx they had picked up a pilot from 3rd Squadron, who said that his name was William. He was about the same age as Stuffy, but his face was younger, for he had not been flying so long. It was especially around his mouth that he was younger. He had a round schoolboy face and a small turned-up nose, and his skin was brown from the desert. The three of them sat happily in the place without a name, drinking beer, because beer was the only thing that they served there. It was a long wooden room with an unpolished wooden sawdust floor and wooden tables and chairs. At the far end there was a raised wooden stage where there was a show going on. The room was full of Egyptians, sitting drinking black coffee with the red tarbooshes on their heads. There were two fat girls on the stage dressed in shiny silver pants and silver brassieres. One was waggling her bottom in time to the music. The other was waggling her bosom in time to the music. The bosom waggler was most skillful. She could waggle one bosom without waggling the other, and sometimes she would waggle her bottom as well. The Egyptians were spellbound and kept giving her a big hand. The more they clapped, the more she waggled, and the more she waggled, the faster the music played, and the faster the music played, the faster she waggled, faster and faster and faster, never losing the tempo, never losing the fixed brassy smile that was upon her face. And the Egyptians clapped more and more and louder as the speed increased. Everyone was very happy. When it was over, William said, "Why do they always have those dreary fat women? Why don't they have beautiful women?" The stag said, "The gyppies like them fat. They like them like that." "Impossible," said Stuffy. "It's true," Stag said. "It's an old business. It comes from the days where there used to be lots of famines here, and all the poor people were thin and all the rich people and the aristocracy were well fed and fat. If you got someone fat, you couldn't go wrong. She was bound to be high class." "Bullshit," said Stuffy. William said, "Well, we'll soon find out. I'm going to ask those gyppies." He jerked his thumb towards two middle-aged Egyptians who were sitting at the next table, only about 4 feet away. "No," said Stag. "No, William. We don't want them over here." "Yes," said Stuffy. "Yes," said William, "we've got to find out why the gyppies like fat women." He was not drunk. None of them was drunk, but they were happy with a fair amount of beer and whiskey, and William was the happiest. His brown schoolboy face was radiant with happiness, his turned-up nose seemed to have turned up a little more, and he was probably relaxing for the first time in weeks. He got up, took 3 paces over to the table of the Egyptians and stood in front of them, smiling. "Gentlemen," he said, "my friends and I would be honored if you would join us at our table." The Egyptians had dark greasy skins and podgy faces. They were wearing the red hats and one of them had a gold tooth. At first, when William addressed them, they looked a little alarmed, then they caught on, looked at each other, grinned and nodded. "Please," said one. "Please," said the other, and they got up, shook hands with William and followed him over to where the Stag and Stuffy were sitting. William said, "Meet my friends. This is the Stag. This is Stuffy. I am William." The Stag and Stuffy stood up, they all shook hands, the Egyptians said please once more, and then everyone sat down. The Stag knew that their religion forbade them to drink. "Have a coffee," he said. The one with the gold tooth grinned broadly, raised his palms upward and hunched his shoulders a little. "For me," he said, "I am accustomed. But for my friend," and he spread out his hands towards the other, "for my friend, I cannot speak." The Stag looked at the friend. "Coffee?" he asked. "Please," he answered. "I am accustomed." "Good," said Stag. 2 coffees. He called a waiter. 2 coffees, he said. And, wait a minute, Stuffy, William, more beer? For me, Stuffy said, I am accustomed. But for my friend, and he turned towards William, for my friend, I cannot speak. William said, please. I am accustomed. None of them smiled. The stag said, good, waiter, 2 coffees and 3 beers. The waiter fetched the order and the stag paid. The stag lifted his glass towards the Egyptians and said, Bung ho. Bung ho, said Stuffy. Bung ho, said William. The Egyptians seemed to understand and they lifted their coffee cups. Plas, said the one. Thank you, said the other. They drank. The stag put down his glass and said, it is an honor to be in your country. You like? Yes, said the stag, very fine. The music had started again and the 2 fat women in silver tights were doing an encore. The encore was a knockout. It was surely the most remarkable exhibition of muscle control that has ever been witnessed, for Althate Bottom Waggler was still just waggling her bottom. The bosom waggler was standing like an oak tree in the center of the stage with her arms above her head. Her left bosom she was rotating in a clockwise direction and her right bosom in an anti-clockwise direction. At the same time she was waggling her bottom and it was all in time to the music. Gradually the music increased its speed, and as it got faster, the rotating and the waggling got faster and some of the Egyptians were so spellbound by the contra-rotating bosoms of the woman that they were unconsciously following the movements of the bosoms with their hands, holding their hands up in front of them and describing circles in the air. Everyone stamped their feet and screamed with delight and the 2 women on the stage continued to smile their fixed brassy smiles. Then it was over. The applause gradually died down. Remarkable, said the stag. You like, please, it was remarkable. Those girls, said the one with the gold tooth, very special. William couldn't wait any longer. He leaned across the table and said, might I ask you a question? Plas, said Golden Tooth. Plas, well, said William, how do you like your women? Like this, slim? And he demonstrated with his hands. Or like this, fat? The gold tooth shone brightly behind a big grin. For me, I like this, fat. And a pair of podgy hands drew a big circle in the air. And your friend? Said William. For my friend, he answered, I cannot speak. Plas, said the friend. Like this, he grinned and drew a fat girl in the air with his hands. Stuffy said, why do you like them fat? Golden Tooth thought for a moment, then he said, you like them slim, eh? Please, said Stuffy. I like them slim. Why you like them slim? You tell me. Stuffy rubbed the back of his neck with the palm of his hand. William, he said, why do we like them slim? For me, said William, I am accustomed. So am I, Stuffy said. But why? William considered. I don't know, he said. I don't know why we like them slim. Ha, said Golden Tooth, you don't know. He leaned over the table towards William and said triumphantly, and me, I do not know either. But that wasn't good enough for William. The stag, he said, says that all rich people in Egypt used to be fat and all poor people were thin. No, said Golden Tooth, no no no. Look those girls up there. Very fat. Very poor. Look Queen of Egypt, Queen Farida. Very thin, very rich, quite wrong. Yes, but what about years ago? Said William. What is this, years ago? William said, oh all right, let's leave it. The Egyptians drank their coffee and made noises like the last bit of water running out of the bathtub. When they had finished, they got up to go. Going? Said the stag. Plas, said Golden Tooth. William said, thank you, Stuffy said, Plas. The other Egyptians said, Plas and the stag said, thank you. They all shook hands and the Egyptians departed. Ropey types, said William. Very, said Stuffy. Very ropey types. The 3 of them sat on drinking happily until midnight, when the waiter came up and told them that the place was closing and that there were no more drinks. They were still not really drunk because they had been taking it slowly, but they were feeling healthy. He says we've got to go. All right. Where shall we go? Where shall we go, stag? I don't know. Where do you want to go? Let's go to another place like this, said William. This is a fine place. There was a pause. Stuffy was stroking the back of his neck with his hand. Stag, he said slowly, I know where I want to go. I want to go to Madame Rosette's and I want to rescue all the girls there. Who's Madame Rosette? William said. She's a great woman, said the stag. "She's a filthy old Syrian Jewess," said Stuffy. "She's a lousy old bitch," said the stag. "All right," said William. "Let's go." "But who is she?" They told him who she was. They told him about their telephone calls and about Colonel Higgins, and William said, "Come on, let's go. Let's go and rescue all the girls." They got up and left. When they went outside, they remembered that they were in a rather remote part of the town. "We'll have to walk a bit," said Stag. "No gories here." It was a dark starry night with no moon. The street was narrow and blacked out. It smelled strongly with the smell of Cairo. It was quiet as they walked along, and now and again they passed a man or sometimes two men standing back in the shadow of a house, leaning against the wall of the house, smoking. "I say," said William, "ropey." "What?" "Very," said Stuffy. "Very bad types." They walked on, the three of them walking abreast, square short ginger-haired Stag, tall dark Stuffy, and tall young William who went bareheaded because he had lost his cap. They headed roughly towards the center of the town where they knew that they would find a gharry to take them on to Rosette. Stuffy said, "Oh, won't the girls be pleased when we rescue them?" "Jesus," said the Stag, "it ought to be a party." "Does she actually keep them locked up?" William said. "Well, no," said Stag. "Not exactly. But if we rescue them now, they won't have to work anymore tonight anyway. You see, the girls she has at her place are nothing but ordinary shop girls who still work during the day in the shops. They have all of them made some mistake or other which Rosette either engineered or found out about, and now she has put the screws on them. She makes them come along in the evening, but they hate her and they do not depend on her for a living. They would kick her in the teeth if they got the chance." Stuffy said, "We'll give them the chance." They crossed over a street. William said, "How many girls will there be there, Stag?" "I don't know. I suppose there might be 30. "Good God," said William. "This will be a party. Does she really treat them very badly?" The Stag said, 33 Squadron told me that she pays them nothing, about 20 acres a night. She charges the customers 100 or 200 acres each. Every girl earns for Rosette between 500 and 1,000 acres every night." "Good God," said William. 1,000 piastres a night and 30 girls. She must be a millionaire." "She is. Someone calculated that not even counting her outside business, she makes the equivalent of about £1,500 a week. Let me see, that's between £5,000 and £6,000 a month. £60,000 a year." Stuffy came out of his dream. "Jesus," he said, "Jesus Christ. The filthy old Syrian Jewess. The lousy old bitch," said William. They were coming into a more civilized section of the town, but still there were no gories. The Stag said, "Did you hear about Mary's house?" "What's Mary's house?" said William. "It's a place in Alexandria. Mary is the Rosette of Alex." "Lousy old bitch," said William. "No," Stag said. "They say she's a good woman. But anyway, Mary's house was hit by a bomb last week. The Navy was in port at the time and the place was full of sailors, nautic types. Killed? Lots of them killed. And do you know what happened? They posted them as killed in action. The admiral is a gentleman," said Stuffy. "Magnificent," said William. Then they saw a gharry and hailed it. Stuffy said, "We don't know the address." "He'll know it," said Stag. "Madame Rosette," he said to the driver. The driver grinned and nodded. Then William said, "I'm going to drive. Give me the reins, driver, and sit up here beside me and tell me where to go." The driver protested vigorously, but when William gave him 10 piastres, he gave him the reins. William sat high up on the driver's seat with the driver beside him. The Stag and Stuffy got in the back of the carriage. "Take off," said Stuffy. William took off. The horses began to gallop. "No good," shrieked the driver. "No good. Stop." "Which way, Rosette?" shouted William. "Stop," shrieked the driver. William was happy. "Rosette," he shouted. "Which way?" The driver made a decision. He decided that the only way to stop this madman was to get him to his destination. "This way," he shrieked. "Left." William pulled hard on the left rein and the horses swerved around the corner. The gharry took it on one wheel. "Too much bank," shouted Stuffy from the back seat. "Which way now?" shouted William. "Left," shrieked the driver. They took the next street to the left, then they took one to the right, 2 more to the left, then one to the right again, and suddenly the driver yelled, "Here, place, here, Rosette." "Stop," William pulled hard on the reins and gradually the horses raised their heads with the pulling and slowed down to a trot. "There?" said William. "Here," said the driver. "Place." He pointed to a house 20 yards ahead. William brought the horses to a stop right in front of it. "Nice work, William," said Stuffy. "Jesus," said the stag. "That was quick." "Marvelous," said William. "Wasn't it?" He was very happy. The driver was sweating through his shirt and he was too frightened to be angry. William said, "How much?" "Plus, 20 piastres." William gave him 40 and said, "Thank you very much." "Fine horses." The little man took the money, jumped up onto the gharry, and drove off. He was in a hurry to get away. They were in another of those narrow, dark streets, but the houses, what they could see of them, looked huge and prosperous. The one which the driver had said was Rosette's was wide and thick and 3 stories high, built off grey concrete, and it had a large thick front door which stood wide open. As they went in, the stag said, "Now leave this to me. I've got a plan." Inside there was a cold grey dusty stone hall, lit by a bare electric light bulb in the ceiling, and there was a man standing in the hall. He was a mountain of lawman, a huge Egyptian with a flat face and 2 cauliflower ears. In his wrestling days he had probably been billed as Abdul the Killer or the Poisonous Pasha, but now he wore a dirty white cotton suit. The stag said, "Good evening. Is Madame Rosette here?" Abdul looked hard at the 3 pilots, hesitated, then said, "Madame Rosette, top floor." "Thank you," said Stag. "Thank you very much." Stuffy noticed that the stag was being polite. There was always trouble for somebody when he was like that. Back in the squadron, when he was leading a flight, when the Y sighted the enemy and when there was going to be a battle, the stag never gave an order without saying please and he never received a message without saying thank you. He was saying thank you now to Abdul. They went up the bare stone steps which had iron railings. They went past the first landing and the second landing, and the place was as bare as a cave. At the top of the 3rd flight of steps, there was no landing, it was walled off, and the stairs ran up to a door. The stag pressed the bell. They waited a while, then a little panel in the door slid back and a pair of small black eyes peeked through. A woman's voice said, "What do you boys want?" Both the stag and Stuffy recognized the voice from the telephone. The stag said, "We would like to see Madame Rosette." He pronounced the Madame in French way because he was being polite. "You officers?" "Only officers here," said the voice. She had a voice like a broken board. "Yes," said Stag. "We're officers." "You don't look like officers." "What kind of officers?" If there was a pause. The stag knew that she was considering. She had probably had trouble with pilots before, and he hoped only that she would not see William and the light that was dancing in his eyes, for William was still feeling the way he had felt when he drove the gharry. Suddenly the panel closed and the door opened. "All right, come in," she said. She was too greedy, this woman, even to pick her customers carefully. They went in and there she was, short, fat, greasy, with wisps of untidy black hair straggling over her forehead, a large, mud-colored face, a large wide nose and a small fish mouth, with just the trace of the black mustache above the mouth. She had on a loose black satin dress. "Come into the office, boys," she said, and started to waddle down the passage to the left. It was a long wide passage, about 50 yards long and 4 or 5 yards wide. It ran through the middle of the house, parallel with the street, and as you came in from the stairs, you had to turn left along it. All the way down there were doors, about 8 or 10 of them on each side. If you turned right as you came in from the stairs, you ran into the end of Teehee Passage, but there was one door there too, and as the 3 of them walked in, they heard a babble of female voices from behind that door. The stag noted that it was the girls' dressing room. "This way, boys," said Rosette. She turned left and slopped down the passage, away from the door with the voices. The 3 followed her, Stag first, then Stuffy, then William, down the passage which had a red carpet on the floor and huge pink lampshades hanging from the ceiling. They got about halfway down the passage when there was a yell from the dressing room behind them. Rosette stopped and looked around. "You go on, boys," she said, "into the office, last door on the left. I won't be a minute." She turned and went back towards the dressing room door. They didn't go on. They stood and watched her, and just as she got to the door, it opened and a girl rushed out. From where they stood, they could see that her fair hair was all over her face and that she had on an untidy-looking green evening dress. She saw Rosette in front of her and she stopped. They heard Rosette say something angry and quick-spoken, and they heard the girl shout something back at her. They saw Rosette raise her right arm and they saw her hit the girl smack on the side of the face with the palm of her hand. They saw her draw back her hand and hit her again in the same place. She hit her hard. The girl put her hands up to her face and began to cry. Rosette opened the door of the dressing room and pushed her back inside. "Jesus," said the stag. "She's tough," William said, "so am I." Stuffy didn't say anything. Rosette came back to them and said, "Come along, boys. Just a bit of trouble, that's all." She led them to the end of the passage and in through the last door on the left. This was the office. It was a medium-sized room with TWO red plush sofas, 2 or 3 red plush armchairs and a thick red carpet on the floor. In one corner was a small desk, and Rosette sat herself behind it, facing the room. "Sit down, boys," she said. The stag took an armchair, Stuffy and William sat on a sofa. "Well," she said, and her voice became sharp and urgent. "Let's do business." The stag leaned forward in his chair. His short ginger hair looked somehow wrong against the bright red plush. "Madame Rosette," he said, "it is a great pleasure to meet you. We have heard so much about you." Stuffy looked at the stag. He was being polite again. Rosette looked at him too, and her little black eyes were suspicious. "Believe me," the stag went on, "I've really been looking forward to this for quite a time now." His voice was so pleasant and he was so polite that Rosette took it. "That's nice of you boys," she said. "You'll always have a good time here. I see to that. Now business." William couldn't wait any longer. He said slowly, "The stag says that you're a great woman." "Thanks, boys," Stuffy said. "The stag says that you're a filthy old Syrian Jewess." William said quickly, "The stag says that you're a lousy old bitch." "And I know what I'm talking about," said the stag. Rosette jumped to her feet. "What's this?" she shrieked, and her face was no longer the color of mud, it was the color of red clay. The men did not move. They did not smile or laugh, they sat quite still, leaning forward a little in their seats, watching her. Rosette had had trouble before, plenty of it, and she knew how to deal with it. But this was different. They didn't seem drunk, it wasn't about money and it wasn't about one of her girls. It was about herself and she didn't like it. "Get out," she yelled. "Get out unless you want trouble." But they did no move. For a moment she paused, then she stepped quickly from behind her desk and made for the door. But the stag was there first and when she went for him, Stuffy and William each caught one of her arms from behind. "We'll lock her in," said the stag. "Let's get out." Then she really started yelling and the words which she used cannot be written down on paper, for they were terrible words. They poured out of her small fish mouth in one long unbroken high-pitched stream, and little bits of spit and saliva came out with them. Stuffy and William pulled her back by the arms towards one of the big chairs and she fought and yelled like a large fat pig being dragged to the slaughter. They got her in front of the chair and gave her a quick push so that she fell backwards into it. Stuffy nipped across to her desk, bent down quickly and jerked the telephone cord from its connection. The stag had the door open and all 3 of them were out of the room before Rosette had time to get up. The stag had taken the key from the inside of the door, and now he locked it. The 3 of them stood outside in the passage. "Jesus," said the stag. "What a woman." "Mad as hell," William said. "Listen to her." They stood outside in the passage and they listened. They heard her yelling, then she began banging on the door, but she went on yelling and her voice was not the voice of a woman, it was the voice of an enraged but articulate bull. The stag said, "Now quick. The girls. Follow me. And from now on you've got to act serious. You've got to act serious as hell." He ran down the passage towards the dressing room, followed by Stuffy and William. Outside the door he stopped, the other 2 stopped and they could still hear Rosette yelling from her office. The stag said, "Now don't say anything. Just act serious as hell," and he opened the door and went in. There were about a dozen girls in the room. They all looked up. They stopped talking and looked up at the stag, who was standing in the doorway. The stag clicked his heels and said, "This is the military police. Les gendarmes militaires," he said it in a stern voice and with a straight face, and he was standing there in the doorway at attention with his cap on his head. Stuffy and William stood behind him. "This is the military police," he said again, and he produced his identification card and held it up between 2 fingers. The girls didn't move or say anything, they stayed still in the middle of what they were doing and they were like a tableau because they stayed so still. One had been pulling on a stocking and she stayed like that, sitting in a chair with her leg out straight and the stocking up to her knee with her hands on the stocking. One had been doing her hair in front of a mirror, and when she looked round she kept her hands up to her hair. One was standing up and had been applying lipstick, and she raised her eyes to the stag but still held the lipstick to her mouth. Several were just sitting around on plain wooden chairs, doing nothing, and they raised their heads and turned them to the door, but they went on sitting. Most of them were in some sort of chinois evening dress, one or two were half-clothed, but most of them were in shiny green or shiny blue or shiny red or shiny gold, and when they turned to look at the stag, they were so still that they were like a tableau. The stag paused. Then he said, "I am to state on behalf of the authorities that they are sorry to disturb you. My apologies, mesdemoiselles. But it is necessary that you come with us for purposes of registration, etc. Afterwards you will be allowed to go. It is a mere formality. But now you must come, please. I have conversed with Madame." The stag stopped speaking, but still the girls did not move. "Please," said the stag, "get your coats. We are the military." He stepped aside and held open the door. Suddenly the tableau dissolved, the girls got up, puzzled and murmuring, and 2 or 3 of them moved towards the door. The others followed. The ones that were half-clothed quickly slipped into dresses, patted their hair with their hands and came too. None of them had coats. "Count them," said the stag to Stuffy as they filed out of the door. Stuffy counted them aloud and there were 14. "14, sir," said Stuffy, who was trying to talk like a sergeant major. The stag said, "Correct," and he turned to the girls who were crowded in the passage. "Now, mesdemoiselles, I have the list of your names from Madame, so please do not try to run away. And do not worry. This is merely a formality of the military." William was out in the passage opening the door which led to the stairs, and he went out first. The girls followed and the stag and Stuffy brought up the rear. The girls were quiet and puzzled and worried and a little frightened, and they didn't talk. None of them talked except for a tall one with black hair who said, "Mon Dieu, a formality of the military. Mon Dieu, what next?" But that was all, and they went on down. In the hall they met the Egyptian who had a Fiat face and 2 cauliflower ears. For a moment it looked as though there would be trouble, but the stag waved his identification card in his face and said, "The military police," and the man was so surprised that he did nothing and let them pass. And so they came out into the street and the stag said, "It is necessary to walk a little way, but only a very little way," and they turned right and walked along the sidewalk with the stag leading, Stuffy at the rear and William walking out on the road guarding the flank. There was some moon now. One could see quite well, and William tried to keep in step with Stag and Stuffy tried to keep in step with William, and they swung their arms and held their heads up high and looked very military, and the whole thing was a sight to behold. 14 girls in shiny evening dresses, 14 girls in the moonlight in shiny green, shiny blue, shiny red, shiny black and shiny gold, marching along the street with the stag in front, William alongside and Stuffy at the rear. It was a sight to behold. The girls had started chattering. The stag could hear them, although he didn't look around. He marched on at the head of the column, and when they came to the crossroads he turned right. The others followed, and they had walked 50 yards down the block when they came to an Egyptian café. The stag saw it, and he saw the lights burning behind the blackout curtains. He tore net around and shouted, "Halt!" The girls stopped, but they went on chattering, and anyone could see that there was mutiny in the ranks. You can't make 14 girls in high heels and shiny evening dresses march all over town with you at night, not for long anyway, not for long, even if it is a formality of the military. The stag knew it, and now he was speaking. "Mesdemoiselles," he said, "listen to me." But there was mutiny in their ranks, and they went on talking, and the tall one with dark hair was saying, "Mon Dieu, what is this? What in hell's name sort of a thing is this, oh mon Dieu?" "Quiet," said the stag, "quiet." And the second time he shouted it as a command. The talking stopped. "Mesdemoiselles," he said, and now he became polite. He talked to them in his best way, and when the stag was polite there wasn't anyone who didn't take it. It was an extraordinary thing because he could make a kind of smile with his voice without smiling with his lips. His voice smiled while his face remained serious. It was a most forcible thing because it gave people the impression that he was being serious about being nice. "Mesdemoiselles," he said, and his voice was smiling. "With the military there always has to be formality. It is something unavoidable, it is something that I regret exceedingly. But there can be chivalry also. And you must know that with the RAF there is great chivalry. So now it will be a pleasure if you will all come in here and take with us a glass of beer. It is the chivalry of the military." He stepped forward, opened the door of the cafes and said, "Oh, for God's sake, let's have a drink. Who wants a drink?" Suddenly the girls saw it all. They saw the whole thing as it was, all of them at once. It took them by surprise. For a second they considered, then they looked at one another, then they looked at the stag, then they looked around at Stuffy and at William, and when they looked at those two they caught their eyes, and the laughter that was in them. All at once the girls began to laugh and William laughed and Stuffy laughed and they moved forward and put into the cafes. The tall one with dark hair took the stag by the arm and said, "Mon Dieu, you, military police, mon Dieu, oh mon Dieu," and she threw her head back and laughed and the stag laughed with her. William said, "It is the chivalry of the military," and they moved into the cafes. The place was rather like the one that they had been in before, wooden and sawdusty, and there were a few coffee-drinking Egyptians sitting around with the red tarbooshes on their heads. William and Stuffy pushed 3 round tables together and fetched chairs. The girls sat down. The Egyptians at the other tables put down their coffee cups, turned around in their chairs and gaped. They gaped like so many fat muddy fish, and some of them shifted their chairs round facing the party so that they could get a better view and they went on gaping. A waiter came up and the stag said, 17 beers. Bring us 17 beers. The waiter said "Please" and went away. As they sat waiting for the drinks the girls looked at the 3 pilots and the pilots looked at the girls. William said, "It is the chivalry of the military," and the tall dark girl said, "Mon Dieu, you are crazy people, oh mon Dieu." The waiter brought the beer. William raised his glass and said, "To the chivalry of the military." The dark girl said, "Oh mon Dieu." Stuffy didn't say anything. He was busy looking around at the girls, sizing them up, trying to decide now which one he liked best so that he could go to work at once. The stag was smiling and the girls were sitting there in their shiny evening dresses, shiny red, shiny gold, shiny blue, shiny green, shiny black and shiny silver, and once again it was almost a tableau, certainly it was a picture, and the girls were sitting there sipping their beer, seeming quite happy. Why? Not seeming suspicious anymore because to them the whole thing now read exactly as it was and they understood. "Jesus," said the stag. He put down his glass and looked around him. "Oh Jesus, there's enough here for the whole squadron. How I wish the whole squadron was here." He took another drink, stopped in the middle of it and put down his glass quickly. "I know what," he said. "Waiter, oh waiter. Please. Get me a big piece of paper and a pencil. Please." The waiter went away and came back with a sheet of paper. He took a pencil from behind his ear and handed it to the stag. The stag banged the table for silence. "Mesdemoiselles," he said, "for the last time there is a formality. It is the last of all the formalities." "Of the military," said William. "Oh mon Dieu," said the dark girl. "It is nothing," the stag said. "You are required to write your name and/or telephone number on this piece of paper. It is for my friends in the squadron. It is so that they can be as happy as I am now, but without the same trouble beforehand." The stag's voice was smiling again. One could see that the girls liked his voice. "You would be very kind if you would do that," he went on, "for they too would like to meet you. It would be a pleasure." "Wonderful," said William. "Crazy," said the dark girl, but she wrote her name and number on the paper and passed it on. The stag ordered another round of beer. The girls certainly looked funny sitting there in their dresses, but they were writing their names down on the paper. They looked happy and William particularly looked happy. But Stuffy looked serious because the problem of choosing was a weighty one and it was heavy on his mind. They were good-looking girls, young and good-looking, all different, completely different from each other because they were Greek and Syrian and French and Italian and light Egyptian and Yugoslav and many other things, but they were good-looking, all of them were good-looking and handsome. The piece of paper had come back to the stag now and they had all written on it 14 strangely written names and 14 telephone numbers. The stag looked at it slowly. "This will go on the squadron notice board," he said, "and I will be regarded as a great benefactor." William said, "It should go to headquarters. It should be mimeographed and circulated to all squadrons. It would be good for morale." "Oh mon Dieu," said the dark girl. "You are crazy." Slowly Stuffy got to his feet, picked up his chair, carried it round to the other side of the table and pushed it between 2 of the girls. All he said was, "Excuse me. Do you mind if I sit here?" At last he had made up his mind, and now he turned towards the one on his right and quietly went to work. She was very pretty, very dark and very pretty and she had plenty of shape. Stuffy began to talk to her, completely oblivious to the rest of the company, turning towards her and leaning his head on his hand, watching him, It was not so difficult to understand why he was the greatest pilot in the squadron. He was a young concentrator, this Stuffy, an intense athletic concentrator who moved towards what he wanted in a dead straight line. He took hold of winding roads and carefully he made them straight, then he moved over them with great speed and nothing stopped him. He was like that, and now he was talking to the pretty girl but no one could hear what he was saying. Meanwhile the stag was thinking. He was thinking about the next move, and when everyone was getting towards the end of their third beer, he banged table again for silence. "Mesdemoiselles," he said. "It will be a pleasure for us to escort you home. I will take 5 of you." He had worked it all out. Stuffy will take 5, and Jamface will take 4. "We will take 3 gories and I will take 5 of you in mine and I will drop you home one at a time." "Military," said, "it is the chivalry of the military." "Stuffy," said the stag. "Stuffy, is that all right? You take 5. It's up to you whom you drop off last." Stuffy looked around. "Yes," he said. "Oh yes, that suits me. William, you take 4. Drop them home one by one, you understand." "Perfectly," said William. "Oh perfectly." They all got up and moved towards the door. The tall one with dark hair took the stag's arm and said, "You take me?" "Yes," he answered. "I take you. You drop me off last?" "Yes. I drop you off last." "Oh mon Dieu," she said. "That will be fine." Outside they got 3 gories and they split up into parties. Stuffy was moving quickly. He got his girls into the carriage quickly, climbed in after them and the stag saw the Gary drive off down the street. Then he saw William's Gary move off, but it seemed to start away with a sudden jerk, with the horses breaking into a gallop at once. The stag looked again and he saw William perched high up on the driver's seat with the reins in his hands. The stag said, "Let's go," and his 5 girls got into their Gary. It was a squash, but everyone got in. The stag sat back in his seat and then he felt an arm pushing up and under and linking with his. It was the tall one with dark hair. He turned and looked at her. "Hello," he said. "Hello, you." "Ah," she whispered. "You are such goddamn crazy people." And the stag felt a warmness inside him and he began to hum a little tune as the Gary rattled on through the dark streets. Katina. Some brief notes about the last days of RAF fighters in the first Greek campaign. Peter saw her first. She was sitting on a stone, quite still, with her hands resting on her lap. She was staring vacantly ahead, seeing nothing, and all around, up and down the little street, people were running backward and forward with buckets of water, emptying them through the windows of the burning houses. Across the street on the cobblestones, there was a dead boy. Someone had moved his body close into the side so that it would not be in the way. A little farther down an old man was working on a pile of stones and arable. One by one he was carrying the stones away and dumping them to the side. Sometimes he would bend down and peer into the ruins, repeating a name over and over again. All around there was shouting and running and fires and buckets of water on dust, and the girl sat quietly on the stone, staring ahead, not moving. There was blood running down the left side of her face. It ran down from her forehead and dropped from her chin onto the dirty print dress she was wearing. Peter saw her and said, "Look at that little girl." We went up to her and Finn put his hand on her shoulder, bending down to examine the cut. "Looks like a piece of shrapnel," he said. "She ought to see the doc." Peter and I made a chair with our hands and Finn lifted her up onto it. We started back through the streets and out towards the aerodrome, the 2 of us walking a little awkwardly, bending down, facing our burden. I could feel Peter's fingers clasping tightly in mine and I could feel the buttocks of little girl resting lightly on my wrists. I was on the left side and the blood was dripping down from her face onto the arm of my flying suit, running down the waterproof cloth onto the back of my hand. The girl never moved, or said anything. Finn said, "She's bleeding rather fast, we'd better walk a bit quicker." I couldn't see much of her face because of the blood, but I could tell that she was lovely. She had high cheekbones and large round eyes, pale blue like an autumn sky, and her hair was short and fair. I guess she was about 9 years old. This was in Greece in early April, 1941, at Parmethea. Our fighter squadron was stationed on a muddy field near the village. We were in a deep valley and all around us were the mountains. The freezing winter had passed, and now, almost before anyone knew it, spring had come. It had come quietly and swiftly, melting the ice on the lakes and brushing the snow off the mountain tops, and all over the airfield we could see the pale green shoots of grass pushing up through the mud, making a carpet for our landings. In our valley there were warm winds and wildflowers. The Germans, who had pushed in through Yugoslavia a few days before, were now operating in force, and that afternoon they had come over very High with about 35 Derniers and bombed the village. Peter and Finn and I were off duty for a while, and the three of us had gone down to see if there was anything we could do in the way of rescue work. We had spent a few hours digging around in the ruins and helping to put out fires, and were on our way back when we saw the girl. Now, as we approached the landing field, we could see the hurricane circling around coming into land, and there was the doc standing out in front of dispersal tent, just as he should have been, waiting to see if anyone had been hurt. We walked towards him, carrying the child, and Finn, who was a few yards in front, said, "Doc, you lazy old devil, here's a job for you." The doc was young and kind and morose except when he got drunk. When got drunk he sang very well. "Take her into the sick bay," he said. Peter and I carried her in and put her down on a chair. Then we left her and wandered over to the dispersal tent to see how the boys had got along. It was beginning to get dark, there was a sunset behind the ridge over in the west, and there was a full moon, a bomber's moon, climbing up into the sky. The moon shone upon the shoulders of the tents and made them white, small white pyramids, standing up straight, clustering in little orderly groups around the edges of the aerodrome. They had a scared sheep look about them the way they clustered themselves together, and they had a human look about them the way they stood up close to one another, and it seemed almost as though they knew that there was going to be trouble. As though someone had warned them that they might be forgotten and left behind. Even as I looked, I thought I saw them move. I thought I saw them huddle just a fraction nearer together, and then, silently, without a sound, the mountains crept a little closer into our valley. For the next 2 days there was much flying. There was the getting up at dawn, there was the flying, the fighting and the sleeping, and there was the retreat of the army. That was about all there was, or all there was time for. But on the third day the clouds dropped down over the mountains and slid into the valley. And it rained. So we sat around in the mess tent drinking beer and resonado, while the rain made a noise like a sewing machine on the roof. Then lunch. For the first time in days the whole squadron was present. 15 pilots at a long table with benches on either side and Monkey, the CO, sitting at the head. We were still in the middle of our fried corned beef when the flap of the tent opened and in came the doc with an enormous stripping raincoat over High-ass head. And with him, under the coat, was the little girl. She had a bandage around her head. The doc said, "Hello. I've brought a guest." We looked around and suddenly, automatically, we all stood up. The doc was taking off his raincoat and the little girl was standing there with her hands hanging loose by her sides looking at the men, and the men were all looking at her. With her fair hair and pale skin she looked less like a Greek than anyone I've ever seen. She was frightened by the 15 scruffy-looking foreigners who had suddenly stood up when she came in, and for a moment she half turned as if she were going to run away out into the rain. Monkey said, "Hello. Hello there. Come and sit down. Talk Greek," the doc said. "She doesn't understand." Finn and Peter and I looked at one another and Finn said, "Good God, it's our little girl. Nice work, Doc." She recognized Finn and walked round to where he was standing. He took her by the hand and sat her down on the bench, and everyone else sat down too. We gave her some fried corned beef and she ate it slowly, looking down at her plate while she ate. Monkey said, "Get Pericles." Pericles was the Greek interpreter attached to the squadron. He was a wonderful man we'd picked up at Yanina, where he had been the local school teacher. He had been out of work ever since the war started. "The children do not come to school," he said. "They are up in the mountains and fight. I cannot teach sums to the stones." Pericles came in. He was old, with a beard, a long pointed nose and sad gray eyes. You couldn't see his mouth, but his beard had a way of smiling when he talked. "Ask her name," said Monkey. He said something to her in Greek. She looked up and said, "Katina." That was all she said. "Look, Pericles," Peter said, "ask her what she was doing sitting by that heap of ruins in the village." Finn said, "For God's sake leave her alone." "Ask her, Pericles," said Peter. "What should I ask?" said Pericles, frowning. Peter said, "What she was doing sitting on that heap of stuff in the village when we found her." Pericles sat down on the bench beside her and he talked to her again. He spoke gently and you could see that his beard was smiling a little as he spoke, helping her. She listened and it seemed a long time before she answered. When she spoke, it was only a few words, and the old man translated. "She says that her family were under the stones." Outside the rain was coming down harder than ever. It beat upon the roof of the mess tent so that the canvas shivered as the water bounced upon it. I got up and walked over and lifted the flap of the tent. The mountains were invisible behind the rain, but I knew they were around us on every side. I had a feeling that they were laughing at us, laughing at the smallness of our numbers and at the hopeless courage of the pilots. I felt that it was the mountains, not us, who were the clever ones. Had not the hills that very morning turned and looked northward towards Stepalena, where they had seen 1,000 German aircraft gathered under the shadow of Olympus? Was it not true that the snow on the top of Dodona had melted away in a day, sending little rivers of water running down across our landing field? Had not Katafidi buried his head in a cloud so that our pilots might be tempted to fly through the whiteness and crash against his rugged shoulders? And as I stood there looking at the rain through the tent flap, I knew for certain that the mountains had turned against us. I could feel it in my stomach. I went back into the tent and there was Finn, sitting beside Katina, trying to teach her English words. I don't know whether he made much progress, but I do know that once he made her laugh, and that was a wonderful thing for him to have done. I remember the sudden sound of her high laughter and how we all looked up and saw her face, how we saw how different it was to what it had been before. No one but Finn could have done it. He was so gay himself that it was difficult to be serious in his presence. He was gay and tall and black-haired, and he was sitting there on the bench, leaning forward, whispering and smiling, teaching Katina to speak English and teaching her how to laugh. The next day the skies cleared and once again we saw the mountains. We headed a patrol over the troops which were already retreating slowly towards Thermopylae, and we met some Messerschmitts and Ju-87s dive-bombing the soldiers. I think we got a few of them, but they got Sandy. I saw him going down. I sat quite still for 30 seconds and watched his plane spiraling gently downward. I sat and waited for the parachute. I remember switching over my radio and saying quietly, "Sandy, you must jump now. You must jump, you're getting near the ground." But there was no parachute. When we landed and taxied, and there was Katina, standing outside the dispersal tent with the doc, a tiny shrimp of a girl in a dirty print dress, standing there watching the machines as they came in to land. To Finn, as he walked in, she said, "The Gyrisis Shana." Finn said, "What does it mean, Pericles?" "It just means you are back again," and he smiled. The child had counted the aircraft on her fingers as they took off, and now she noticed that there was one missing. We were standing around taking off our parachutes and she was trying to ask us about it, when suddenly someone said, "Look out, here they come." They came through a gap in the hills, a mass of thin, black silhouettes, coming down upon the aerodrome. There was a scramble for the slit trenches, and I remember seeing Finn catch Katina round the waist and carry her off with us, and I remember seeing her fight like a tiger the whole way to the trenches. As soon as we got into the trench and Finn had let her go, she jumped out and ran over onto the airfield. Down came the Messerschmitts with their guns blazing, swooping so low that you could see the noses of the pilots sticking out under their goggles. Their bullets threw up spurts of dust all around, and I saw one of our Hurricanes burst into flames. I saw Katina standing right in the middle of the field, standing firmly with her legs astride and her back to us, looking up at the Germans as they dived past. I have never seen anything smaller and more angry and more fierce in my life. She seemed to be shouting at them, but the noise was great and one could hear nothing at all except the engines and the guns of the airplanes. Then it was over. It was over as quickly as it had begun, and no one said very much except Finn, who said, "I wouldn't have done that, ever, not even if I was crazy." That evening Monkey got out the squadron records and added Katina's name to the list of members, and the equipment officer was ordered to provide a tent for her. So, on the 11th of April, 1941, she became a member of the squadron. In 2 days she knew the first name or nickname of every pilot, and Finn had already taught her to say "Any luck?" and "Nice work." But that was a time of much activity, and when I try to think of it hour by hour, the whole period becomes hazy in my mind. Mostly, I remember, it was escorting the Blenheims to Valona, and if it wasn't that, it was a strafe of Italian trucks on the Albanian border, or an SOS from the Northumberland Regiment saying they were having the hell bombed out of them by Alf, the aircraft in Europe. None of that can I remember. I can remember nothing of that time clearly, save for two things. The one was Katina and how she was with us all the time, how she was everywhere and how wherever she went the people were pleased to see her. The other thing that I remember was when the bull came into the mess tent one evening after a lone patrol. The bull was an enormous man with massive, slightly hunched shoulders, and his chest was like the top of an oak table. Before the war he had done many things, most of them things which one could not do unless one conceded beforehand that there was no difference between life and death. He was quiet and casual, and when he came into a room or into a tent, He always looked as though he had made a mistake and hadn't really meant to come in at all. It was getting dark and we were sitting round in the tent playing shove halfpenny when the bull came in. We knew that he had just landed. He glanced around a little apologetically, then he said, "Hello," and wandered over to the bar and began to get out a bottle of beer. Someone said, "See anything, bull?" The bull said, "Yes," and went on fiddling with the bottle of beer. I suppose we were all very interested in our game of shove halfpenny because no one said anything else for about 5 minutes. Then Peter said, "What did you see, bull?" The bull was leaning against the bar, alternately sipping his beer and trying to make a hooting noise by blowing down the neck of the empty bottle. Peter said, "What did you see?" The bull put down the bottle and looked up. 5s79s, he said. I remember hearing him say it, but I remember also that our game was exciting and that Finn had one more shove to win. We all watched him miss it and Peter said, "Finn, I think you're going to lose." And Finn said, "Go to hell." We finished the game, then I looked up and saw the bull still leaning against the bar making noises with his beer bottle. He said, "This sounds like the old Mauretania coming into New York Harbor," and he started blowing into the bottle again. "What happened with the S-79s?" I said. He stopped his blowing and put down the bottle. "I shot them down." Everyone heard it. At that moment 11 pilots in the tent stopped what they were doing and 11 heads flicked around and looked at the bull. He took another drink of his beer and said quietly, "At one time I counted 18 parachutes in the air together." A few days later he went on patrol and did not come back. Shortly afterwards Monkey got a message from Athens. It said that the squadron was to move down to Eleusis and from there do a defense of Athens itself and also cover the troops retreating through the Thermopylae Pass. Katina was to go with the trucks and we told the doc he was to see that she arrived safely. It would take them a day to make the journey. We flew over the mountains towards the south, 14 of us, and at 2:30 we landed at Eleusis. It was a lovely aerodrome with runways and hangars, and best of all, Athens was only 25 minutes away by car. That evening, as it was getting dark, I stood outside my tent. I stood with my hands in my pockets watching the sun go down and thinking of the work which we were to do. The more that I thought of it, the more impossible I knew it to be. I looked up, and once again I saw the mountains. They were closer to us here, crowding in upon us on all sides, standing shoulder to shoulder, tall and naked, with their heads in the clouds, surrounding us everywhere save in the south, where lay Piraeus and the open sea. I knew that each night, when it was very dark, when we were all tired and sleeping in our tents, those mountains would move forward, creeping a little closer, making no noise, until at last on the appointed day they would tumble forward with one great rush and push us into the sea. Finn emerged from his tent. "Have you seen the mountains?" I said. "They're full of gods. They aren't any good," he answered. "I wish they'd stand still," I said. Finn looked up at the great crags of Panes and Pentelicon. "They're full of gods," he said. "Sometimes, in the middle of the night, when there is a moon, you can see the gods sitting on the summits. There was one on Cataphydi when we were at Paramethea. He was huge, like a house but without any shape and quite black." "You saw him?" "Of course I saw him." "When?" I said. "When did you see him, Finn?" Finn said, "Let's go into Athens. Let's go and look at the women in Athens." The next day the trucks carrying the ground staff and the equipment room bled onto the aerodrome, and there was Katina sitting in the front seat off the leading vehicle with the doc beside her. She waved to us as she jumped down, and she came running towards us, laughing and calling our names in a curious Greek way. She still had on the same dirty print dress and she still had a bandage round her forehead, but the sun was shining in her hair. We showed her the tent which we had prepared for her and we showed her the small cotton night dress which Finn had obtained in some mysterious way the night before in Athens. It was white with a lot of little blue birds embroidered on the front and we all thought that it was very beautiful. Katina had to put it on at once and it took a long time to persuade her that it was meant only for sleeping in. 6 times Finn had to perform a complicated act which consisted of pretending to put on the night dress, then jumping onto the bed and falling fast asleep. In the end she nodded vigorously and understood. For the next 2 days nothing happened, except that the remnants of another squadron came down from the north and joined us. They brought 6 Hurricanes, so that altogether we had about 20 machines. Then we waited. On the 3rd day German reconnaissance aircraft appeared, circling high over Piraeus, and we chased after them but never got up in time to catch the M. This was understandable, because our radar was of a very special type. It is obsolete now, and I doubt whether it will ever be used again. All over the country, in all the villages, Up on the mountains and out on the islands, there were Greeks, all of whom were connected to our small operations room by field telephone. We had no operations officer, so we took it in turns to be on duty for TE day. My turn came on the fourth day, and I remember clearly what happened. At 6:30 in the morning the phone buzzed. "This is A7, said a very Greek voice. "This is A7, there are noises of A read." I looked at the map. There was a little ring with A7 written inside it just beside Yanina. I put a cross on the celluloid which covered the map and W wrote noises beside it, as well as the time, 0631 hours. 3 minutes later the phone went again. "This is A4. This is A4. There are many noises above me," said an old Q wavering voice, "but I cannot see because there are thick clouds." I looked at the map. A4 was Mount Karava. I made another cross on the celluloid and wrote many noises, 0634, and then I drew a line between Yanina and Karava. It pointed towards Athens, so I signaled the readiness crew to scramble, and they took off and circled the city. Later they saw a Jew. -88 on reconnaissance high above them, but they never caught it. It was in such a way that one worked the radar. That evening when I came off duty I could not help thinking of the old Greek, sitting all alone in a hut up at A4, sitting on the slope of Karava looking up into the whiteness and listening all day and all night for noises in the sky. I imagined the eagerness with which he seized the telephone when heard something, and the joy he must have felt when the voice at the other end repeated his message and thanked him. I thought of his clothes and wondered if they were warm enough, and I thought, for some reason, of his boots, which almost certainly had no soles left upon them and were stuffed with tea bark and paper. That was April 17th. It was the evening when Monkey said, "They see the Germans are at Lamia," which means that we're within range of the IR fighters. Tomorrow the fun should start. It did. At dawn the bombers came over, with the fighters circling around overhead, watching the bombers, waiting to pounce, but doing nothing unless someone interfered with the bombers. I think we got 8 hurricanes into the air just before they arrived. It was not my turn to go up, so with Katina standing by my side I watched the battle from the ground. The child never said a word. Now and again she moved her head as she followed the little specks of silver dancing high above in the sky. I saw a plane coming down in a trail of black smoke and I looked at Katina. The hatred which was on the face of the child was the fierce burning hatred of an old woman who has hatred in her heart. It was an old woman's hatred, and it was strange to see it. In that battle we lost a sergeant called Donald. At noon Monkey got another message from Athens. It said that morale was bad in the capital and that every available hurricane was to fly in formation low over the city in order to show the inhabitants how strong we were and how many aircraft we had. 18 of us took off. We flew in tight formation up and down the main streets just above the roofs of the houses. I could see the people looking up, shielding their eyes from the sun, looking at us as we flew over, and in one street I saw an old woman who never looked up at all. None of them waved, and I knew then that they were resigned to their fate. None of them waved, and I knew, although I could not see their faces, that they were not even glad as we flew past. Then we headed out towards Thermopylae, but on the way we circled the Acropolis twice. It was the first time I had seen it so close. I saw a little hill, a mount almost, it seemed, and on the top of it I saw the white columns. There were a great number of them, grouped together in perfect order, not crowding one another, white in the sunshine, and I wondered, as I looked at them, how anyone could have put so much on top of so small a hill in such an elegant way. Then we flew up the Great Thermopylae Pass and I saw long lines of vehicles moving slowly southwards towards the sea. I saw occasional puffs of white smoke where a shell landed in the valley, and I saw a direct hit on the road which made a gap in the line of trucks. But we saw no enemy aircraft. When we landed, Monkey said, "Refuel quickly and get in the air again. I think they're waiting to catch us on the ground." But it was no use. They came down out of the sky 5 minutes after we had landed. I remember I was in the pilot's room in number 2 hangar, talking to Finn and to a big tall man with rumpled hair called Paddy. We heard the bullets on the corrugated iron roof of the hangar, then we heard explosions and the 3 of us dived under the little wooden table in the middle of the room, but the table upset. Paddy set it up again and crawled underneath. "Here's something about being under a table," he said. "I don't feel safe unless I'm under a table." Finn said, "I never feel safe." He was sitting on the floor watching the bullets making holes in the corrugated iron wall of the room. There was a great clatter as the bullets hit the tin. Then we became brave and got up and peeped outside the door. There were many Messerschmitt 109 circling the aerodrome, and one by one they straightened out and dived past the hangars, spraying the ground with their guns. But they did something else. They slid back their cockpit hoods, and as they came past they threw out small bombs which exploded when they hit the ground and fiercely flung quantities of large lead balls in every direction. Those were the explosions which we had heard, and it was a great noise that the lead balls made as they hit the hangar. Then I saw the men, the ground crews, standing up in their slit trenches firing at the Messerschmitts with rifles, reloading and firing as fast as they could, cursing and shouting as they shot, aiming ludicrously, hopelessly, aiming at an aeroplane with just a rifle. At Elefsis there were no other defenses. Suddenly the Messerschmitts all turned and headed for home, all except one, which glided down and made a smooth belly landing on the aerodrome. Then there was chaos. The Greeks around us raised a shout and jumped onto the fire tender and headed out towards the crashed German aeroplane. At the same time more Greeks streamed out from every corner of the field, shouting and yelling and crying for the blood of the pilot. It was a mob intent upon vengeance and one could not blame them, but there were other considerations. We wanted the pilot for questioning, and we wanted him alive. Monkey, who was standing on the tarmac, shouted to us, and Finn and Patty and I raced with him towards the station wagon which was standing 50 yards away. Monkey was inside like a flash, started the engine and drove off just as the three of us jumped on the running board. The fire tender with the Greeks on it was not fast and it still had 200 yards to go, and the other people had a long way to run. Monkey drove quickly and we beat them by about 50 yards. We jumped up and ran over to the Messerschmitt, and there, sitting in the cockpit, was a fair-haired boy with pink cheeks and blue eyes. "I have never seen anyone whose face showed so much fear," he said to Monkey in English. "I am hit in the leg." We pulled him out of the cockpit and got him into the car, while the Grey X stood around watching. The bullet had shattered the bone in his shin. We drove him back, and as we handed him over to the dock, I saw Katina standing close, looking at the face of the German. This kid of 9 was standing there looking at the German, and she could not speak, she could not even move. She clutched the skin of her dress in her hands and stared at the man's face. "There is a mistake somewhere," she seemed to be saying. "There must be a mistake. This one has pink cheeks and fair hair and blue eyes. This cannot possibly be one of them. This is an ordinary boy." She watched him as they put him on a stretcher and carried him off. Then she turned and ran across the grass to her tent. In the evening at supper I ate my fried sardines, but I could not eat the bread or the cheese. For 3 days I had been conscious of my stomach, of a hollow feeling such as one gets just before an operation or while waiting to have a tooth out in the dentist's house. I had had it all day for 3 days. From the moment I woke up to the time I fell asleep. Peter was sitting opposite me and I asked him about it. "I've had it for a week," he said. "It's good for the bowels. It loosens them." "German aircraft are like liver pills," said Finn from the bottom of the table. "They are very good for you, aren't they, Doc?" The doc said, "Maybe you've had an overdose." "I have," said Finn. "I've had an overdose of German liver pills. I didn't read the instructions on the bottle. Take 2 before retiring." Peter said, "I would love to retire." After supper 3 of us walked down to the hangars with Monkey, who said, "I'm worried about this ground strafing. They never attack the hangars because they know that we never put anything inside them. Tonight I think we'll collect 4 of the aircraft and put them into number 2 hangar." That was a good idea. Normally the Hurricanes were dispersed all over the edge of the aerodrome, but they were picked off one by one, because it was impossible to be in the air the whole time. The 4 of us took a machine each and taxied it into number 2 hangar, and then we pulled the great sliding doors together and locked them. The next morning, before the sun had risen from behind the mountains, a flock of Ju-87s came over and blew number 2 hangar right off the face off Earth. Their bombing was good and they did not even hit the hangars on either side of it. That afternoon they got Peter. He went off towards a village called Kalkis, which was being bombed by Ju-88s, and no one ever saw him again. Gay, laughing Peter, whose mother lived on a farm in Kent and who used to write to him in long, pale blue envelopes which he carried about in his pockets. I had always shared a tent with Peter, ever since I came to the squadron. And that evening after I had gone to bed he came back to that tent. You need not believe me, I do not expect you to, but I am telling you what happened. I always went to bed first, because there is not room in one of those NTS for 2 people to be turning around at the same time. Peter usually came in 2 or 3 minutes afterwards. That evening I went to bed and I lay thinking that tonight he would not be coming. I wondered whether his body lay tangled in the wreckage of his aircraft on the side of some bleak mountain or whether it was at the bottom of the sea, and I hoped only that he had had a decent funeral. Suddenly I heard a movement. The flap of the tent opened and it shut again. But there were no footsteps. Then I heard him sit down on his bed. It was a noise that I had heard every night for weeks past, and always it had been the same. It was just a thump and a creaking of the wooden legs of the camp. One after the other the flying boots were pulled off and dropped upon the ground, and as always one of them took 3 times as long to get off as the other. After that there was the gentle rustle of a blanket being pulled back, and then the creakings of the rickety bed as it took the weight of a man's body. They were sounds I had heard every night, the same sounds in the same order, and now I sat up in bed and said, "Peter." It was dark in the tent. My voice sounded very loud. "Hello, Peter. That was tough luck you had today." But there was no answer. I did not feel uneasy or frightened, but I remember at the time touching tip of my nose with my finger to make sure that I was there. Then, because I was very tired, I went to sleep. In the morning I looked at the bed and saw it had been slept in. But I did not show it to anyone, not even to Finn. I put the blankets back in place, Miss ALF, and patted the pillow. It was on that day, the 20th of April, 1941, that we fought the Battle of Athens. It was perhaps the last of the great dogfighting air battles that will ever be fought, because nowadays the planes fly always in great formation of wings and squadrons, and attack is carried out methodically and scientifically upon the orders of the leader. Nowadays one does not dogfight at all over the sky except upon very rare occasions. But the Battle of Athens was a long and beautiful dogfight in which 15 Hurricanes fought for half an hour with between 150 and 200 German bombers and fighters. The bombers started coming over early in the afternoon. It was a lovely spring day, and for the first time the sun had in it a trace of real summer warmth. The sky was blue, save for a few wispy clouds here and there, and the mountains stood out black and clear against the blue of the sky. Pantelicon no longer hid his head in the clouds. He stood over us, grim and forbidding, watching every move and knowing that each thing we did was of little purpose. Men were foolish and were made only so that they should die, while mountains and rivers went on forever and did not notice the passing of time. Had not Pantelicon himself many years ago looked down upon Thermopylae and seen a handful of Spartans defending the pass against the invaders, seen them fight until there was not one man left alive among them? Had he not seen the Persians cut to pieces by Leonidas at Marathon? And had he not looked down upon Salamis and upon the sea when Themistocles and the Athenians drove the enemy from their shores, causing them to lose more than 200 sails? All these things and many more he had seen, and now he looked down upon us. We were as nothing in his eyes. Almost there was a look of scorn upon the face of the mountain, and I thought for a moment that I could hear the laughter of the gods. They knew so well that we were not enough and that in the end we must lose. The bombers came over just after lunch, and at once we saw that there were a great number of them. We looked up and saw that the sky was full of little silver specks, and the sunlight danced and sparkled upon 100 different pairs of wings. There were 15 hurricanes in all, and they fought like a storm in Fesci. It is not easy to remember much about such a battle, but I remember looking up and seeing in the sky a mass of small black dots. I remember thinking to myself that those could not be aeroplanes. They simply could not be aeroplanes, because there were not so many aeroplanes in the world. Then they were on us, and I remember that I applied a little flap so that I should be able to turn in tighter circles. Then I remember only one or two small incidents which photographed themselves upon my mind. There were the spurts of flame from the guns of a Messerschmitt as he attacked from the frontal quarter of my starboard side. There was the German whose parachute was on fire as it opened. There was the German who flew up beside me and made rude signs at me with his fingers. There was the hurricane which collided with a Messerschmitt. There was the airplane which collided with a man who was descending in a parachute, and which went into a crazy frightful spin towards the earth with the man and the parachute dangling from its port wing. There were the 2 bombers which collided while swerving to avoid a fighter, and I remember distinctly seeing a man being thrown clear out of the smoke and debris of the collision, hanging in midair with his arms out, stretched and his legs apart. I tell you, there was nothing that did not happen in that battle. There was the moment when I saw a single hurricane doing tight turns around the summit of Mount Parnes with 9 Messerschmitts on its tail, and then I remember that suddenly the skies seemed to clear. There was no longer any aircraft in sight. The battle was over. I turned around and headed back towards Eleusis, and as I went I looked down and saw Athens and Piraeus and the rim of the sea as it curved around the Gulf and traveled southward towards the Mediterranean. I saw the port of Piraeus where the bombs had fallen, and I saw the smoke and fire rising above the docks. I saw the narrow coastal plain, and on it I saw tiny bonfires, thin columns of bead-like smoke curling upward and drifting away to the east. They were the fires of aircraft which had been shot down, and I hoped only that none of them were hurricanes. Just then I ran straight into a Junkers 88, a straggler, the last bomber returning from the raid. He was in trouble and there was black smoke streaming from one of his engines. Although I shot at him, I don't think that it made any difference. He was coming down anyway. We were over the sea and I could tell that he wouldn't make the land. He didn't. He came down smoothly on his belly in the blue Gulf of Piraeus, 2 miles from the shore. I followed him and circled, waiting to make sure that the crew got out safely into their dinghy. Slowly the machine began to sink, dipping its nose under the water and lifting its tail into the air. But there was no sign of the crew. Suddenly, without any warning, the rear guns started to fire. They opened up with their rear gun and the bullets made small jagged holes in my starboard wing. I swerved away and I remember shouting at them. I slid back the hood of the cockpit and shouted, "You lousy brave bastards! I hope you drown." The bomber sank soon backwards. When I got back they were all standing around outside the hangars counting the score, and Katina was sitting on a box with tears rolling down her cheeks, but she was not crying, and Finn was kneeling down beside her, talking to her in English, quietly and gently, forgetting that she could not understand. We lost 1/3 of our hurricanes in that battle, but the Germans lost more. The doc was dressing someone who had been burnt and he looked up and said, "You should have heard the Greeks on the aerodrome cheering as the bombers fell out of the sky." As we stood around talking, a truck drove up and a Greek got out and said that he had some pieces of body inside. "This is the watch," he said, "that was on the arm." It was a silver wristwatch with a luminous dial, and on the back there were some initials. We did not look inside the truck. Now we had, I think, 9 hurricanes left. That evening a very senior RAF officer came out from Athens and said, "Tomorrow at dawn you will all fly to Megara. It is about 10 miles down the coast. There is a small field there on which you can land. The army is working on it throughout the night. They have 2 big rollers there and they re-rolling it smooth. The moment you land you must hide your aircraft in Olive Grove, which is on the south side of the field. The ground staff are going farther south to Argos and you can join them later, but you may be able to operate from Megara for a day or 2. Finn said, "Where's Katina?" "Doc, you must find Katina and see that she gets to Argos safely." The doc said, "I will," and we knew that we could trust him. At dawn the next morning, when it was still dark, we took off and flew to the little field at Megara, 10 miles away. We landed and hid our hurricanes in the olive grove and broke off branches of the trees and put them over the aircraft. Then we sat down on the slope of a small hill and waited for orders. As the sun rose up over the mountains we looked across the field and saw a mass of Greek villagers coming down from the village of Megara, coming down towards our field. There were many hundreds of them, women and children mostly, and they all came down towards our field, hurrying as they came. Finn said, "What the hell?" and we sat up on our little hill and watched, wondering what they were going to do. They dispersed all around the edge of the field and gathered armfuls of heather and bracken. They carried it out onto the field, and forming themselves into long lines, they began to scatter the heather and the bracken over the grass. They were camouflaging our landing field. The rollers, when they had rolled out the ground and made it flat for landing, had left marks which were easily visible from above, and so the Greeks came out of their village, every man, woman and child, and began to put matters right. To this day I do not know who told them to do it. They stretched in a long line across the field, walking forward slowly and scattering the heather, and Finn and I went out and walked among them. They were old women and old men mostly, very small and very sad-looking, with dark, deeply wrinkled faces, and they worked slowly scattering the heather. As we walked by, they would stop their work and smile, saying something in Greek which we could not understand. One of the children gave Finn a small pink flower and he did not know what to do with it, but walked around carrying it in his hand. Then we went back to the slope of the hill and waited. Soon the field telephone buzzed. It was the very senior officer speaking. He said that someone, he must fly back to Eleusis at once and collect important messages and money. He said also that all of us must leave our little field at Megara and go to Argos that evening. The others said that they would wait until I came back with the money so that we could all fly to Argos together. At the same time, someone had told the 2 army men who were still rolling our field, to destroy their rollers so that the Germans would not get them. I remember, as I was getting into my hurricane, seeing the 2 huge rollers charging towards each other across the field, and I remember seeing the army men jump aside just before they collided. There was a great crash and I saw the Greeks who were scattering heather stop in their work and I looked up. For a moment they stood rock still, looking at the rollers. Then one of them started to run. It was an old woman and she started to run back to the village as fast as she could, shouting something as she went. and instantly every man, woman and child in the field seemed to take fright and ran after her. I wanted to get out and run beside them and explain to them, to say I was sorry but that there was nothing else we could do. I wanted to tell them that we would not forget them and that one day we would come back. But it was no use. Bewildered and frightened, they ran back to their homes, and they did not stop running until they were out of sight, not even the old men. I took off and flew to Eleusis. I landed on a dead aerodrome. There was not a soul to be seen. I parked my Hurricane, and as I walked over to the hangars the bombers came over once again. I hid in a ditch until they had finished their work, then got up and walked over to the small operations room. The telephone was still on the table, so for some reason I picked up the receiver and said, "Hello." A rather German voice at the other end answered. I said, "Can you hear me?" And the voice said, "Yes, I can hear you." "All right," I said, "listen carefully." "Yes, continue please." "This is the RAF speaking. And one day we will come back, do you understand? One day we will come back." Then I tore the telephone from its socket and threw it through the glass of the closed window. When I went outside there was a small man in civilian clothes standing near the door. He had a revolver in one hand and a small bag in the other. "Do you want anything?" he said in quite good English. I said, "Yes, I want important messages and papers which I am to carry back to Argos." "Here you are," he said, as he handed me the bag. "And good luck." I flew back to Megara. There were 2 Greek destroyers standing offshore, burning and sinking. I circled our field and the others taxied out, took OFF and we all flew off towards Argos. The landing ground at Argos was just a kind of small field. It was surrounded by thick olive groves into which we taxied our aircraft for hiding. I don't know how long the field was, but it was not easy to land upon it. You had to come in low hanging on the prop, and the moment you touched down you had to start putting on brake, jerking it on and jerking it off again. The moment she started to nose over. But only one man overshot and crashed. The ground staff had arrived already, and as we got out of our aircraft Katina came running up with a basket of black olives, offering them to us and pointing to our stomachs, indicating that we must eat. Finn bent down and ruffled her hair with his hand. He said, "Katina, one day we must go into town and buy you a new dress." She smiled at him but did not understand, and we all started to eat black olives. Then I looked around and saw that the wood was full of aircraft. Around every corner there was an aeroplane hidden in the trees, and when we asked about it we learned that the Greeks had brought the whole of their Air Force down to Argos and parked them in that little wood. They were peculiar ancient models, not one of them less than 5 years old, and I don't know how many dozen there were there. That night we slept under the trees. We wrapped Katina up in a large flying suit and gave her a flying helmet for a pillow, and after she had gone to sleep we sat around eating black olives and drinking resinado out of an enormous cask. But we were very tired, and soon we fell asleep. All the next day we saw the truckloads of troops moving down the road towards the sea, and as often as we could we took off and flew above them. The Germans kept coming over and bombing the road nearby, but they had not yet spotted our airfield. Later in the day we were told that every available Hurricane was to take off at 6 p.m. to protect an important shipping move, and the 9 machines, which were all that were now left, were refueled and got ready. At 3 minutes to 6 we began to taxi out of the olive grove onto the field. The first 2 machines took off, but just as they left the ground something black swept down out of the sky and shot them both down in flames. I looked around and saw at least 50 Messerschmitt 110 circling our field, and even as I looked some of them turned and came down upon the remaining 7 Hurricanes which were waiting to take off. There was no time to do anything. Each one of our aircraft was hit in that first swoop, although funnily enough only one of the pilots was hurt. It was impossible now to take off, so we jumped out of our aircraft, hauled the wounded pilot out of his cockpit and ran with him back to the slit trenches, to the wonderful big, deep zigzagging slit trenches which had been dug by the Greeks. The Messerschmitts took their time. There was no opposition either from the ground or from the air, except that Finn was firing his revolver. It is not a pleasant thing to be ground strafed, especially if they have cyanide in their wings, and unless one has a deep slit trench in which to lie, there is no future in it. For some reason, perhaps because they thought it was a good joke, the German pilots went for the slit trenches before they both read about the aircraft. The first 10 minutes was spent rushing madly around the corners of the trenches so as not to be caught in a trench which ran parallel with the line of flight of the attacking aircraft. It was a hectic, dreadful 10 minutes, with everyone shouting "Here comes another," and scrambling and rushing to get around the corner into the other section of the trench. Then the Germans went for the Hurricanes and at the same time for the massive old Greek aircraft parked all around the olive grove, and one by one, methodically and systematically, they set them on fire. The noise was terrific, and everywhere, in the trees, on the rocks and on the grass, the bullets splattered. I remember peeping cautiously over the top of our trench and seeing a small white flower growing just a few inches away from my nose. It was pure white and it had 3 petals. I remember looking past it and seeing three of the Germans diving on my own Hurricane which was parked on the other side of the field, and I remember shouting at them, although I do not know what I said. Then suddenly I saw Katina. She was running out from the far corner of T aerodrome, running right out into the middle of this massive blazing guns and burning aircraft, running as fast as she could. Once she stumbled, but she scrambled to her feet again and went on running. Then she stopped and stood looking up, raising her fists at the planes as they flew past. Now as she stood there, I remember seeing one of the Messerschmitts turning and coming in low straight towards her, and I remember thinking that SHE was so small that she could not be hit. I remember seeing the spurts of flame from his guns as he came, and I remember seeing the child, for a split second, standing quite still, facing the machine. I remember that the wind was blowing in her hair. Then she was down. The next moment I shall never forget. On every side, as if by magic, men appeared out of the ground. They swarmed out of their trenches and like a crazy mob poured onto the aerodrome, running towards the tiny little bundle, which lay motionless in the middle of the field. They ran fast, crouching as they went, and I remember jumping up out of my slit trench and joining with them. I remember thinking of nothing at all and watching the boots of the man in front of me, noticing that he was a little bow-legged and thought his blue trousers were much too long. I remember seeing Finn arrive first, followed closely by a sergeant called Wishful, and I remember seeing the 2 of them pick up Katina and start running with her back towards the trenches. I saw her leg, which was just a lot of blood and bones, and I saw her chest where the blood was spurting out onto her white print dress. I saw, for a moment, her face, which was white as the snow on top of Olympus. I ran beside Finn, and as he ran, he kept saying, "The lousy bastards, the lousy, bloody bastards," and then as we got to our trench I remember looking round and finding that there was no longer any noise or shooting. The Germans had gone. Finn said, "Where's the doc?" And suddenly there he was, standing beside us, looking at Katina, looking at her face. The doc gently touched her wrist and without looking up he said, "She is not alive. They put her down under a little tree," and when I turned away I saw on all sides the fires of countless burning aircraft. I saw my own Hurricane burning nearby and I stood staring hopelessly into the flames as they danced around the engine and licked against the metal of the wings. I stood staring into the flames, and as I stared the fire became a deep red and I saw beyond it not a tangled mass of smoking wreckage, but the flames of a hotter and intenser fire which now burned and smoldered in the hearts of the people of Greece. Still I stared, and as I stared I saw in the center of the fire, whence the red flames sprang, a bright, white heat, shining bright and without any color. As I stared, the brightness diffused and became soft and yellow like sunlight, and through it, beyond it, I saw a young child standing in the middle of a field with the sunlight shining in her hair. For a moment she stood looking up into the sky, which was clear and blue and without any clouds, then she turned and looked towards me, and as she turned I saw that the front of her white print dress was stained deep red, the color of blood. Then there was no longer any fire or any flames and I saw before me only the glowing twisted wreckage of a burned-out plane. I must have been standing there for quite a long time. Yesterday was beautiful. He bent down and rubbed his ankle where it had been sprained with the walking so that he couldn't see the ankle bone. Then he straightened up and looked around him. He felt in his pocket for a packet of cigarettes, took one out and lit it. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand and he stood in the middle of the street looking around him. "Damn it, there must be someone here," he said aloud, and he felt better when he heard the sound of his voice. He walked on, limping, walking on the toe of his injured foot, and when turned the next corner he saw the sea and the way the road curved around between the ruined houses and went on down the hill to the edge of the water. The sea was calm and black. He could clearly make out the line of hills on the mainland in the distance and he estimated that it was about 8 miles away. He bent down again to rub his ankle. "God damn it," he said, "there must be some of them still alive." But there was no noise anywhere, and here was a stillness about the buildings and about the whole village which made it seem as though the place had been dead for 1,000 years. Suddenly he heard a little noise as though someone had moved his feet on the gravel, and when he looked around he saw the old man. He was sitting in the shade on a stone beside a water trough, and it seemed strange that he hadn't seen him before. "Health to you," said the pilot. Gia's son. He had learned Greek from the people up around Larissa and Yanina. The old man looked up slowly, turning his head but not moving his shoulders. He had a grayish-white beard, he had a cloth cap on his head and he wore a shirt which had no collar. It was a grey shin with thin black stripes. He looked at the pilot and he was like a blind man who looks towards something but does not see. "Old man, I am glad to see you. Are there no other people in the village?" There was no answer. The pilot sat down on the edge of the water trough to rest his ankle. "I am Ingles," he said. "I am an aviator who has been shot down and jumped out by the parachute. I am Ingles." The old man moved his head slowly up and down. "Ingleses," he said quietly. "You are Ingleses?" "Yes, I am looking for someone who has a boat. I wish to go back to the mainland." There was a pause, and when he spoke, the old man seemed to be talking in his sleep. "They come over all the time," he said. "The Germanoy, they come over all the time." The voice had no expression. He looked up into the sky, then he turned and looked behind him in the sky. "They will come ain't today, Ingles. They will come again soon." There was no anxiety in his voice. There was no expression whatsoever. "I do not understand why they come to us," he added. The pilot said, "Perhaps not today. It is late now. I think they have finished for today. I do not understand why they come to us, Ingles. There is no one here." The pilot said, "I am looking for a man who has a boat who can take me across to the mainland. Is there a boat owner now in the village?" "A boat? Yes." There was a pause while the question was considered. "There is such a man. Could I find him? Where does he live?" "There is a man in the village who owns a boat. Please tell me what is his name?" The old man looked up again at the sky. "Ioannis is the one here who has a boat." "Ioannis who?" "Ioannis Spirakis," and he smiled. The name seemed to have a significance for the old man and he smiled. "Where does he live?" The pilot said. "I am sorry to be giving you this trouble." "Where he lives?" "Yes." The old man considered this too. Then he turned and looked down the street towards the sea. "Ioannis was living in the house nearest to the water. But his house isn't anymore. The Germans hit it this morning. It was early and it was still dark. You can see the house isn't anymore. It isn't anymore." "Where is he now?" "He is living in the house of Antonina Angelou. That house there with the red color on the window." He pointed down the street. "Thank you very much. I will go and call on the boat owner." Ever since he was a boy, the old man went on, Ioannis has had a boat. His boat is white with a blue line around the top, and he smiled again. "But at the moment I do not think he will be in the house. His wife will be there, Anna will be there, with Antonina Angelou. They will be home. Thank you again. I will go and speak to his wife." The pilot got up and started to go down the street, but almost at once the man called after him, "Ingles." The pilot turned. "When you speak to the wife of Ioannis, when you speak to Anna, you should remember something." He paused, searching for words. His voice was expressionless any longer and he was looking up at the pilot. "Her daughter was in the house when the Germanoy came. It is just something that you should remember." The pilot stood on the road waiting. "Maria. Her name was Maria, I will remember," answered the pilot. "I am sorry." He turned away and he walked down the hill to the house with the red windows. He knocked and waited. He knocked again louder and waited. There was the noise of footsteps and the door opened. It was dark in the house and all he could see was that the woman had black hair and that her eyes were black like her hair. She looked at the pilot who was standing out in the sunshine. "Health to you," he said. "I am Ingles." She did not move. "I am looking for Ioannis Spirakis. They say that he owns a boat." Still she did not move. "Is he in the house?" "No, perhaps his wife is here. She could know where he is." At first there was no answer. Then the woman stepped back and held open the door. "Come in, Ingleses," she said. He followed her down the passage and into a back room. The room was dark because there was no glass in the windows, only patches of cardboard, but he could see the old woman who was sitting on the bench with her arms resting on the table. She was tiny. She was small like a child and her face was like a little screwed-up ball of brown paper. "Who is it?" she said in a high voice. The first woman said, "This is an Ingleses. He is looking for your husband because he requires a boat." "Health to you, Ingleses," the old woman said. The pilot stood by the door, just inside the room. The first woman stood by the window and her arms hung down by her sides. The old woman said, "Where are the Germanoy?" Her voice seemed bigger than her body. Now they are around Lamia. Lamia. She nodded. Soon they will be here. Perhaps tomorrow they will be here. But I do not care. Do you hear me, Inglesis? I do not care. She was leaning forward a little in her chair and the pitch of her voice was becoming higher. When they come it will be nothing new. They have already been here. Every day they have been here. Every day they come over and they bomb and you shut your eyes and you open them again and you get up and you go outside and the houses are just dust and the people. Her voice rose and fell. She paused, breathing quickly, then she spoke more quietly. How many have you killed, Inglesis? The pilot put out a hand and leaned against the door to rest his ankle. I have killed some, he said quietly. How many? As many as I could, old woman. We cannot count the number of men. Kill them all, she said softly. Go and kill every man and every woman and baby. Do you hear me, Inglesis? You must kill them all. The little brown ball of paper became smaller and more screwed up. The first one I see I shall kill. She paused. And then, Inglesis, and then later, his family will all hear that he is dead. The pilot did not say anything. She looked up at him and her voice was different. What is it you want, Inglesis? He said, about the Germanoy, I am sorry. But there is not much we can do. No, she answered, there is nothing. And you? I am looking for Johannes. I wish to use his boat. Johannes, she said quietly, he is not here. He is out. Suddenly she pushed back the bench, got to her feet and went out of the room. Come, she said. He followed her down the passage towards the front door. She looked even smaller when she was standing than when she was sitting down and she walked quickly down the passage towards the door and opened it. She stepped out into the sunshine and for the first time he saw how very old she was. She had no lips. Her mouth was just wrinkled skin like the rest of her face and she screwed up her eyes at the sun and looked up the road. There he is, she said. That's him. She pointed at the old man who was sitting beside the drinking trough. The pilot looked at the man. Then he turned to speak to the old woman, but she had disappeared into the house. They shall not grow old. The two of us sat outside the hangar on wooden boxes. It was noon. The sun was high and the heat of the sun was like a close fire. It was hotter than hell out there by the hangar. We could feel the hot air touching the inside of our lungs when we breathed and we found it better if we almost closed our lips and breathed in quickly. It was cooler than why. The sun was upon our shoulders and upon our backs, and all the time the sweat seeped out from our skin, trickled down our necks, over our chests and down our stomachs. It collected just where our belts were tied around the T-ups of our trousers and it filtered onto the tightness of our belts where the wet was very uncomfortable and made prickly heat on the skin. Our two hurricanes were standing a few yards away, each with that patient, smug look which fighter planes have when the engine is not turning, and beyond them the thin black strip of the runway sloped down towards the beaches and towards the sea. The black surface of the runway and the wide grassy sand on the sides of the runway shimmered in the sun. The heat haze hung like a vapor over the aerodrome. The stag looked at his watch. He ought to be back, he said. The two of us were on readiness, sitting there for orders to take off. The stag moved his feet on the hot ground. He ought to be back, he said. It was 2.5 hours since Finn had gone and he certainly should have come back by now. I looked up into the sky and listened. There was the noise of airmen talking beside the petrol wagon and there was the faint pounding of the sea upon the beaches, but there was no sign of an airplane. We sat a little while longer without speaking. It looks as though he's headed, I said. Yep, said the stag. It looks like it. The stag got up and put his hands into the pockets of his khaki shorts. I get up too. We stood looking northwards into the clear sky, and we shifted our feet on the ground because of the softness of the tar and because of the heat. What was the name of that girl? Said the stag without turning his head. Nikki, I answered. The stag sat down again on his wooden box, still with his hands in his pockets, and he looked down at the ground between his feet. The stag was the oldest pilot in the squadron. He was 27. He had a mass of coarse ginger hair which he never brushed. His face was pale, even after all this time in the sun, and covered with freckles. His mouth was wide and tight-closed. He was not tall but his shoulders under his khaki shirt were broad and thick like those of a wrestler. He was a quiet person. He'll probably be all right, he said, looking up. And anyway, I'd like to meet the Vichy Frenchman who can get Finn. We were in Palestine fighting the Vichy French in Syria. We were at Haifa, and 3 hours before the stag, Finn and I had gone on readiness. Finn had flown off in response to an urgent call from the Navy, who had phoned up and said that there were 2 French destroyers moving out of Beirut Harbor. "Please go at once and see where they are going," said the Navy. "Just fly up the coast and have a look and come back quickly and tell us where they are going." So Finn had flown off in his Hurricane. The time had gone by and he hadn't returned. We knew that there was no longer much hope. If he hadn't been shot down, he would have run out of petrol some time ago. I looked down and I saw his blue AF cap which was lying on the ground. Here he had thrown it as he ran to his aircraft, and I saw the oil stains on top of the cap and the shabby bent peak. It was difficult now to believe that he had gone. He had been in Egypt, in Libya and in Greece. On the aerodrome and in the mess we had him with us all of the time. He was gay and tall and full of laughter, this Finn, with black hair and a long straight nose which he used to stroke up and down with the tip of his finger. He had a way of listening to you while you were telling a story, leaning back in his chair with his face to the ceiling but with his eyes looking down on the ground, and it was only last night at supper that he had suddenly said, "You know, I wouldn't mind marrying Nikki. I think she's a good girl." The stag was sitting opposite him at the time, eating baked beans. "You mean just occasionally," he said. "Nikki was in a cabaret in Haifa." "No," said Finn. "Cabaret girls make fine wives. They are never unfaithful, there is no novelty for them in being unfaithful, that would be like going back to the old job." The stag had looked up from his beans. "Don't be such a bloody fool," he said. "You wouldn't really marry Nikki." "Nikki," said Finn with great seriousness, "comes of a fine family. She is a good girl. She never uses a pillow when she sleeps." "Do you know why she never uses a pillow when she sleeps?" "No." The others at the table were listening now. Everyone was listening to Finn talking about Nikki. "Well, when she was very young she was engaged to be married to an officer in the French Navy. She loved him greatly. Then one day when they were sunbathing together on the beach he happened to mention to her that he never used a pillow when he slept. It was just one of those little things which people say to each other for the sake of conversation, but Nikki never forgot it. From that time onward she began to practice sleeping without a pillow. One day the French officer was run over by a truck and killed, but although to her it was very uncomfortable, she still went on sleeping without a pillow to preserve the memory of her lover. Finn took a mouthful of beans and chewed them slowly. "It is a sad story," he said. "It shows that she is a good girl. I think I would like to marry her." That was what Finn had said last night at supper. Now he was gone and I wondered what little thing Nikki would do in his memory. The sun was hot on my back and I turned instinctively in order to take the heat upon the other side of my body. As I turned, I saw Carmel and the town of Haifa. I saw the steep pale green slope of the mountain as it dropped down towards the sea, and below it I saw the town and the bright colors of the houses shining in the sun. The houses with their whitewashed walls covered the sides of Carmel and the red roofs of the houses were like a rash on the face of the mountain. Walking slowly towards us from the gray corrugated iron hangar, came the 3 men who were the next crew on readiness. They had their yellow Mae Wests slung over their shoulders and they came walking slowly towards us, holding their helmets in their hands as they came. When they were close, the stag said, "Finn's had it," and they said, "Yes, we know." They sat down on the wooden boxes which we had been using, and immediately the sun was upon their shoulders and upon their backs and they began to sweat. The stag and I walked away. The next day was a Sunday and in the morning we flew up the Lebanon Valley to ground strafe an aerodrome called Ryak. We flew past Herman who had a hat of snow upon his head, and we came down out of the sun onto Ryak and onto the French bombers on the aerodrome and began our strafing. I remember that as we flew past, skimming low over the ground, the doors of the French bombers opened. I remember seeing a whole lot of women in white dresses running out across the aerodrome. I remember particularly their white dresses. You see, it was a Sunday and the French pilots had asked their ladies out from Beirut to look over the bombers. The Vichy pilots had said, "Come out on Sunday morning and we will show you our aeroplanes." It was a very Vichy French thing for them to do. So when we started shooting, they all tumbled out and began to run across the aerodrome in their white Sunday dresses. I remember hearing Monkey's voice over the radio, saying, "Give them a chance, give them a chance," and the whole squadron wheeled around and circled the aerodrome once while the women ran over the grass in every direction. One of them stumbled and fell twice and one of them was limping and being helped by a man, but we gave them time. I remember watching the small bright flashes of a machine gun on the ground and thinking that they should at least have stopped their shooting while we were waiting for their white-dressed women to get out of the way. That was the day after Finn had gone. The next day the stag and I sat once more at readiness on the wooden boxes outside the hangar. Paddy, a big fair-haired boy, had taken Finn's place and was sitting with us. It was noon. The sun was high and the heat of the sun was like a close fire. The sweat ran down our necks, down inside our shirts, over our chests and stomachs, and we sat there waiting for the time when we would be relieved. The stag was sewing the strap onto his helmet with a needle and cotton and telling of how he had seen Nicky the night before in Haifa and of how Hay had told her about Finn. Suddenly we heard the noise of an airplane. The stag stopped his talking and we all looked up. The noise was coming from the north, and it grew louder and louder as the airplane flew closer, and then the stag said suddenly, "It's a hurricane." The next moment it was circling the aerodrome, lowering its wheels to land. "Who is it?" said the fair-haired Patty. "No one's gone out this morning." Then, as it glided past us onto the runway, we saw the number on the tail of the machine, H.4427, and we knew that it was Finn. We were standing up now, watching the machine as it taxied towards us, and when it came up close and swung round for parking we saw Finn in the cockpit. He waved his hand at us, grinned and got out. We ran up and shouted at him, "Where have you been? Where in the hell have you been? Did you force land and get away again? Did you find a woman in Beirut? Finn, where in the hell have you been?" Others were coming up and crowding around him now. Fitters and riggers, Andy the man who drove the fire tender, and they all waited to hear what Finn would say. He stood there pulling off his helmet, pushing back his black hair with his hand, and he was so astonished at our behavior that at first he merely looked at us and did not speak. Then he laughed and he said, "What in the hell's the matter? What's the matter with all of you? Where have you been?" We shouted. "Where have you been for 2 days?" Upon the face of Finn there was a great and enormous astonishment. He looked quickly at his watch. 12:05, he said. "I left at 11, 1 hour and 5 minutes ago. Don't be a lot of damn fools. I must go and report quickly. The Navy will want to know that those destroyers are still in the harbor at Beirut." He started to walk away. I caught his arm. "Finn," I said quietly, "you've been away since the day before yesterday. What's the matter with you?" He looked at me and laughed. "I've seen you organize much better jokes than this one," he said. "It isn't so funny. It isn't a bit funny." And he walked away. We stood there, the stag, Patty and I, the fitters, the riggers and the men who drove the fiery engine, watching Finn as he walked away. We looked at each other, not knowing what to say or to think, understanding nothing, knowing nothing except that Finn had been serious when he spoke and that what he said he had believed to be true. We knew this because we knew Finn, and we knew it because when one has been together as we had been together, then there is never any doubting of anything that anyone says when he is talking about his flying. There can only be a doubting of one's self. These men were doubting themselves, standing there in the sun doubting themselves, and the stag was standing by the wing of Finn's machine peeling off with his fingers little flakes of paint which had dried up and cracked in the sun. Someone said, "Well, I'll be buggered," and the men turned and started to walk quietly back to their jobs. The next 3 pilots on readiness came walking slowly towards us from the grey corrugated iron hangar, walking slowly under the heat of the sun and swinging their helmets in their hands as he came. The stag, Patty and I walked over to the pilot's mess to have a drink and lunch. The mess was a small white wooden building with a veranda. Inside there were 2 rooms, one a sitting room with armchairs and magazines and a hole in the wall through which you could buy drinks, and the other a dining room with one long wooden table. In the sitting room we found Finn talking to Monkey, our CO. The other pilots were sitting around listening and everybody was drinking beer. We knew that it was really a serious business. 3 spitty of the beer in the armchairs, that Monkey was doing what he had to do and doing it in the only way possible. Monkey was a rare man, tall with a handsome face, an Italian bullet wound in his leg and a casual friendly efficiency. He never laughed out loud, he just choked and grunted deep in his throat. Finn was saying, "You must go easy, Monkey, you must help me to stop thinking that I've gone mad." Finn was being serious and sensible, but he was worried as hell. "I have told you all I know," he said, "that I took off at 11 o'clock, that I climbed up high, that I flew to Beirut, saw the 2 French destroyers and came back, landing at 12:05. I swear to you that that is all I know." He looked around at us, at the stag and me, at Patty and Johnny and the half-dozen other pilots in the room, and we smiled at him and nodded to show him that we were with him, not against him, and that we believed what he said. Monkey said, "What in the hell am I going to say to headquarters at Jerusalem? I reported you missing. Now I've got to report your return. They'll insist on knowing where you've been." The whole thing was getting to be too much for Finn. He was sitting upright, tapping with the fingers of his left hand on the leather arm of his chair, tapping with quick sharp taps, leaning forward, thinking, thinking, fighting to think, tapping on the arm of the chair, and then he began tapping the floor with his foot as well. The stag could stand it no longer. "Monkey," he said, "Monkey, let's just leave it all for a bit. Let's leave it and perhaps Finn will remember something later on." Patty, who was sitting on the arm of the stag's chair, said, "Yes, and meanwhile we could tell HQ that Finn had force-landed in a field in Syria, taken 2 days to repair his aircraft, then flown home. Everybody was helping Finn, the pilots were all helping him. In the mind of each of us was the certain knowledge that here was something that concerned us greatly. Finn knew it, although that was all he knew, and the others knew it because one could see it upon their faces. There was a tension, a fine high-drawn tension in the room, because here for the first time was something which was neither bullets nor fire nor the coughing of an engine nor burst-heat tires nor blood in the cockpit nor yesterday nor today, nor even tomorrow. Monkey felt it too, and he said, "Yes, let's have another drink and leave it for a bit. I'll tell HQ that you force-landed in Syria and managed to get off again later." We had some more beer and went into lunch. Monkey ordered bottles of Palestine white wine with the meal to celebrate Finn's return. After that no one mentioned the thing at all. We did not even talk about it when Finn wasn't there. But each one of us continued to think about it secretly, knowing for certain that it was something important and that it was not finished. The tension spread quickly through the squadron, and it was with all the pilots. Meanwhile the days went by and the sun shone upon the aerodrome and upon the aircraft, and Finn took his place among us flying in the normal way. Then one day, I think it was about a week later, we did another ground strafe of Ryak Aerodrome. There were 6 of us, with Monkey leading and Finn flying on his starboard side. We came in low over Ryak and there was plenty of light flak, and as we went in on the first run, Patty's machine was hit. As we wheeled for the second run we saw his hurricane wing gently over and dive straight to the ground at the edge of the aerodrome. There was a great billow of white smoke as it hit, then the flames, and as the flames spread the smoke turned from white to black and Patty was with it. Immediately there was a crackle over the radio and I heard Finn's voice, very excited, shouting into his microphone, shouting, "I've remembered it. Hello, Monkey, I've remembered it all," and Monkey's calm slow reply, "Okay Finn, okay, don't forget it." We did our second run and then Monkey led us quickly away, weaving in and out of the valleys, with the bare gray-brown hills far above us on either side, and all the way home, all through the half-hour's flight, Finn never stopped shouting over the RT. First he would call to Monkey and say, "Hello, Monkey, I've remembered it, all of it, every bit of it." Then he would say, "Hello, Stag, I've remembered it, all of it, I can't forget it now." He called me and he called Johnny and he called Wishful, he called us all separately over and over again, and he was so excited that sometimes he shouted too loudly into his mic and we could not hear what he was saying. When we landed, we dispersed our aircraft and because Finn for some reason had to park his at the far side of the aerodrome, the rest of us were in the operations room before him. The PS room was beside the hangar. It was a bare place with a large table in the middle of the floor on which there was a map of the area. There was another smaller table with a couple of telephones, a few wooden chairs and benches, and at one end the floor was stacked with May-Wests, parachutes and helmets. We were standing there taking off our flying clothing and throwing it onto the floor at the end of the room when Finn arrived. He came quickly into the doorway and stopped. His black hair was standing up straight and untidy because of the way in which he had pulled off his helmet. His face was shiny with sweat and his khaki shirt was dark and wet. His mouth was open and he was breathing quickly. He looked as though he had been running. He looked like a child who had rushed downstairs into a room full of grown-ups to say that the cat has had kittens in the nursery and who does not know how to begin. We had all heard him coming because that was what we had been waiting for. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stood still, looking at Finn. Monkey said, "Hello Finn," and Finn said, "Monkey, you've got to believe this because it's what happened." Monkey was standing over by the table with the telephones. The stag was near him, square short ginger-haired stag, standing up straight, holding a May West in his hand, looking at Finn. The others were at the far end of the room. When Finn spoke, they began to move up quietly until they were closer to him, until they reached the edge of the big map table which they touched with their hands. There they stood, looking at Finn, waiting for him to be agent. He started at once, talking quickly, then calming down and talking more slowly as he got into his story. He told everything, standing there by the door of the ops room, with his yellow May West still on him and with his helmet and oxygen mask in his hand. The others stayed where they were and listened, and as I listened to him, I forgot that it was Finn speaking and that we were in the ops room at Haifa. I forgot everything and went with him on his journey, and did not come back until he had finished. "I was flying at about 20,000, he said. "I flew over Tyre and Sidon and over the Dimor River, and then I flew inland over the Lebanon High LLS, because I intended to approach Beirut from the east. Suddenly I flew into a cloud, thick white cloud which was so thick and dense that I could see nothing except the inside of my cockpit. I couldn't understand it, because a moment before everything had been clear and blue and there had been no cloud anywhere. I started to lose height to get out of the cloud and I went down and still I was in T. I knew that I must not go too low because of the hills, but at 6,000 the cloud was still around me. It was so thick that I could see nothing, not even the nose of my machine nor the wings, and the cloud condensed on the windshield and little rivers of water ran down the glass and got blown away by the slipstream. I have never seen cloud like that before. It was thick and white right up to the edges of the cockpit. I felt like I'm on a magic carpet, sitting there alone in this little glass-topped cockpit, with no wings, no tail, no engine and no airplane. I knew that I must get out of this cloud, so I turned and flew west over the sea away from the mountains. Then I came down low by my altimeter. I came down to 500 feet, 400, 300, 200, 100, and the cloud was still around me. For a moment I paused. I knew that it was unsafe to go lower. Then, quite suddenly, like a gust of wind, came the feeling that there was nothing below me, no sea nor earth nor anything else, and slowly, deliberately, I opened the throttle, pushed the stick hard forward and dived. I did not watch the altimeter. I looked straight ahead through the windshield at the whiteness of the cloud and I went on diving. I sat there pressing the stick forward, keeping her in the dive, watching the vast clinging whiteness of the cloud, and I never once wondered where I was going. I just went. I do not know how long I sat there. It may have been minutes and it may have been hours. I know only that as I sat there and kept her diving, I ascertained that what was below me was neither mountains nor rivers nor earth nor sea, and I was not afraid. Then I was blinded. It was like being half asleep in bed when someone turns on the light. I came out of the cloud so suddenly and so quickly that I was blinded. There was no space of time between being in it and being out of it. One moment I was in it and the whiteness was thick around me, and in that same moment I was out of it and the light was so bright that I was blinded. I screwed up my eyes and held them tight closed for several seconds. When I opened them everything was blue, more blue than anything that I had ever seen. It was not a dark blue, nor was it a bright blue, it was a blue, a pure shining color which I had never seen before and which I cannot describe. I looked around. I looked up above me and behind me. I sat up and peered below me through the glass of the cockpit, and everywhere it was blue. It was bright and clear, like pleasant sunlight, but there was no sun. Then I saw them. Far ahead and above I saw a long thin line of aircraft flying across the sky. They were moving forward in a single black line, all at the same speed, all in the same direction, all close up, following one behind the other, and the line stretched across the sky as far as the eye could see. It was the why they moved ahead, the urgent way in which they pressed forward like ships sailing before a great wind. It was from this that I knew everything. I do not know why or how I knew it, but I knew as I looked at them that these were the pilots and air crews who had been killed in battle, who now, in their own aircraft, were making their last flight, their last journey. As I flew higher and closer I could recognize the machines themselves. I saw in that long procession nearly every type there was. I saw Lancasters and Derniers, Halifaxes and Hurricanes, Messerschmitts, Spitfires, Sterlings, Savoy 79s, Junket 88s, Gladiators, Hamptons, Mach-E 200s, Blenheims, Focke-Wulfs, Beaufighters, Swordfish, and Heinkels. All these and many more I saw, and the moving line reached across the blue sky both to the one side and to the other until it faded from sight. I was close to them now and I began to sense that I was being sucked towards them regardless of what I wished to do. There was a wind which took hold of my machine, blew it over and tossed it about like a leaf, and I was pulled and sucked as by a giant vortex towards the other aeroplanes. There was nothing I could do for I was in the vortex and in the arms of the wind. This all happened very quickly, but I remember it clearly. I felt the pull of my aircraft becoming stronger. I was whisked forward faster and faster, and then suddenly I was flying in the procession itself, moving forward with the others, at the same speed and on the same course. Ahead of me, close enough for me to see the color of the paint on its wings, was a swordfish, an old Fleet Air Arm swordfish. I could see the heads and helmets of the observer and the pilot as they sat in their cockpits, the one behind the other. Ahead of the swordfish there was a Dornier, a flying pencil, and beyond the Dornier there were others which I could not recognize from where I was. We flew on and on. I could not have turned and flown away even if I had wanted to. I do not know why, although it may have been something to do with the vortex and with the wind, but I knew that it was so. Moreover, I was not really flying my aircraft, it flew itself. There was no maneuvering to reckon with, no speed, no height, no throttle, no stick, no nothing. Once I glanced down at my instruments and saw that they were all dead, just as they are when the machine is sitting on the ground. So we flew on. I had no idea how fast we went, there was no sensation of speed, and for all I know, it was 1,000,000 miles an hour. Now I come to think of it, I never once during that time felt either hot or cold or hungry or thirsty. I felt none of those things. I felt no fear, because I knew nothing of which to be afraid. I felt no worry, because I could remember nothing or think of nothing about which to be worried. I felt no desire to do anything that I was not doing or to have anything that I did not have, because there was nothing that I wished to do and there was nothing that I wished to have. I felt only pleasure at being where I was, at seeing the wonderful light and the beautiful color around me. Once I caught sight of my face in the cockpit monitor and I saw that I was smiling with my eyes and with my mouth, and when I looked away I knew that I was still smiling, simply because that was the way I felt. Once, the observer in the swordfish ahead of me turned and waved his hand. I slid back the roof of my cockpit and waved back. I remember that even when I opened the cockpit, there was no rush of air and no rush of cold or heat, nor was there any pressure of the slipstream on my hand. Then I noticed that they were all waving at each other, like children on a roller coaster, and I turned and waved at the man in the Mach-E behind me. But there was something happening along the line. Far up in front I could see that the aeroplanes had changed course, were wheeling around to the left and losing height. The whole procession, as it reached a certain point was banking around and gliding downwards in a wide, sweeping circle. Instinctively I glanced down over the cockpit, and there I saw spread out below me a vast green plain. It was green and smooth and beautiful, it reached to the far edges of the horizon where the blue of the sky came down and merged with the green of the plain. And there was the light. Over to the left, far away in the distance was a bright white light, shining bright and without any color. It was as though the sun, but something far bigger than the sun, something without shape or form whose light was bright but not blinding, was lying on the far edge of the green plain. The light spread outwards from a center of brilliance and it spread far up into the sky and far out over the plain. When I saw it, I could not at first look away from it. I had no desire to go towards it, into it, and almost at once the desire and the longing became so intense that several times I'd try to pull my aircraft out of the line and fly straight towards it, but it wasn't possible and I had to fly with the rest. As they banked around and lost height I went with them, and we began to glide down towards the green plain below. Now that I was closer, I could see the great massive aircraft upon the plain itself. They were everywhere, scattered over the ground like currants upon a green carpet. There were hundreds and hundreds of them, and each minute, each second almost, their numbers grew as those in front of me landed and taxied to a standstill. Quickly we lost height. Soon I saw that the ones just in front of me were lowering their wheels and preparing to land. The Dornier next but one to me leveled off and touched down. Then the old swordfish, the pilot, turned a little to the left out of the way of the Dornier and landed beside him. I turned to the left of the swordfish and leveled off. I looked out of the cockpit at the ground, judging the height, and I saw the green of the ground blurred as it rushed past me and below me. I waited for my aircraft to sink and to touch down. It seemed to take a long time. "Come on," I said, "come on, come on." I was only about 6 feet up, but she would not sink. "Get down," I shouted, "please get down." I began to panic. I became frightened. Suddenly I noticed that I was gaining speed. I cut all the switches but it made no difference. The aircraft was gathering speed, going faster and faster, and I looked around and saw behind me the long procession of aircraft dropping down out of the sky and sweeping into land. I saw the mass of machines upon the ground, scattered far across the plain, and away on one side I saw the light, that shining white light which shone so brightly over the great plain and to which I longed to go. I know that had I been able to land, I would have started to run towards that light the moment I got out of my aircraft. And now I was flying away from it. My fear grew, as I flew faster and farther away. The fear took hold of me until soon I was fighting crazy mad, pulling at the stick, wrestling with the airplane, trying to turn it around, back towards the light. When I saw that it was impossible, I tried to kill Miss ALF. I really wanted to kill myself then. I tried to dive the aircraft into the ground, but it flew on straight. I tried to jump out of the cockpit, but there was a hand upon my shoulder which held me down. I tried to bang my head against the sides of the cockpit, but it made no difference and I sat there fighting with my machine and with everything until suddenly I noticed that I was in cloud. I was in the same thick white cloud as before, and I seemed to be climbing. I looked behind me, but the cloud had closed in all round. There was nothing now but this vast impenetrable whiteness. I began to feel sick and giddy. I did not care any longer what happened one way or the other. I just sat there limply, letting the machine fly on by itself. It seemed a long time and I am sure that I sat there for many hours. I must have gone to sleep. As I slept, I dreamed. I dreamed not of the things that I had just seen, but of the things of my ordinary life, of the squadron, of Nikki and of the aerodrome here at Haifa. I dreamed that I was sitting at readiness outside the hangar with two others, that a request came from the Navy for someone to do a quick recce over Beirut, and because I was first up, I jumped into my Hurricane and went off. I dreamed that I passed over Tyre and Sidon and over the Demore River, climbing up to 20,000 as I went. Then I turned inland over the Lebanon hills, swung around and approached Beirut from the east. I was above the town, peering over the side of the cockpit, looking for the harbor and trying to find the two French destroyers. Soon I saw them clearly, tied up close alongside each other by the wharf, and I banked around and dived for home as fast as I could. The Navy's wrong, I thought to myself as I flew back. The destroyers are still in the harbor. I looked at my watch. An hour and a half. I've been quick, I said. They'll be pleased. I tried to call up on the radio to give the information, but I couldn't get through. Then I came back here. When I landed, you all crowded around me and asked me where I had been for 2 days, but I could remember nothing. I did not remember anything except the flight to Beirut until just now, when I saw Paddy being shot down. As his machine hit the ground, I found myself saying, "You lucky bastard. You lucky bastard," and as I said it, I knew why I was saying it and remembered everything. That was when I shouted to you over the radio. That was when I remembered. Finn had finished. No one had moved or said anything all the time that he had been talking. Now it was only Monkey who spoke. He shuffled his feet on the floor, turned and looked out of the window and said quietly, almost in a whisper, "Well, I'll be damned," and the rest of us went slowly back to the business of taking off our flying clothing and stacking it in the corner of the room on the floor, all except the stag. Square Short Stag, who stood there watching Finn as Finn walked slowly across the room to put away his clothing. After Finn's story, the squadron returned to normal. The tension which had been with us for over a week disappeared. The aerodrome was a happier place in which to be. But no one ever mentioned Finn's journey. We never once spoke about it together. Not even when we got drunk in the evening at the Excelsior in Haifa. The Syrian campaign was coming to an end. Everyone could see that it must finish soon. Although the Vichy people were still fighting fiercely south of Beirut, we were still flying. We were flying a great deal over the fleet, which was bombarding the coast, for we had the job of protecting them from the Junker 88s which came over from Rhodes. It was on the last one of T.E. flights over the fleet that Finn was killed. We were flying high above the ships when the Ju 88s came over in force and there was a battle. We had only 6 Hurricanes in the air, there were many of the Junkers and it was a good fight. I do not remember much about what went on at the time. One never does, but I remember that it was a hectic, chasing fight, with the Junkers diving for the ships, with the ships sparking at them, throwing up everything into the air so that the sky was full of white flowers which blossomed quickly and grew and blew away with the wind. I remember the German who blew up in mid-air, quickly, with just a white flash, so that where the bomber had been, there was nothing left except DNY little pieces falling slowly downwards. I remember the one that had its rear turret shot away, which flew along with the gunner hanging out of the tail by his straps, struggling to get back into the machine. I remember one. A brave one who stayed up above to fight us while the others went down to dive bomb. I remember that we shot him up and I remember seeing him turn slowly over onto his back, pale green belly upwards like a dead fish, before he spun down. And I remember Finn. I was close to him when his aircraft caught fire. I could see the flames coming out of the nose of his machine and dancing over the engine cowling. There was black smoke coming from the exhaust of his Hurricane. I flew up close and I called to him over the RT. "Hello, Finn," I called, "you'd better jump." His voice came back, calm and slow. "It's not so easy. Jump," I shouted, "jump quickly." I could see him sitting there under the glass roof of the cockpit. He looked towards me and shook his head. "It's not so easy," he answered. "I'm a bit shot up." My arms are shot up and I can't undo the straps. "Get out," I shouted. "For God's sake, get out," but he did not answer. For a moment his aircraft flew on, straight and level, then gently, like a dying eagle, it dipped a wing and dived towards the sea. I watched it as it went, I watched the thin trail of black smoke which it made across the sky, and as I watched, Finn's voice came again over the radio, clear and slow. "I'm a lucky bastard," he was saying. "A lucky bastard. Beware of the dog." Down below there was only a vast wide undulating sea of cloud. Above there was the sun, and the sun was white like the clouds, because it is never yellow when one looks at it from high in the air. He was still flying the Spitfire. His right hand was on the stick and he was working the rudder bar with his left leg alone. It was quite easy. The machine was flying well. He knew what he was doing. "Everything is fine," he thought. "I'm doing all right, I'm doing nicely. I know my way home. I'll be there in half an hour. When I land I shall taxi in and switch off my engine and I shall say, 'Help me to get out, will you?' I shall make my voice sound ordinary and natural and none of them will take any notice. Then I shall say, 'Someone help me to get out. I can't do it alone because I've lost one of my legs.' They'll all laugh and think that I'm joking and I shall say, 'All right, come and have a look, you unbelieving bastards.' Then Yorkie will climb up onto the wing and look inside. He'll probably be sick because of all the blood and the mess. I shall laugh and say, 'For God's sake, help me get out.'" He glanced down again at his right leg. There was not much of it left. The cannon shell had taken him on the thigh, just above the knee, and now there was nothing but a great mess and a lot of blood. But there was no pain. When he looked down, he felt as though he were seeing something that did not belong to him. It had nothing to do with him. It was just a mess which happened to be there in the cockpit, something strange and unusual and rather interesting. It was like finding a dead cat on the sofa. He really felt fine, and because he still felt fine, he felt excited and unafraid. "I won't even bother to call up on the radio for the blood wagon," he thought. "Hi. It isn't necessary. And when I land I'll sit there quite normally and say, 'Some of you fellows come and help me out, will you, because I've lost one of my legs.' That will be funny. I'll laugh a little while I'm saying it. I'll say it calmly and slowly, and they'll think I'm joking. When Yorkie comes up onto the wing and gets sick, I'll say, 'Yorkie, you old son of a bitch, have you fixed my car yet?' Then when I get out I'll make my report. Later I'll go up to London. I'll take that half bottle of whiskey with me and I'll give it to Bluey. We'll sit in her room and drink it. I'll get the water out of the bathroom tap. I won't say much until it's time to go to bed. Then I'll say, 'Bluey, I've got a surprise for you. I lost a leg today. But I don't mind so long as you don't. It doesn't even hurt. We'll go everywhere in cars. I always hated walking except when I walked down the street of the coppersmiths in Baghdad, but I could go in a rickshaw. I could go home and chop wood, but the head always flies off the axe. Hot water, that's what it needs. Put it in the bath and make the handle swell. I chopped lots of wood last time I went home and I put the axe in the bath." Then he saw the sun shining on the engine cowling of his machine. He saw the sun shining on the rivets in the metal, and he remembered the aeroplane and he remembered where he was. He realized that he was no longer feeling good, that he was sick and giddy. His head kept falling forward onto his chest because his neck seemed no longer to have any strength. But he knew that he was flying the Spitfire. He could feel the handle of the stick between the fingers of his right hand. "I'm going to pass out," he thought. "Any moment now I'm going to pass out." He looked at his altimeter. 21,000. To test himself he tried to read the hundreds as well as the thousands. 21,000 and what? As he looked the dial became blurred and he could not even see the needle. He knew then that he must bail out, that there was not a second to lose, otherwise he would become unconscious. Quickly, frantically, he tried to slide back the hood with his left hand, but he had not the strength. For a second he took his right hand off the stick and with both hands he managed to push the hood back. The rush of cold air on his face seemed to help. He had a moment of great clearness. His actions became orderly and precise. That is what happens with a good pilot. He took some quick deep breaths from his oxygen mask, and as he did so, he looked out over the side of the cockpit. Down below there was only a vast white sea of cloud and he realized that he did not know where he was. It'll be the channel, he thought. I'm sure to fall in the drink. He throttled back, pulled off his helmet, undid his straps and pushed the stick hard over to the left. The Spitfire dipped its port wing and turned smoothly over onto its back. The pilot fell out. As he fell, He opened his eyes, because he knew that he must not pass out before he had pulled the cord. On one side he saw the sun, on the other he saw the whiteness of the clouds, and as he fell, as he somersaulted in the air, the white clouds chased the sun and the sun chased the clouds. They chased each other in a small circle, they ran faster and faster, and there was the sun and the clouds and the clouds and the sun, and the clouds came nearer until suddenly there was no longer any sun but only a great whiteness. The whole world was white and there was nothing in it. It was so white that sometimes it looked black, and after a time it was either white or black, but mostly it was white. He watched it as it turned from white to black, then back to white again, and the white stayed for a long time, but the black lasted only for a few seconds. He got into the habit of going to sleep during the white periods, of waking up just in time to see the world when it was black. The black was very quick. Sometimes it was only a flash of black lightning. The white was slow, and in the slowness of it, he always dozed off. One day, when it was white, he put out a hand and he touched something. He took it between his fingers and crumpled it. For a time he lay there, idly letting the tips of his fingers play with the thing which they had took head. Then slowly he opened his eyes, looked down at his hand and saw that he was holding something which was white. It was the edge of a sheet. He knew it was a sheet because he could see the texture of the material and the stitchings on the hem. He screwed up his eyes and opened them again quickly. This time he saw the room. He saw the bed in which he was lying, he saw gray walls in the door and the green curtains over the window. There were some roses on the table by his bed, then he saw the basin on the table near the roses. It was a white enamel basin and beside it there was a small medicine glass. This is a hospital, he thought. I am in a hospital. But he could remember nothing. He lay back on his pillow, looking at the ceiling and wondering what had happened. He was gazing at the smooth grayness of the ceiling which was so clean and gray, and then suddenly he saw a fly walking upon it. The sight of this fly, the suddenness of seeing this small black speck on a sea of gray, brushed the surface of his brain, and quickly, in that second, he remembered everything. He remembered the Spitfire and he remembered the altimeter showing 21,000 feet. He remembered the pushing back of the hood with both hands and he remembered the bailing out. He remembered his leg. It seemed all right now. He looked down at the end of the bed, but he could not tell. He put one hand underneath the bedclothes and felt for his knees. He found one of them, but when he felt for the other, his hand touched something which was soft and covered in bandages. Just then the door opened and a nurse came in. "Hello," she said. "So you've waked up at last." She was not good looking, but she was large and clean. She was between 30 and 40 and she had fair hair. More than that he did not notice. "Where am I?" "You're a lucky fellow. You landed in a wood near the beach. You're in Brighton. They brought you in 2 days ago, and now you're all fixed up. You look fine." "I've lost a leg," he said. "That's nothing. We'll get you another one. Now you must go to sleep. The doctor will be coming to see you in about an hour." She picked up the basin and the medicine glass and went out. But he did not sleep. He wanted to keep his eyes open because he was frightened that if he shut them again everything would go away. He lay looking at the ceiling. The fly was still there. It was very energetic. It would run forward very fast for a few inches, then it would stop, then it would run forward again, stop, run forward, and every now and then it would take off and buzz around viciously in small circles. It always landed back in the same place on the ceiling and started running and stopping all over again. He watched it for so long that after a while it was no longer a fly, but only a black speck upon a sea of gray, and he was still watching it when the nurse opened the door, and stood aside while the doctor came in. He was an army doctor, a major, and he had some last war ribbons on his chest. He was bald and small, but he had a cheerful face and kind eyes. Well, he said. "So you've decided to wake up at last. How are you feeling?" "I feel all right, that's the stuff. You'll be up and about in no time." The doctor took his wrist to feel his pulse. "By the way," he said, "some of the lads from your squadron were ringing up and asking about you. They wanted to come along and see you, but I said that they'd better wait a day or two. Told them you were all right and that they could come and see you a little later on. Just lie quiet and take it easy for a bit. Got something to read?" He glanced at the table with the roses. "No." "Well, nurse will look after you. She'll get you anything you want." With that he waved his hand and went out, followed by the large clean nurse. When they had gone, he lay back and looked at the ceiling again. The fly was still there and as he lay watching it he heard the noise of an aeroplane in the distance. He lay listening to the sound of its engines. It was a long way away. I wonder what it is, he thought. Let me see if I can place it. Suddenly he jerked his head sharply to one side. Anyone who has been bombed can tell the noise of a Junkers 88. They can tell most other German bombers for that matter, but especially a Junkers 88. The engine seemed to sing a duty. There is a deep vibrating bass voice and with it there is a high-pitched tenor. It is the singing of the tenor which makes the sound of a Ju-88 something which one cannot mistake. He lay listening to the noise and he felt quite certain about what it was. But where were the sirens and where the guns? That German pilot certainly had a nerve coming near Brighton alone in daylight. The aircraft was always far away and soon the noise faded away into the distance. Later on there was another. This one, too, was far away, but there was the same deep undulating bass and the high swinging tenor and there was no mistaking it. He had heard that noise every day during the battle. He was puzzled. There was a bell on the table by the bed. He reached Toothy's hand and rang it. He heard the noise of footsteps down the corridor. The nurse came in. "Nurse, what were those airplanes?" "I'm sure I don't know. I didn't hear them. Probably fighters or bombers. I expect they were returning from France." "Why, what's the matter?" "They were Ju-88s. I'm sure they were Ju-88s. I know the sound of the engines. There were two of them. What were they doing over here?" The nurse came up to the side of his bed and began to straighten out the sheets and tuck them in under the mattress. "Gracious me, what things you imagine. You mustn't worry about a thing like that. Would you like me to get you something to read?" "No, thank you." She patted his pillow and brushed back the hair from his forehead with her hand. "They never come over in daylight any longer. You know that. They were probably Lancasters or Flying Fortresses." "Nurse." "Yes, could I have a cigarette?" "Why certainly you can." She went out and came back almost at once with a packet of players and some matches. She handed one to him and when he had put it in his mouth, she struck a match and lit it. "If you want me again," she said, "just ring the bell," and she went out. Once towards evening he heard the noise of another aircraft. It was far away, but even so he knew that it was a single-engine machine. It was going fast, he could tell that. He could not place it. It wasn't a Spit, and it wasn't a Hurricane. It did not sound like an American engine either. They mock more noise. He did not know what it was, and it worried him greatly. "Perhaps I am very ill," he thought. "Perhaps I am imagining things. Perhaps I am a little delirious. I simply do not know what to think." That evening the nurse came in with a basin of hot water and began to wash him. "Well," she said, "I hope you don't think that we're being bombed." She had taken off his pajama top and was soaping his right arm with a flannel. He did not answer. She rinsed the flannel in the water, rubbed more soap on it, and began to wash his chest. "You're looking fine this evening," she said. "They operated on you as soon as you came in. They did a marvelous job. You'll be all right. I've got a brother in the RAF," she added. "Flying bombers." He said, "I went to school in Brighton." She looked up quickly. "Well, that's fine," she said. "I expect you'll know some people in the town." "Yes," he said, "I know quite a few." She had finished washing his chest and arms. Now she turned back the bedclothes so that his left leg was uncovered. She did it in such a way that high-ass bandaged stump remained under the sheets. She undid the cord of his pajama trousers and took them off. There was no trouble because they had cut off his right trouser leg so that it could not interfere with the bandages. She began to wash his left leg and the rest of his body. This was the first time he had had a bed bath and he was embarrassed. She laid a towel under his leg and began washing his foot with a flannel. She said, "This wretched soap won't lather at all. It's the water. It's as hard as nails," he said. "None of the soap is very good now and, of course, with hard water it's hopeless." As he said it he remembered something. He remembered the baths which he used to take at school in Brighton, in the long stone-floored bathroom which had 4 baths in a row. He remembered how the water was so soft that you had to take a shower afterwards to get all the soap off your body, and he remembered how the foam used to float on the surface of the water, so that you could not see your legs underneath. He remembered that sometimes they were given calcium tablets because the school doctor used to say that soft water was bad for the teeth. "In Brighton," he said, "the water is an apostrophe T. He did not finish the sentence. Something had occurred to him, something so fantastic and absurd that for a moment he felt like telling the nurse about it and having a good laugh. She looked up. "The water isn't what?" she said. "Nothing," he answered. "I was dreaming." She rinsed the flannel in the basin, wiped the soap off his leg and dried him with a towel. "It's nice to be washed," he said. "I feel better." He was feeling his face with his hand. "I need a shave." "We'll do that tomorrow," she said. "Perhaps you can do it yourself then." That night he could not sleep. He lay awake thinking of the Junkers 88s and of the hardness of the water. He could think of nothing else. They were Ju 88s, he said to himself. I know they were, and yet it is not possible, because they would not be flying around so low over here in broad daylight. I know that it is true, and yet I know that it is impossible. Perhaps I am ill, perhaps I am behaving like a fool and do not know what I am doing or saying. Perhaps I am delirious. For a long time he lay awake thinking these things, and once he sat up in bed and said aloud, "I will prove that I am not crazy. I will make a little speech about something complicated and intellectual. I will talk about what to do with Germany after the war." But before he had time to begin, he was asleep. He woke just as the first light of day was showing through the slit in the curtains over the window. The room was still dark, but he could tell that it was already beginning to get light outside. He lay looking at the gray light which was showing through the slit in the curtain, and as he lay there he remembered the day before. He remembered the Junkers 88s and the hardness of the water. He remembered the large pleasant nurse and the kind doctor. Indeed, now a small grain of doubt took root in his mind and it began to grow. He looked around the room. The nurse had taken the roses out the night before. There was nothing except the table with a packet of cigarettes, a box of matches and an ashtray. The room was bare. It was no longer warm or friendly. It was not even comfortable. It was cold and empty and very quiet. Slowly the grain of doubt grew, and with it came fear, a light, dancing fear that warned but did not frighten, the kind of fear that one gets not because one is afraid, but because one feels that there is something wrong. Quickly the doubt and the fear grew so that he became restless and angry, and when he touched his forehead with his hand, he found that it was damp with sweat. He knew then that he must do something, that he must find some way of proving to himself that he was either right or wrong, and he looked up and saw again the window and the green curtains. From where he lay, that window was right in front of him, but it was fully 10 yards away. Somehow he must reach it and look out. The idea became an obsession with him, and soon he could think of nothing except the window. But what about his leg? He put his hand underneath the bedclothes and felt the thick bandaged stump. It was all that was left on the right-hand side. It seemed all right. It didn't hurt. But it would not be easy. He sat up, then he pushed the bedclothes aside and put his left leg on the floor. Slowly, carefully, he swung his body over until he had both hands on the floor as well. Then he was out of bed, kneeling on the carpet. He looked at the stump. It was very short and thick, covered with bandages. It was beginning to hurt and he could feel it throbbing. He wanted to collapse, lie down on the carpet and do nothing, but he knew that he must go on. With 2 arms and 1 leg, he crawled over towards the window. He would reach forward as far as he could with his arms, then he would give a little jump and slide his left leg along after them. Each time he did it, it jarred his wound so that he gave a soft grunt of pain, but he continued to crawl across the floor on 2 hands and 1 knee. When he got to the window he reached up, and one at a time he placed both hands on the sill. Slowly he raised himself up until he was standing on his left leg, then quickly he pushed aside the curtains and looked out. He saw a small house with a great tiled roof standing alone beside a narrow lane, and immediately behind it there was a plowed field. In front of house there was an untidy garden, and there was a green hedge separating the garden from the lane. He was looking at the hedge when he saw the sign. It was just a piece of board nailed to the top of a short pole, and because the hedge had not been trimmed for a long time, the branches had grown out around the sign so that it seemed almost as though it had been placed in the middle of the hedge. There was something written on the board with heat paint. He pressed his head against the glass of the window, trying to read what it said. The first letter was a G, he could see that. The second was an A, and the third was an R. One after another he managed to see what the letters were. There were 3 words, and slowly he spelled the letters out aloud to himself as he managed to read them. Gardeauchifn, Gardaochen, that is what it said. He stood there balancing on 1 leg and holding tightly to the edges of the windowsill with his hands, staring at the sign and at the whitewashed lettering of the words. For a moment he could think of nothing at all. He stood there looking at the sign, repeating the words over and over to himself. Slowly he began to realize the full meaning of the thing. He looked up at the Cottag and at the plowed field. He looked at the small orchard on the left-off cottage and he looked at the green countryside beyond. So this is France, he said. I am in France. Now the throbbing in his right thigh was very great. It felt as though someone was pounding the end of his stump with a hammer, and suddenly the pain became so intense that it affected his head. For a moment he thought he was going to fall. Quickly he knelt down again, crawled back to the bed and hoisted himself in. He pulled the bedclothes over himself and lay back on the pillow, exhausted. He could still think of nothing at all except the small sign by the hedge and the plowed field and the orchard. It was the WORDS on the sign that he could not forget. It was some time before the nurse came in. She came carrying a basin of hot water and she said, "Good morning, how are you today?" He said, "Good morning, nurse." The pain was still great under the bandages, but he did not wish to tell this woman anything. He looked at her as she busied herself with getting the washing things ready. He looked at her more carefully now. Her hair was very fair. She was tall and big-boned and her face seemed pleasant, but there was something a little uneasy about her eyes. They were never still. They never looked at anything for more than a moment, and they moved too quickly from one place to another in the room. There was something about her movements also. They were too sharp and nervous to go well with the casual manner in which she spoke. She set down the basin, took off his pajama top and began to wash him. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes, good," she said. She was washing his arms and his chest. "I believe there's someone coming down to see you from the Air Ministry after breakfast," she went on. "They want a report or something. I expect you know all about it, how you got shot down and all that. I won't let him stay long, so don't worry." He did not answer. She finished washing him and gave him a toothbrush and some tooth powder. He brushed his teeth, rinsed his mouth and spat the water out into the basin. Later she brought him his breakfast on a tray, but he did not want to eat. He was still feeling weak and sick, and he wished only to lie still and think about what had happened. And there was a sentence running through his head. It was a sentence which Johnny, the intelligence officer of his squadron, always repeated to the pilots every day before they went out. He could see Johnny now, leaning against the wall of the dispersal hut with his pipe in his hand, saying, "And if they get you, don't forget, just your name, rank and number. Nothing else. For God's sake, say nothing else." "There you are," she said as she put the tray on his lap. "I've got you an egg. Can you manage all right?" "Yes." She stood beside the bed. "Are you feeling all right?" "Yes." "Good. If you want another egg I might be able to get you one. This is all right. Well, just ring the bell if you want any more." And she went out. He had just finished eating, when the nurse came in again. She said, "Wing Commander Roberts is here. I've told him that he can only stay for a few minutes." She beckoned with her hand and the wing commander came in. "Sorry to bother you like this," he said. He was an ordinary RAF officer, dressed in a uniform which was a little shabby. He wore wings and a DFC. He was fairly tall and thin with plenty of black hair. His teeth, which were irregular and widely spaced, stuck out a little even when he closed his mouth. As he spoke he took a printed form and a pencil from his pocket and he pulled up a chair and sat down. "How are you feeling?" There was no answer. "Tough luck about your leg. I know how you feel. I hear you put up a fine show before they got you." The man in the bed was lying quite still, watching the man in the chair. The man in the chair said, "Well, let's get this stuff over. I'm afraid you'll have to answer a few questions so that I can fill in this combat report. Let me see now. First of all, what was your squadron?" The man in the bed did not move. He looked straight at the wing commander and he said, "My name is Peter Williamson, my rank is squadron leader and my number is 972457. Only this, that night the frost was very heavy. It covered the hedges and whitened the grass in the fields so that it seemed almost as though it had been snowing. But the night was clear and beautiful and bright with stars, and the moon was nearly full." The cottage stood alone in a corner of the big field. There was a path from the front door which led across the field to a stile and on over the next field to a gate which opened onto the lane about 3 miles from the village. There were no other houses in sight and the country around was open and flat and many of the fields were under the plow because of the war. The light of the moon shone upon the cottage. It shone through the open window into the bedroom where the woman was asleep. She slept lying on her back, with her face upturned to the ceiling, with her long hair spread out around her on the pillow, and although she was asleep, her face was not the face of someone who is resting. Once she had been beautiful, but now there were thin furrows running across her forehead and there was a tightness about the way in which her skin was stretched over the cheekbones. But her mouth was still gentle, and as she slept, she did not close her lips. The bedroom was small, with a low ceiling, and for furniture there was a dressing table and an armchair. The clothes of the woman lay over the bouquet of the armchair where she had put them when she undressed. Her black shoes were on the floor beside the chair. On the dressing table there was a hairbrush, a letter and a large photograph of a young boy in uniform who wore a pair of wings on the left side of his tunic. It was a smiling photograph, the kind that one likes to send to one's mother, and it had a thin, black frame made of wood. The moon shone through the open window and the woman slept her restless sleep. There was no noise anywhere save for the soft, regular noise of her breathing and the rustle of the bedclothes as she stirred in her sleep. Then, from far away, there came a deep, gentle rumble which grew and became louder and louder until soon the whole sky seemed to be filled with a great noise which throbbed and kept on throbbing and did not stop. Right at the beginning, even before it came close, the woman had heard the noise. In her sleep she had been waiting for it, listening for the noise and dreading the moment when it would come. When she heard it, she opened her eyes and for a while she lay quite still, listening. Then she sat up, pushed the bedclothes aside and got out of bed. She went over to the window and placing her hands on the windowsill, she leaned out, looking up into the sky, and her long hair fell down over her shoulders, over the thin cotton nightdress which she wore. For many minutes she stood there in the cold, leaning out of the window, hearing the noise, looking up and searching the sky, but she saw only the bright moon and the stars. "God keep you," she said aloud. "Oh dear, God keep you safe." Then she turned and went quickly over to the bed, pulled the blankets away and wrapped them round her shoulders like a shawl. She slipped her bare feet into the black shoes and walked over to the armchair and pushed it forward so that it was right up in front of the window. Then she sat down. The noise and the throbbing overhead was very great. For a long time it continued as the huge procession of bombers moved towards the south. All the while the woman sat huddled in her blankets, looking out of the window into the sky. Then it was over. Once more the night became silent, the frost lay heavy in the field and on the hedges and it seemed as though the whole countryside was holding its breath. An army was marching in the sky. All along the route people had heard the noise and knew what it was. They knew that soon, even before they had gone to sleep, there would be a battle. Men drinking beer in the pubs had stopped their talking in order to listen. Families in their houses had turned off the radio and gone out into their gardens, where they stood looking up into the sky. Soldiers arguing in their tents had stopped their shouting, and men and women walking home at night from the factories stood still on the road, listening to the noise. It is always the same. As the bombers move south across the country at night, the people who hear them become strangely silent. For those women whose men are with the planes, the moment is not an easy one to bear. Now they had gone, and the woman lay back in the armchair and closed her eyes, but she did not sleep. Her face was white and the skin seemed to have been drawn tightly over her cheeks and gathered up in wrinkles around her eyes. Her lips were parted and it was as though she were listening to someone talking. Almost she could hear the sound of his voice as he used to call to her from outside the window when he came back from working in fields. She could hear him saying he was hungry and asking what there was for supper, and then when he came in he would put his arm around her shoulder and talk to her about what he had been doing all day. She would bring in the supper and he would sit down and start to eat and always he would say, "Why don't you have some?" and she never knew what to answer except that she wasn't hungry. She would sit and watch him and pour out his tea, and after a while she would take his plate and go out into the kitchen to get him some more. It was not easy having only one child. The emptiness when he was not there and the knowing all the time that something might happen, the deep conscious knowing that there was nothing else to live for except this, that if something did happen, then you too would be dead. There would be no use in sweeping the floor or washing the dishes or cleaning the house, there would be no use in gathering wood for the fire or in feeding the hens, there would be no use in living. Now, as she sat there by the open window she did not feel the cold, she felt only a great loneliness and a great fear. The fear took hold of her and grew upon her so that she could not bear it, and she got up from the chair and leaned out of the window again, looking up into the sky, and as she looked at the night was no longer beautiful, it was cold and clear and immensely dangerous. She did not see the fields or the hedges or the carpet of frost upon the countryside, she saw only the depths of the sky and the danger that was there. Slowly she turned and sank down again into her chair. Now the fear was great, she could think of nothing at all except that she must see him and be with him, that she must see him now because tomorrow would be too late. He let her head rest against the back of the chair and when she closed her eyes she saw the aircraft, she saw it clearly in the moonlight, moving forward through the night like a great, black bird. She was so close to it and she could see the way in which the nose of the machine reached out far ahead of everything, as though the bird was craning its neck in the eagerness of its passage. She could see the markings on the wings and on the body and she knew that he was inside. Twice she called to him, but there was no answer. Then the fear and the longing welled up within her so that she could stand it no longer, and it carried her forward through the night and on until she was with him, beside him, so close that she could have touched him had she put out her hand. He was sitting at the controls with gloves on his hands, dressed in a great bulky flying suit which made his body look huge and shapeless and twice its normal size. He was looking straight ahead at the instruments on the panel, concentrating upon what he was doing and thinking of nothing except flying the machine. Now she called to him again and he heard her. He looked around and when saw her, he smiled and stretched out a hand and touched her shoulder. And then all the fear and the loneliness and the longing went out of her and she was happy. For a long time she stood beside him watching him as he flew the Mach-E. Every now and then he would look around and smile at her, and once he said something, but she could not hear what it was because of the noise off engines. Suddenly he pointed ahead through the glass windshield of the aeroplane and she saw that the sky was full of searchlights. There were many hundreds of them, long white fingers of light traveling lazily across the sky, swaying this way and that, working in unison so that sometimes several of them would come together and meet in the same spot and after a while they would separate and meet again somewhere else. All the time searching the night for the bombers which were moving in on the target. Behind the searchlights she saw the flak. It was coming up from the town in a thick many-colored curtain, and the flash of the shells as they burst into the sky lit up the inside of the bomber. He was looking straight ahead now, concentrating upon the flying, weaving through the searchlights and going directly into this curtain of flak, and she watched and waited and did not dare to move or to speak lest she distract him from his task. She knew that they had been hit when she saw the flames from the nearest engine on the left side. She watched them through the glass of the side panel, licking against the surface of the wing as the wind blew them backwards, and she watched them take hold of the wing and come dancing over the black surface until they were right up onto the cockpit itself. At first she was not frightened. She could see him sitting there, very cool, glancing continually to one side, watching the flames and flying the machine, and once he looked quickly around and smiled at her and she knew then that there was no danger. All around she saw the searchlights and the flak and the explosions of flak and the colors of the tracer, and the sky was not a sky but just a small confined space which was so full of lights and explosions that it did not seem possible that one could fly through it. But the flames were brighter now on the left wing. They had spread over the whole surface. They were alive and active, feeding on the fabric, leaning backwards in the wind which fanned them and encouraged them and gave them no chance of going out. Then came the explosion. There was a blinding white flash and a hollow crump as though someone had burst a blown-up paper bag. Then there was nothing but flames and thick whitish-gray smoke. The flames were coming up through the floor and through the sides of the cockpit. The smoke was so thick that it was difficult to see and almost impossible to breathe. She became terrified and panicky because he was still sitting there at the controls, flying the machine, fighting to keep it on an even keel, turning the wheel first to one side, then to the other. And suddenly there was a blast of cold air and she had a vague impression of urgent crouching figures scrambling past her and throwing themselves away from the burning aircraft. Now the whole thing was a mass of flames and through the smoke she could see him still sitting there, fighting with the wheel while the crew got out, and as he did so he held one arm up over his face because the heat was so great. She rushed forward and took him by the shoulders and shook him and shouted, "Come on, quickly, you must get out, quickly, quickly." Then she saw that his head had fallen forward upon his chest and that he was limp and unconscious. Frantically she tried to pull him out of the seat and towards the door, but he was too limp and heavy. The smoke was filling her lungs and her throat so that she began to retch and gasp for breath. She was hysterical now, fighting against death and against everything, and she managed to get her hands under his arms and drag him a little way toward the door. But it was impossible to get him farther. His legs were tangled around the wheel and there was a buckle somewhere which she could not undo. She knew then that it was impossible, that there was no hope because of the smoke and the fire and because there was no time, and suddenly all the strength drained out of her body. She fell down on top of him and began to cry as she had never cried before. Then came the spin and the fierce rushing drive downwards and she was round forward into the fire so that the last she knew was the bright yellow of the flames and the smell of the burning. Her eyes were closed and her head was resting against the back of the chair. Her hands were clutching the edges of the blankets as though she were trying to pull them tighter around her body and her long hair fell down over her shoulders. Outside the moon was low in the sky. The frost lay heavier than ever on the fields and on the hedges and there was no noise anywhere. Then from far away in the south came a deep gentle rumble which grew and became louder and louder until soon the whole sky was filled with the noise and the singing of those who were coming back. But the woman who sat by the window never moved. She had been dead for some time. "Someone like you. Beer?" "Yes, beer." I gave the order and the waiter brought the bottles and 2 glasses. We poured out our own, tipping the glasses and holding the tops of the bottles close to the glass. "Cheers," I said. He nodded. We lifted our glasses and drank. It was 5 years since I had seen him, and during that time he had been fighting the war. He had been fighting it right from the beginning up to now, and I saw at once how he had changed. From being a young, bouncing boy, he had become someone old and wise and gentle. He had become gentle like a wounded child. He had become old like a tired man of 70 years. He had become so different and he had changed so much that at first it was embarrassing for both of us and it was not easy to know what to say. He had been flying in France in the early days and he was in Britain during the battle. He was in the western desert when we had nothing and he was in Greece and Crete. He was in Syria and he was at Habania during the rebellion. He was at Alamein. He had been flying in Sicily and in Italy and then he had gone back and flown again from England. Now he was an old man. He was small, not more than 5 feet 6, and he had a pale, wide-open face which did not hide anything, and a sharp-pointed chin. His eyes were bright and dark. They were never still unless they were looking into your own. His hair was black and untidy. There was a wisp of it always hanging down over his forehead. He kept pushing it back with his hand. For a while we were awkward and did not speak. He was sitting opposite me at the table, leaning forward a little, drawing lines on the dew of the cold beer glass with his finger. He was looking at the glass, pretending to concentrate upon what he was doing, and to me it seemed as though he had something to say, but that he did not know how to say it. I sat there and picked nuts out of the plate and munched them noisily, pretending that I did not see about anything, not even about making a noise while eating. Then without stopping his drawing on the glass and without looking up, he said quietly and very slowly, "Oh God, I wish I was a waiter or a whore or something." He picked up his glass and drank the beer slowly and all at once, in 2 swallows. I knew now that there was something on his mind and I knew Aid was gathering courage so that he could speak. "Let's have another," I said. "Yes, let's have a whiskey." "All right, whiskey." I ordered 2 double scotches and some soda, and we poured the soda into the scotch and drank. He picked up his glass and drank, put it down, picked it up again and drank some more. As he put down the glass the second time, he leaned forward and quite suddenly he began to talk. "You know," he said, I keep thinking during a raid, when we are running over the target, just as we are going to release our bombs, I keep thinking to myself, shall I just jink a little, shall I swerve a fraction to one side, then my bombs will fall on someone else. I keep thinking, whom shall I make them fall on, whom shall I kill tonight? Which 10, 20 or 100 people shall I kill tonight? It is all up to me. And now I think about TS every time I go out." He had taken a small nut and was splitting it into pieces with his thumbnail as he spoke, looking down at what he was doing because he was embarrassed by his own talk. He was speaking very slowly. "It would just be a gentle pressure with the ball of my foot upon the rudder bar, a pressure so slight that I would hardly know that I was doing it, and it would throw the bombs onto a different house and onto other people. It is all up to me, the whole thing is up to me, and each time that I go out I have to decide which one shall be killed. I can do it with the gentle pressure of the ball of my foot upon the rudder bar. I can do it so that I don't even notice that it is being done. I just lean a little to one side because I am shifting my sitting position. That is all I am doing, and then I kill a different lot of people." Now there was no dew left upon the face of the glass, but he was still running the fingers of his right hand up and down the smooth surface. "Yes," he said, "it is a complicated thought, it is very far-reaching, and when I am bombing I cannot get it out of my mind. You see, it is such a gentle pressure with the ball of the foot, just a touch on the rudder bar and the bomb aimer wouldn't even notice. Each time I go out, I say to myself, shall it be these or shall it be those? Which ones are the worst? Perhaps if I make a little skid to the left I will get a house full of lousy women shooting German soldiers. Or perhaps if I make that little skid I will miss getting the soldiers and get an old man in a shelter. How can I know? How can anyone know these things?" He paused and pushed his empty glass away from him into the middle of the table. "And so I never jink," he added, "at least hardly ever." "I jinked once," I said, "ground strafing. I thought I'd kill the ones on the other side of the road instead." "Everybody jinks," he said. "Shall we have another drink?" "Yes, let's have another." I called the waiter and gave the order, and while we were waiting, we saw T looking around the room at the other people. The place was starting to fill up because it was about 6 o'clock and we sat there looking at the people who were coming in. They were standing around looking for tables, sitting down, laughing and ordering drinks. "Look at that woman," I said. "The one just sitting down over there. What about her?" "Wonderful figure," I said. "Wonderful bosom. Look at her bosom." The waiter brought the drinks. "Did I ever tell you about Stinker?" he said. "Stinker who?" "Stinker Sullivan in Malta. Number 11 about Stinker's dog?" "No, 11 Stinker had a dog, a great big Alsatian, and he loved that dog as though it was his father and his mother and everything else he had, and Tee dog loved Stinker. It used to follow him around everywhere he went, and when he went on ops it used to sit on the tarmac outside the hangars waiting for him to come back. It was called Smith. Stinker really loved that dog. He loved it like his mother and he used to talk to it all day long." "Lousy whiskey," I said. "Yes, let's have another, we got some more whiskey." "Well anyway," he went on, "one day the squadron got orders to fly to Egypt. We had to go at once, not in 2 hours or later in the day, but at once. And Stinker couldn't find his dog. Couldn't find Smith anywhere, started running all over the aerodrome yelling for Smith and going mad yelling at everyone asking where he was and yelling Smith Smith all over the aerodrome. Smith wasn't anywhere." "Where was he?" I said. "He wasn't there and we had to go. Stinker had to go without Smith and he was mad as a hatter. His crew said he kept calling up over the radio asking G if they'd found him. All the way to Heliopolis he kept calling up Malta saying, 'Have you got Smith?' and Malta kept saying no, they hadn't." "This whiskey is really terrible," I said. "Yes. We must have some more. We had a waiter who was very quick." "I was telling you about Stinker," he said. "Yes, tell me about Stinker." "Well, when we got to Egypt he wouldn't talk about anything except Smith. He used to walk around acting as though the dog was always with him. Damn fool walked around saying, 'Come on, Smith, old boy come on,' and he kept looking down and talking to him as he walked along. Kept reaching down and patting the air and stroking this bloody dog that wasn't there." "Where was it?" "Malta, I suppose." "Must have been in Malta. Isn't this awful whiskey? Terrible. We must have some more when we've finished this. Cheers. Cheers, waiter." "Oh waiter." "Yes, again. So Smith was in Malta?" "Yes," he said. "And this damn fool Stinker Sullivan went on like this right up to the time he was killed. Must have been mad." "He was. Mad as a hatter, you know once he walked into the sporting club at Alexandria at drinking time. That wasn't so mad. He walked into the big lounge and as he went in he held the door open and started calling his dog. Then when he thought the dog had come in he closed the door and started walking right down the length of the room, stopping every now and then and looking round and saying, 'Come on, Smith, old boy, come on.' He kept flipping his fingers. Once he got down under a table where 2 men and 2 women were drinking. He got onto his hands and knees and said, 'Smith, come on out of there, come here at once,' and he put out his hand and started dragging nothing at all from under the table. Then he apologized to the people at the table. 'This is the hell of a dog,' he said to them. You should have seen their faces. He went on like that all down Tee room and when he came to the other end he held the door open for the dog to go out and then went out after it. Man was mad. Mad as a hatter. And you should have seen their faces. It was full of people drinking and they didn't know whether it was them who were crazy or whether it was Stinker. They kept looking up at each other to make sure that they weren't the only ones who couldn't see the dog. One man dropped his drink. That was awful. Terrible. The waiter came and went. The room was full of people now, all sitting at little tables, talking and drinking and wearing their uniforms. The pilot poked the ice down into his glass with his finger. He used to drink too, he said. Who? Stinker. He used to talk about it. Drinking isn't anything, I said. It's like not touching the cracks on the pavement when you're walking along. Balls. That's just personal. Doesn't affect anyone else. Well, it's like car waiting. What's car waiting? I always do it, I said. What is it? Just as you're going to drive off, you sit back and count 20, then you drive off. You're mad too, he said. You're like Stinker. It's a wonderful way to avoid accidents. I've never had one in a car yet, at least, not a bad one. You're drunk. No, I always do it. Why? Because then if someone was going to have stepped off the curb in front of your car, you won't hit them because you started later. You were delayed because you counted 20, and the person who stepped off the curb whom you would have hit, you missed him. Why? He stepped off the curb long before you got there because you counted 20. That's a good idea. I know it's a good idea. It's a bloody marvelous idea. I've saved lots of lives. And you can drive straight across intersection S because the car you would have hit has already gone by. It went by just a little earlier because you delayed yourself by counting 20. Marvelous. Isn't it? But it's like jinking, he said. You never really know what would have happened. I always do it, I said. We kept right on drinking. Look at that woman, I said. The one with the bosom? Yes, marvelous bosom. He said slowly, I bet I've killed lots of women more beautiful than that one. Not lots with bosoms like that. I'll bet I have. Shall we have another drink? Yes, one for the road. There aren't any other women with bosoms like that, I said. Not in Germany anyway. Oh yes there are. I've killed lots of them, all right. You've killed lots of women with wonderful bosoms. He leaned back and waved his hand around the room. See all the people in this room, he said. Yes. Wouldn't there be a bloody row if they were all suddenly dead? If they all suddenly fell off their chairs onto the floor dead? What about it? Wouldn't there be a bloody row? Certainly there'd be a row. If all the waiters got together and put stuff in all the drinks and everyone died, there'd be a almighty row. Well, I've done that hundreds of times. I've killed more people than the rear in this room hundreds of times. So have you. Lots more, I said. But that's different. Same sort of people. Men and women and waiters. All drinking in a pub. That's different, like hell it is. Wouldn't there be a bloody row if it happened here? Bloody awful row. But we've done it. Lots of times. Hundreds of times, I said. This is nothing. This is a lousy place. Yes, it's lousy. Let's go somewhere else. Finish our drinks. We finished our drinks and we both tried to pay the bill, so we tossed for it and I won. It came to $16.25. He gave the waiter a $2 tip. We got up and walked around the tables and over to the door. Taxi, he said. Yes, must have a taxi. There wasn't a doorman. We stood out on the curb waiting for a taxi to see Ome along and he said, this is a good town. Wonderful town, I said. I felt fine. It was dark outside, but there were a few street lamps, and we could see the cars going by and the people walking out on the other side of the street. There was a thin, quiet drizzle falling, and the wetness on the black street shone yellow under the lights of the cars aired under the street lamps. The tires of the cars hissed on the wet surface. Let's go to a place which has lots of whiskey, he said. Lots of whiskey and a man with egg on his beard serving it. Fine. Somewhere where there are no other people but just us and the man with egg on his beard. Either that. Yes, I said. Either that or what? Or a place with 100,000 people in it. Yes, I said. Okay. We stood there waiting and we could see the lights of the cars as they see Ame round the bend over to the left, coming towards us with the tires swishying on the wet surface and going past us up the road to the bridge which geese over the river. We could see the drizzle falling through the beams of their headlights and we stood there waiting for a taxi. Switch bitch, the visitor. Not long ago, a large wooden case was deposited at the door of my house by the railway delivery service. It was an unusually strong and well-constructed object, and made of some kind of darker hardwood, not unlike mahogany. I lifted it with great difficulty onto a table in the garden, and examined it carefully. The stenciling on one side said that it had been shipped from Haifa by the RNV Waverly Star, but I could find no sender's name or address. I tried to think of somebody living in Haifa or thereabouts who might be wanting to send me a magnificent present. I could think of no one. I walked slowly to the tool shed, still pondering the matter deeply, and returned with a hammer and screwdriver. Then I began gently to prise open the top of the case. Behold, it was filled with books. Extraordinary books. One by one, I lifted them all out and stacked them in 3 tall piles on the table. There were 28 volumes altogether, and very beautiful they were indeed. Each of them was identically and superbly bound in rich green morocco, with the initials O, H, C and a Roman numeral tooled in gold upon the spine. I took up the nearest volume, number 16, and opened it. The unlined white pages were filled with a neat small handwriting in black ink. On the title, E-page was written 1934. Nothing else. I took up another volume, number 21. It contained more manuscript in the same handwriting, but on the title page E it said 1939. I put it down and pulled out volume 1, hoping to find a preface of some kind there, or perhaps the author's name. Instead, I found an envelope inside the cover. The envelope was addressed to me. I took out the letter it contained and glanced quickly at the signature. Oswald Hendrik Cornelius, it said. It was Uncle Oswald. No member of the family had heard from Uncle Oswald for over 30 years. This letter was dated March 10, 1964, and until its arrival, we could only assume that he still existed. Nothing was really known about him except that he lived in France, that he traveled a great deal, that he was a wealthy bachelor with unsavory but glamorous habits who steadfastly refused to have anything to do with his own relatives. The rest was all rumor and hearsay, but the rumors were so splendid and the hearsay so exotic that Oswald had long since become a shining hero and a legend to us all. My dear boy, the letter began, I believe that you and your 3 sisters are my closest surviving blood relations. You are therefore my rightful heirs, and because I have made no will, all that I leave behind me when I die will be yours. Alas, I have nothing to leave. I used to have quite a lot, and the fact that I have recently disposed of it all in my own way is none of your business. As consolation, though, I am sending you my private diaries. These, I think, ought to remain in the family. They cover all the best years of my life, and it will do you no harm to read them. But if you show them around or lend them to strangers, you do so at your own great peril. If you publish them, then that, I should imagine, would be the end of both you and your publisher simultaneously, for you must understand that thousands of the heroines whom I mention in the diaries are still only half dead, and if you were foolish enough to splash their lily-white reputation with scarlet print, they would have your head on a salver in 2 seconds flat, and probably roast it in the oven for good measure. So you'd better be careful. I only met you once. That was years ago, in 1921, when your family was living in that large ugly house in South Wales. I was your big uncle and you were a very small boy, about 5 years old. I don't suppose you remember the young Norwegian nursemaid you had then. A remarkably clean, well-built girl she was, and exquisitely shaped even in her uniform with its ridiculous starchy white shield concealing her lovely bosom. The afternoon I was there, she was taking you for a walk in the woods to pick bluebells, and I asked if I might come along, and when we got well into the middle of the woods, I told you I'd give you a bar of chocolate if you could find your own way home. And you did. You were a sensible child. Farewell, Oswald Hendricks Cornelius. The sudden arrival of the diaries caused much excitement in the family, and there was a rush to read them. We were not disappointed. It was astonishing stuff, hilarious, witty, exciting, and often quite touching as well. T-Man's vitality was unbelievable. He was always on the move, from city to city, from country to country, from woman to woman, and in between the women, he would be searching for spiders in Kashmir or tracking down a blue porcelain vase in Nanking, but the women always came first. Wherever he went, he left an endless trail of females in his wake, females ruffled and ravished beyond words, but purring like cats. 28 volumes with exactly 300 pages to each volume tack us a deal of reading, and there are precious few writers who could hold an audience over a distance like that. But Oswald did it. The narrative never seemed to lose its flavor, the pace seldom slackened, and almost without exception, every single entry, whether it was long or short, and whatever the subject, became a marvelous little individual story that was complete in itself, and at the end of it all, when the last page of the volume had been read, one was left with the rather breathless feeling that this might just possibly be one of the major autobiographical works of our time, if it were regarded solely as a chronicle of a man's amorous adventures. Then without a doubt there was nothing to touch it. Casanova's memoirs read like a parish magazine in comparison, and the famous lover himself, beside Oswald, appears positively undersexed. There was social dynamite on every page. Oswald was right about that, but he was surely wrong in thinking that the explosions would all come from the women. What about their husbands, the humiliated cock sparrows, the cuckolds? The cuckold, when aroused, is a very fierce bird indeed, and there would be thousands upon thousands of them rising up out of the bushes if the Cornelius diaries, unabridged, saw the light of day while they were still alive. Publication, therefore, was right out of the question. A pity, this. Such a pity, in fact, that I thought something ought to be done about it, so I sat down and reread the diaries from beginning to end in the hope that I might discover at least one complete passage which could be printed and published without involving both the publisher and myself in serious litigation. To my joy, I found no less than 6. I showed them to a lawyer. He said he thought they might be safe, but he wouldn't guarantee it. One of them, the Sinai Desert episode, seemed safer than the other 5, he added, so I have decided to start with that one and to offer it for publication right away. At the end of this short preface, If it is accepted and all goes well, then perhaps I shall release one or two more. The Sinai entry is from the last volume of all, volume 28, and is dated 24 August 1946. In point of fact, it is the very last entry of the last volume, me of all, the last thing Oswald ever wrote, and we have no record of where he went or what he did after that date. One can only guess. You shall have the entry verbatim in a moment, but first of all, and so that you may more easily understand some of the things Oswald says and does in his story, let me try to tell you a little about the man himself. Out of the mass of confession and opinion contained in those 28 volumes, there emerges a fairly clear picture of his character. At the time of the Sinai episode, Oswald Hendricks Cornelius was 51 years old, and he had, of course, never been married. I am afraid, he was in the habit of saying, that I have been blessed, or should I call it burdened, with an uncommonly fastidious nature. In some ways, this was true, but in others, and especially in so far as marriage was concerned, the statement was the exact opposite of the truth. The real reason Oswald had refused to get married was simply that he had never in his life been able to confine his attentions to one particular woman for longer than the time it took to conquer her. When that was done, he lost interest and looked around for another victim. A normal man would hardly consider this a valid reason for remaining single, but Oswald was not a normal man. He was not even a normal polygamous man. He was, to be honest, such a wanton and incorrigible philanderer that no bride on earth would have put up with him for more than a few days, let alone for the duration of a honeymoon, although heaven knows there were enough who would have been willing to give it a try. He was a tall, narrow person with a fragile and faintly aesthetic air. His voice was soft, his manner was courteous, and at first sight he seemed more like a gentleman in waiting to the queen than a celebrated rapscallion. He never discussed his amorous affairs with other men, and a stranger, though he sit and talk with him all evening, would be unable to observe the slightest sign of deceit in Oswald's clear blue eyes. He was, in fact, precisely the sort of man that an anxious father would be likely to choose to escort his daughter safely home. But sit Oswald beside a woman who interested him, and instantaneously his eyes would change, and as he looked at her, a small dangerous spark would begin dancing slowly in the very center of each pupil, and then he would set about her with his conversation, talking to her rapidly and cleverly and almost certainly more wittily than anyone else had ever done before. This was a gift he had, a most singular talent, and when he put his mind to it, he could make his words coil themselves around and around the listener until they held her in some sort of a mild hypnotic spell. But it wasn't only his fine talk and the look in his eyes that fascinated women. It was also his nose. In volume 14, Oswald includes, with obvious relish, a note written to him by a certain lady in which she describes such things as this in great detail. It appears that when Oswald was aroused, something odd would begin to happen around the edges of his nostrils, a tightening of the rims, a visible flaring which enlarged the nostril holes and revealed whole areas of the bright red skin inside. This created a queer, wild, animalistic impression, and although it may not sound particularly attractive when described on paper, its effect upon the ladies was electric. Almost without exception, women were drawn towards Oswald. In the first place, he was a man who refused to be owned at any price, and this automatically made him desirable. Add to this the unusual combination of a first-rate intellect, an abundance of charm, and a reputation for excessive promiscuity, and you have a potent recipe. Then again, and forgetting for a moment the disreputable and licentious angle, it should be noted that there were a number of other surprising facets to Oswald's character that in themselves made him a rather intriguing person. There was, for example, very little that he did not know about 19th-century Italian opera, and he had written a curious little manual upon the three composers Donizetti, Verdi, and Ponchielli. In it, he listed by name all the important mistresses that these men had during their lives, and he went on to examine, in a most serious vein, the relationship between creative passion and carnal passion, and the influence of the one upon the other, particularly as it affected the works of these composers. Chinese porcelain was another of Oswald's interests, and he was acknowledged as something of an international authority in this field. The blue vases of the Qin period were his special love, and he had a small but exquisite collection of these pieces. He also collected spiders and walking sticks. His collection of spiders, or more accurately his collection of arachnida, because it included scorpions and pedipalps, was possibly as comprehensive as any outside a museum, and his knowledge of the hundreds of genera and species was impressive. He maintained, incidentally, that the spider's silk was superior in quality to the ordinary stuff spun by silkworms, and he never wore a tie that was made of any other material. He possessed about 40 of these ties altogether, and in order to acquire them in the first place, and in order also to be able to add 2 new ties a year to his wardrobe, he had to keep thousands and thousands of rana and a pair of diademata in an old conservatory in the garden of his country house outside Paris, where they bred and multiplied at approximately the same rate as they ate one another. From them, he collected the raw thread himself. No one else would enter that ghastly glass house, and sent it to Avignon, where it was reeled and thrown and scoured and dyed and made into cloth. From Avignon, the cloth was delivered directly to Sulca, who were enchanted by the whole business, and only Tugla, to fashion ties out of such a rare and wonderful material. "But you can't really like spiders?" the women visitors would say to Roald as he displayed his collection. "Oh, but I adore them," he would answer. "Especially the females. They remind me so much of certain human females that I know. They remind me of my very favorite human females." "What nonsense, darling." "Nonsense? I think not. It's rather insulting. On the contrary, my dear, it is the greatest compliment I could pay. Did you not know, for instance, that the female spider is so savage in her love-making that the male is very lucky indeed if he escapes with his life at the end of it all? Only if he is exceedingly agile and marvelously ingenious will he get away in one piece." Now, Oswald. And the crab spider, my beloved, the teeny-weeny little crab spider is so dangerously passionate that her lover has to tie her down with intricate loops and knots of his own thread before he dares to embrace her. "Oh, stop it, Oswald, this minute!" the women would cry, their eyes shining. Oswald's collection of walking sticks was something else again. Every one of them had belonged either to a distinguished or a disgusting person, and he kept them all in his Paris apartment, where they were displayed in long racks standing against the walls of the passage which led from the living room to the bedroom. Each stick had its own ivory label above it, saying Sibelius, Milton, King Farouk, Dickens, Robespierre, Puccini, Oscar Wilde, Franklin Roosevelt, Goebbels, Queen Victoria, Toulouse-Lautrec, Hindenburg, Tolstoy, Laval, Sarah Bernhardt, Goethe, Voroshilov, Cézanne, Toho. There must have been over 100 of them in all, some very beautiful, some very plain, some with gold or silver tops, and some with curly handles. "Take down the Tolstoy," Oswald would say to a pretty visitor. "Go on, take it down, that's right, and now rub your own palm gently over the knob that has been worn to a shine by the great man himself. Is it not rather wonderful, the mere contact of your skin with that spot? It is, rather, isn't it? And now take the Goebbels and do the same thing. Do it properly, though. Allow your palm to fold tightly over the handle. Good, and now lean your weight on it, lean hard, exactly as the little deformed doctor used to do there. That's it. Now stay like that for a minute or so and then tell me if you do not feel a thin finger of ice creeping all the way up your arm and into your chest. It's terrifying. Of course it is. Some people pass out completely. They keel right over. Nobody ever found it dull to be in Oswald's company, and perhaps that, and more than anything else, was the reason for his success. We come now to the Sinai episode. Oswald, during that month, had been amusing himself by motoring at a fairly leisurely pace down from Khartoum to Cairo. His car was a superlative pre-war Lagonda which had been carefully stored in Switzerland during the war years, and as you can imagine, it was fitted with every kind of gadget under the sun. On the day before Sinai, he was in Cairo, staying at Shepherd's Hotel, and that evening, after a series of impudent maneuvers, he had succeeded in getting hold of a Moorish lady of supposedly aristocratic descent, called Isabella. Isabella happened to be the jealously guarded mistress of none other than a certain notorious and dyspeptic royal personage. This was a typically Oswaldian move. But there was more to come. At midnight, he drove the lady out to Giza and persuaded her to climb with him in the moonlight right to the very top of the Great Pyramid of Cheops. "There can be no safer place," he wrote in the diary, "nor a more romantic one, than the apex of a pyramid on a warm night when the moon is full. The passions are stirred not only by the magnificent view but also by the curious sensation of power that surges within the body whenever one surveys the world from a great height. And as for safety, this pyramid is exactly 481 feet high, which is 115 feet higher than the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral, and from the summit one can observe all the approaches with the greatest of ease. No other boudoir on earth can offer this facility. None has so many emergency exits, either, so that if some sinister figure should happen to come clambering up in pursuit on one side of the pyramid, one has only to slip calmly and quietly down the other. As it happened, Oswald had a very narrow squeak indeed that night. Somehow, the palace must have got word of the little affair, for Oswald, from his lofty moonlit pinnacle, suddenly observed three sinister figures, not one, closing in on three different sides and starting to climb. But luckily for him, there is a fourth side to the Great Pyramid of Cheops, and by the time those Arab thugs had reached the top, the two lovers were already at the bottom and getting into the car. The entry for 24th of August takes up the story at exactly this point. It is reproduced here word for word and comma for comma as Oswald wrote it. Nothing has been altered or added or taken away. August 24, 1946. He'll chop off Isabella's head if he catch her now, Isabella said. Rubbish, I answered, but I reckon she was probably right. He'll chop off Oswald's head, do, she said, not mine, dear lady. I shall be a long way away from here when daylight comes. I'm heading straight up the Nile for Luxor immediately. We were driving quickly away from the pyramids now. It was about 2:30 a.m. to Luxor. She said. Yes. And Isabella is going with you? No, I said. Yes, she said. It is against my principles to travel with a lady, I said. I could see some lights ahead of us. They came from the Mina House Hotel, a place where tourists stay out in the desert, not far from the pyramids. I drove fairly close to the hotel and stopped the car. I'm going to drop you here, I said. We had a fine time. So you won't take Isabella to Luxor? I'm afraid not, I said. Come on, hop it. She started to get out of the car, then she paused with one foot on the road, and suddenly she swung round and poured out upon me a torrent of language so filthy yet so fluent that I had heard nothing like it from the lips of a lady since 1931, in Marrakesh, when the greedy old Duchess of Glasgow put her hand into a chocolate box and got nipped by a scorpion I happened to have placed there for safekeeping. You're disgusting, I said. Isabella leapt out and slammed the door so hard the whole car jumped on its wheels. I drove off very fast. Thank heaven I was rid of her. I cannot abide bad manners in a pretty girl. As I drove, I kept one eye on the mirror, but as yet no car seemed to be following me. When I came to the outskirts of Cairo, I began threading my way through the side roads, avoiding the center of the city. I was not particularly worried. The royal watchdogs were unlikely to carry the matter much further. All the same, it would have been foolhardy to go back to Shepherd's at this point. It wasn't necessary, anyway, because all my baggage, except for a small valise, was with me in the car. I never leave suitcases behind me in my room when I go out of an evening in a foreign city. I like to be mobile. I had no intention, of course, of going to Luxor. I wanted now to get away from Egypt altogether. I didn't like the country at all. Come to think of it, I never had. The place made me feel uncomfortable in my skin. It was the dirtiness of it all, I think, and the putrid smells. But then let us face it, it really is a squalid country, and I have a powerful suspicion, though I hate to say it, that the Egyptians wash themselves less thoroughly than any our peoples in the world, with the possible exception of the Mongolians. Certainly they do not wash their crockery to my taste. There was, believe it or not, a long, crusted, coffee-colored lip mark stamped upon the rim of the cup THA placed before me at breakfast yesterday. Ugh! It was repulsive. I kept staring at it and wondering whose slobbery lower lip had done the deed. I was driving now through the narrow dirty streets of the eastern suburbs of Cairo. I knew precisely where I was going. I had made up my mind about that before I was even halfway down the pyramid with Isabella. I was going to Jerusalem. It was no distance to speak of, and it was a city that I always enjoyed. Furthermore, it was the quickest way out of Egypt. I would proceed as follows: 1. Cairo to Eshmalia. About 3 hours driving. Sing an opera on the way, as usual. Arrive Eshmalia 6-7 a.m. Take a room and have a 2-hour sleep. Then shower, shave, and breakfast. 2. At 10 a.m., cross over the Suez Canal by the Eshmalia Bridge and take the desert road across Sinai to the Palestine border. Make a search for scorpions en route in the Sinai Desert. Time, about 4 hours, arriving Palestine border 2 p.m. 3. From there, continue straight on to Jerusalem via Beersheba, reaching the King David Hotel in time for cocktails and dinner. It was several years since I had traveled that particular road, but I remembered that the Sinai Desert was an outstanding place for scorpions. I badly wanted another female opisthophthalamus, a large one. My present specimen had the fifth segment of its tail missing, and I was ashamed of it. It didn't take me long to find the main road to Eshmalia, and as soon as I was on T, I settled the Lagonda down to a steady 65 miles per hour. The road was narrow, but it had a smooth surface, and there was no traffic. The Delta country lay bleak and dismal around me in the moonlight, the flat treeless fields, the ditches running between, and the black soil everywhere. It was inexpressibly dreary. But it didn't worry me. I was no pan of it. I was completely isolated in my own luxurious little shell, as snug as a hermit crab and traveling a lot faster. Oh, how I do love to be on the move, winging away to new people and new places and leaving the old ones far behind. Nothing in the world exhilarates me more than that, and how I despise the average citizen, who settles himself down upon one tiny spot of land with one asinine woman, to breed and stew and rot in that condition unto his life's end, and always with the same woman. I cannot believe that any man in his senses would put up with just one female day after day and year after year. Some of them, of course, don't. But millions pretend they do. I myself have never, absolutely never permitted an intimate relationship to last for more than 12 hours. That is the farthest limit. Even 8 hours is stretching it a bit, to my mind. Look what happened, for example, with Isabella. While we were upon the summit of the pyramid, she was a lady of scintillating parts, as pliant and playful as a puppy, and had I left her there to the mercy of those 3 Arab thugs, and skipped down on my own, all would have been well, but I foolishly stuck by her and helped her to descend, and as a result, the lovely lady turned into a vulgar screeching trollop. Disgusting to behold. What a world we live in. One gets no thanks these days for being chivalrous. The Lagonda moved on smoothly through the night. Now for an opera. Which one should it be this time? I was in the mood for a Verdi. What about Aida? Of course. It must be Aida, the Egyptian opera. Most appropriate. I began to sing. I was in exceptionally good voice tonight. I let myself go. It was delightful, and as I drove through the small town of Bilbais, I was Aida herself, singing Nume Pete, the beautiful concluding passage of the first scene. Half an hour later, at Zagazig, I was Aman Azra begging the king of Egypt to save the Ethiopian captives with Ma for Signore Pacente. Passing through Alabassa, I was Radams, rendering Fugium Gil Adorn Ospiti, and now I opened all the windows of the car so that this incomparable love song might reach the ears of the fellaheen snoring in their hovelas along the roadside, and perhaps mingle with their dreams. As I pulled into Eshmalia, it was 6 o'clock in the morning and the sun was already climbing high in a milky blue heaven, but I myself was in the terrible sealed-up dungeon with Aida, singing Zero, Terra, Addio, and Lo Valle di Pianti. How swiftly the journey had gone. I drove to an hotel. The staff was just beginning to stir. I stirred them up some more and got the best room available. The sheets and blanket on the bed looked as though they had been slept in by 25 unwashed Egyptians on 25 consecutive nights, and I tore them off with my own hands and replaced them with my personal bedding. Then I set my alarm and slept soundly for 2 hours. For breakfast I ordered a poached egg on a piece of toast. When the dish arrived, and I tell you, it makes my stomach curdle just to write about it, there was a gleaming, curly, jet-black human hair, 3 inches long, lying diagonally across the yolk of my poached egg. It was too much. I leapt up from the table and rushed out of the dining room. "Addio," I cried, flinging some money at the cashier as I went by, "Addio Aldi Pianti." And with that I shook the filthy dust of the hotel from my feet. Now for the Sinai Desert. What a welcome change that would be. A real desert is one of the least contaminated places on earth, and Sinai was no exception. The road across it was a narrow strip of black tarmac about 140 miles long, with only a single filling station and a group of huts at the halfway mark, at a place called Bir Rod Salim. Otherwise there was nothing but pure uninhabited desert all the way. It would be very hot at his time of the year, and it was essential to carry drinking water in case of breakdown. I therefore pulled up outside a kind of general store in the main street of Eshmalia to get my emergency canister refilled. I went in and spoke to the proprietor. The man had a nasty case of tratoma. The granulation on the undersurfaces of his eyelids was so acute that the lids themselves were raised right up off the eyeballs, a beastly sight. I asked him if he would sell me a gallon of boiled water. He thought I was mad, and madder still when I insisted on following him back into his grimy kitchen to make sure that he did things properly. He filled a kettle with tap water and placed it on a paraffin stove. The stove had a tiny little smoky yellow flame. The proprietor seemed very proud of the stove and of its performance. He stood admiring it, his head on one side. Then he suggested that I might prefer to go back and wait in the shop. He would bring me the water, he said, when it was ready. I refused to leave. I stood there watching the kettle like a lion, waiting for the water to boil, and while I was doing this, the breakfast scene suddenly started coming back to me in all its horror: the egg, the yolk, and the hair. Whose hair was it that had lain embedded in the slimy yolk of my egg at breakfast? Undoubtedly it was the cook's hair. And when, pray, had the cook last washed his head? He had probably never washed his head. Very well, then, he was almost certainly verminous. But that in itself would not cause a hair to fall out. What did cause the cook's hair, hen, to fall out onto my poached egg this morning as he transferred the egg from the pan to the plate? There is a reason for all things, and in this case the reason was obvious. The cook's scalp was infested with purulent seborrheic impetigo, and the hair itself, the long black hair that I might so easily have swallowed had I been less alert, was therefore swarming with millions and millions of loving pathogenic cocci whose exact scientific name I have happily, forgotten. Can I, you ask, be absolutely sure that the cook had purulent seborrheic impetigo? Not absolutely sure, no. But if he hadn't, then he certainly ate chattering worm instead. And what did that mean? I knew only too well what it meant. It meant that 10 million microsporons had been clinging and clustering around that awful hair, waiting to go into my mouth. I began to feel sick. The water boils, the shopkeeper said triumphantly. Let it boil, I told him. Give it 8 minutes more. What is it you want me to get, typhus? Personally, I never drink water by itself if I can help it, however pure it may be. Plain water has no flavor at all. I take it, of course, as tea or as coffee, but even then I try to arrange for bottled Vichy or Malvern to be used, in the preparation. I avoid tap water. Tap water is diabolical stuff. Often it is nothing more nor less than reclaimed sewage. Soon this water will be boiled away in steam, the proprietor said, grinning at me with green teeth. I lifted the kettle myself and poured the contents into my canister. Back in the shop, I bought 6 oranges, a small watermelon, and a slab of well-wrapped English chocolate. Then I returned to the Laganda. Now at last I was away. A few minutes later, I had crossed the sliding bridge that went over the Suez Canal just above Lake Timsa, and ahead of me lay the flat blazing desert and the little tarmac road stretching out before me like a black ribbon all the way to the horizon. I settled the Laganda to the usual steady 65 miles an hour, and I opened the windows wide. The air that came in was like the breath of an oven. The time was almost noon, and the sun was throwing its heat directly onto the roof of the car. My thermometer inside registered 103. But as you know, a touch of warmth never bothers me so long as I am sitting still and am wearing suitable clothes, in this case a pair of cream-colored linen slacks, a white Airtex shirt, and a spider's silk tie of the loveliest rich moss green. I felt perfectly comfortable and at peace with the world. For a minute or two I played with the idea of performing another opera en route. I was in the mood for La Gioconda, but after singing a few bars of the opening chorus, I began to perspire slightly, so I rang down the curtain. I lit a cigarette instead. I was now driving through some of the finest scorpion country in the world, and I was eager to stop and make a search before I reached the halfway full-length station at Bir Arad Salim. I had so far met not a single vehicle or seen a living creature since leaving Ashmalia an hour before. This pleased me. Sinai was authentic desert. I pulled up on the side of the road and switched off the engine. I was thirsty, so I ate an orange, then I put my white toupee on my head, and eased myself slowly out of the car, out of my comfortable hermit crab shell, and into the sunlight. For a full minute I stood motionless in the middle of the road, blinking at the brilliance of the surroundings. There was a blazing sun, a vast hot sky, and beneath it all on every side a great pale sea of yellow sand that was not quite of this world. There were mountains now in the distance on the south side of the road, bare, pale brown, Tanagra-colored mountains faintly glazed with blue and purple, that rose up suddenly out of the desert and faded away in a haze of heat against the sky. The stillness was overpowering. There was no sound at all, no voice of a bird or insect anywhere, and it gave me a queer godlike feeling to be standing there alone in the middle of such a splendid, hot, inhuman landscape as though I were on another planet altogether, on Jupiter or Mars, or in me place more distant and desolate still, where never would the grass grow or the clouds turn red. I went to the boot of the car and took out my killing box, my net, and my trowel. Then I stepped off the road into the soft burning sand. I walked slowly for about 100 yards into the desert, my eyes searching the ground. I was not looking for scorpions but the lairs of scorpions. The scorpion is a cryptozoic and nocturnal creature that hides all through the day either under a stone or in a burrow, according to its type. Only after the sun has gone down does it come out to hunt for food. The one I wanted, Opisthophtalmus, was a burrower, so I wasted no time turning over stones. I searched only for burrows. After 10 or 15 minutes, I had found none, but already the heat was getting to be too much for me, and I decided reluctantly to return to the car. I walked back very slowly, still watching the ground, and I had reached the road and was in the act of stepping onto it when all at once, in the sand, not more than 12 inches from the edge of the tarmac, I caught sight of a scorpion's burrow. I put the killing box and the net on the ground beside me. Then, with my little trowel, I began very cautiously to scrape away the sand all around the hole. This was an operation that never failed to excite me. It was like a treasure hunt with just the right amount of danger accompanying it to stir the blood. I could feel my heart beating away in my chest as I probed deeper and deeper into the sand. And suddenly, there she was. Oh, my heavens, what a whopper! A gigantic female scorpion, not Opisthophtalmus, as I saw immediately, but Pandanus, the other large African burrower, and clinging to her back. This was too good to be true. Swarming all over her, were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 14 tiny babies. The mother was 6 inches long at least. Her children were the size of small revolver bullets. She had seen me now, the first human she had ever seen in her life, and her pincers were wide open. Her tail was curled high above her back like a question mark, ready to strike. I took up the net, and slid it swiftly underneath her, and scooped her up. She twisted and squirmed, striking wildly in all directions with the end of her tail. I saw a single large drop of venom fall through the mesh into the sand. Quickly, I transferred her, together with the offspring, to the killing box, and closed the lid. Then I fetched the ether from the car, and poured it through the little gauze hole in the top of the box until the pad inside was well soaked. How splendid she would look in my collection! The babies would, of course, fall away from her as they died, but I would stick them on again with glue in more or less their correct positions. And then I would be the proud possessor of a huge female pandanus with her own 14 offspring on her back. I was extremely pleased. I lifted the killing box, I could feel her thrashing a bat furiously inside, and placed it in the boot, together with the net and trowel. Then I returned to my seat in the car, lit a cigarette, and drove on. The more contented I am, the slower I drive. I drove quite slowly now, and it must have taken me nearly an hour more to reach Bir Rod Salim, the halfway station. It was a most unenticing place. On the left, there was a single gasoline pump and a wooden shack. On the right, there were 3 more shacks, each about the size of a potting shed. The rest was desert. There was not a soul in sight. The time was 20 minutes before 2 in the afternoon, and the temperature inside the car was 106. What with the nonsense of getting the water boiled before leaving Ismailia, I had forgotten completely to fill up with gasoline before leaving, and my gauge was now registering slightly less than 2 gallons. I'd cut it rather fine, but no matter. I pulled in alongside the pump, and waited. Nobody appeared. I pressed the horn button, and the 4 tuned horns on the Lagonda shouted their wonderful song Gmil Sire. Across the desert. Nobody appeared. I pressed again. O solo mio. Sang the horns. Mozart's phrase sounded magnificent in these surroundings. But still nobody appeared. The inhabitants of Bir Rod Salim didn't give a damn, it seemed, about my friend Don Giovanni and the 1003 women he had deflowered in Spain. At last, after I had played the horns no less than 6 times, the door of the hut behind the gasoline pump opened and a tallish man emerged and stood on the threshold, doing up his buttons with both hands. He took his time over this, and not until he had finished did he glance up at the Lagonda. I looked back at him through my open window. I saw him take the first step in my direction. He took it very, very slowly, then he took a second step. My God! I thought at once. The Spirochetes have got him. He had the slow, wobbly walk, the loose-limbed, high-stepping gait of a man with locomotor ataxia. With each step he took, the front foot was raised high in the air before him and brought down violently to the ground, as though he were stamping on a dangerous insect. I thought, I had better get out of here. I had better start the motor and get the hell out of here before he reaches me, but I knew I couldn't. I had to have the gasoline. I sat in the car staring at the awful creature as he came stamping laboriously over the sand. He must have had the revolting disease for years and years, otherwise it wouldn't have developed into ataxis, tabes dorsalis they call it in professional circles, and pathologically this means that the victim is suffering from degeneration of the posterior columns of the spinal cord. But my foes and my friends, it is really a lot worse than that. It is a slow and merciless consuming of the actual nerve fibers of the body by syphilitic toxins. The man, the Arab, I shall call him, came right up to the door of my side of the car and peered in through the open window. I leaned away from him, praying that he would not come an inch closer. Without a doubt, he was one of the most blighted humans I had ever seen. His face had the eroded, eaten-away look of an old wood carving when the worm has been in it, and the sight of it made me wonder how many other diseases the man was suffering from, besides syphilis. "Salam," he mumbled. "Fill up the tank," I told him. He didn't move. He was inspecting the interior of the Lagonda with great interest. A terrible feculent odor came wafting in from his direction. "Come along," I said sharply, "I want some gasoline." He looked at me and grinned. It was more of a leer than a grin, an insolent mocking leer that seemed to be saying, "I am the king of the gasoline Puampi at Bir Rod Salim. Touch me if you dare." A fly had settled on the corner of one of his eyes. He made no attempt to brush it away. "You want gasoline?" he said, taunting me. I was about to swear at him, but I checked myself just in time, and answered politely, "Yes please, I would be very grateful." He watched me slyly for a few moments to be sure I wasn't mocking him, and he nodded as though satisfied now with my behavior. He turned away and started slowly towards the rear of the car. I reached into the door pocket for my bottle of Glenmorangie. I poured myself a stiff one, and sat sipping it. That man's face had been within a yard of my own, his fetid breath had come pouring into the car, and who knows how many billions of airborne viruses might not have come pouring in with it. On such an occasion it is a fine thing to sterilize the mouth and throat with a drop of Highland whiskey. The whiskey is also a solace. I emptied the glass, and poured myself another. Soon I began to feel less alarmed. I noticed the watermelon lying on the seat beside me. I decided that a slice of it at this moment would be refreshing. I took my knife from its case and cut out a thick section. Then, with the point of the knife, I carefully picked out all the black seeds, using the rest of the melon as a receptacle. I sat drinking the whiskey and eating the melon. Both very delicious. "Gasoline is done," the dreadful Arab said, appearing at the window. "I check water now, and oil." I would have preferred him to keep his hands off the Lagonda altogether, but rather than risk an argument, I said nothing. He went clumping off towards the front of the car, and his walk reminded me of a drunken Hitler stormtrooper doing the goose step in very slow motion. Tabes dorsalis, as I live and breathed out the only other disease to induce that queer high-stepping gait is chronic beriberi. Well, he probably had that one, too. I cut myself another slice of watermelon, and concentrated for a minute or so on taking out the seeds with the knife. When I looked up again, I saw that the Arab had raised the bonnet of the car on the right-hand side, and was bending over the engine. His head and shoulders were out of sight, and so were his hands and arms. What on earth was the man doing? The oil dipstick was on the other side. I rapped on the windshield. He seemed not to hear me. I put my head out of the window and shouted, "Hey! Come out of there!" Slowly, he straightened up, and as he drew his right arm out of the bowels of the engine, I saw that he was holding in his fingers something that was long and black and curly and very thin. "Good God!" I thought. "He's found a snake in there." He came round to the window, grinning at me and holding the object out for him to see, and only then, as I got a closer look, did I realize that it was not a snake at all. It was the fan belt of my Lagonda. All the awful implications of suddenly being stranded in this outlandish place with this disgusting man came flooding over me as I sat there staring dumbly at my broken fan belt. "You can see," the Arab was saying, "it was hanging on by a single thread. A good thing I noticed it." I took it from him and examined it closely. "You cut it," I cried. "Cut it?" he answered softly, "Why should I cut it?" To be perfectly honest, it was impossible for me to judge whether he had or had not cut it. If he had, then he had also taken the trouble to fray the severed ends with some instrument to make it look like an ordinary break. Even so, my guess was that he had cut it, and if I was right then the implications were more sinister than ever. "I suppose you know I can't go on without a fan belt?" I said. He grinned again with that awful mutilated mouth, showing ulcerated gums. "If you go now," he said, "you'll boil over in 3 minutes. So what do you suggest?" "I shall get you another fan belt." "You will, of course. There is a telephone here, and if you will pay for the call, I will telephone to Ashmalia. And if they haven't got one in Ashmalia, I will telephone to Cairo. There is no problem." "No problem," I shouted, getting out of the car. "And when, pray, do you think the fan belt is going to arrive in this ghastly place?" "There is a mail truck comes through every morning about 10 o'clock, you would have it tomorrow." The man had all the answers. He never even had to think before replying. This bastard, I thought, has cut and belts before. I was very alert now, and watching him closely. "They will not have a fan belt for a machine of this make in Ashmalia," I said. "It would have to come from the agents in Cairo. I will telephone them myself." The fact that there was a telephone gave me some comfort. The telephone poles had followed the road all the way across the desert, and I could see the 2 wires leading into the hut from the nearest pole. "I will ask the agents in Cairo to set out immediately for this place in a special vehicle," I said. The Arab looked along the road towards Cairo, some 200 miles away. "Who is going to drive 6 hours here and 6 hours back to bring a fan belt?" he said. "The mail will be just as quick." "Show me the telephone," I said, starting towards the hut. Then a nasty thought struck me, and I stopped. How could I possibly use this man's contaminated instrument? The earpiece would have to be pressed against my ear, and the mouthpiece would almost certainly touch my mouth, and I didn't give a damn what the doctors idea about the impossibility of catching syphilis from remote contact. A syphilitic mouthpiece was a syphilitic mouthpiece, and you wouldn't catch me putting it anywhere near my lips. "Thank you very much." I wouldn't even enter his hut. I stood there in the sizzling heat of the afternoon and looked at the Arab with his ghastly diseased face, and the Arab looked back at me, as cool and unruffled as you please. "You want the telephone?" he asked. "No," I said. "Can you read English?" "Oh, yes, very well. I shall write down for you the name of the agents and the name of this car, and also my own name. They know me there. You will tell them what is wanted. And listen, tell them to dispatch a special car immediately at my expense. I will pay them well. And if they won't do that, tell them they have to get the fan belt to Ashmalia in time to catch the mail truck. You understand?" "There is no problem," the Arab said, so I wrote down what was necessary on a piece of paper and gave it to him. He walked away with that slow, stamping tread towards the hut, and disappeared inside. I closed the bonnet of the car. Then I went back and sat in the driver's seat to think things out. I poured myself another whiskey, and lit a cigarette. There must be some traffic on this road, somebody would surely come along before nightfall. But would that help me? No, it wouldn't unless I were prepared to hitch a ride and leave the Lagonda and all my baggage behind to the tender mercies of Arab. Was I prepared to do that? I didn't know. Probably yes. But if I were forced to stay the night, I would lock myself in the car and try to keep awake as much as possible. On no account would I enter the shack where that creature lived. Nor would I touch his food. I had whiskey and water, and I had half a watermelon and a slab of chocolate. That was ample. The heat was pretty bad. The thermometer in the car was still around 104. It was hotter outside in the sun. I was perspiring freely. My God, what a place to get stranded in. And what a companion. After about 15 minutes, the Arab came out of the hut. I watched him all the way to the car. "I talked to the garage in Cairo," he said, pushing his face through the window. "Fan belt will arrive tomorrow by mail truck. Everything arranged." "Did you ask them about sending it at once?" "They said impossible," he answered. "You're sure you asked them?" He inclined his head to one side and gave me that sly insolent grin. I turned away and waited for him to go. He stayed where he was. "We have house for visitors," he said. "You can sleep there. Very nice. My wife will make food, but you will have to pay." "Who else is here besides you and your wife?" "Another man," he said. He waved an arm in the direction of the 3 shacks across the road, and I turned and saw a man standing in the doorway of the middle shack, a short wide man who was dressed in dirty khaki slacks and shirt. He was standing absolutely motionless in the shadow of the doorway, his arms dangling at his sides. He was looking at me. "Who is he?" I said. "Saleh." "What does he do?" "He helps." "I will sleep in the car," I said. "And it will not be necessary for you or wife to prepare food. I have my own." The Arab shrugged and turned away and started back towards the shack where the telephone was. I stayed in the car. What else could I do? It was just after 2:30. In 3 or 4 hours' time it would start to get a little cooler. Then I could take a stroll and maybe hunt up a few scorpions. Meanwhile, I must make the best of things as they were. I reached into the back of the car where I kept my box of books and, without looking, I took out the first one I touched. The box contained 30 or 40 of the best books in the world, and all of them could be reread 100 times and would improve with each reading. It was immaterial which one I got. It turned out to be The Natural History of Selborne. I opened it at random. We had in this village more than 20 years ago an idiot boy, whom I well remember, who, from a child, showed a strong propensity to bees. They were his food, his amusement, his sole object. And as people of this caste have seldom more than one point of view, so this lad exerted all his few faculties on this one pursuit. In winter he dozed away his time, within his father's house, by the fireside, in a kind of torpid state, seldom departing from the chimney corner, but in the summer he was all alert, and in quest of his game in the fields, and on sunny banks. Honeybees, bumblebees, wasps were his prey wherever he found them. He had no apprehensions from their stings, but would seize them nudus in anibus, and at once disarm them of their weapons, and suck their bodies for the sake of their honey bags. Sometimes he would fill his bosom, between his shirt and skin, with a number of THSA captives, and sometimes confine them to bottles. He was a very meripse piaster, or bee-bird, and very injurious to men that kept bees, for he would slide into their bee gardens, and, sitting down before the stools, would rap with his fingers on the hives, and so take the bees as they came out. He has been known to overturn hives for the sake of honey, of which he is passionately fond. Where methylene was making, he would linger round the tubs and vessels, begging a draught of what he called bee wine. As he ran about, he used to make a humming noise with his lips, resembling the buzzing of bees. I glanced up from the book and looked around me. The motionless man across the road had disappeared. There was nobody in sight. The silence was eerie, and the stillness, the utter stillness and desolation of the place was profoundly oppressive. I knew I was being watched. I knew that every little move I made, every sip of whiskey and every puff of a cigarette, was being carefully noticed. I detest violence and I never carry a weapon. But I could have done with one now. For a while, I toyed with the idea of starting the motor and driving on down the road until the engine boiled over. But how far would I get? Not very far in this heat and without a fan. 1 mile, perhaps, or 2 at the most. No, to hell with it. I would stay where I was and read my book. It must have been about an hour later that I noticed a small dark speck moving towards me along the road in the far distance, coming from the Jerusalem direction. I laid aside my book without taking my eyes away from the speck. I watched it growing bigger and bigger. It was traveling at a great speed, at a really amazing speed. I got out of the Lagonda and hurried to the side of the road and stood there, ready to signal the driver to stop. Closer and closer it came, and when it was about a quarter of a mile away, it began to slow down. Suddenly, I noticed the shape of its radiator. It was a Rolls-Royce. I raised an arm and kept it raised, and the big green car with the man at the wheel pulled in off the road and stopped beside my Lagonda. I felt absurdly elated. Had it been a Ford or a Morris, I would have been pleased enough, but I would not have been elated. The fact that it was a Rolls, a Bentley would have done equally well, or an Isotta, or another La Gonda was a virtual guarantee that I would receive all the assistance I required, for whether you know it or not, there is a powerful brotherhood existing among people who own very costly automobiles. They respect one another automatically, and the reason they respect one another is simply that wealth respects wealth. In point of fact, there is nobody in the world that a very wealthy person respects more than another very wealthy person, and make a use of this, they naturally seek each other out wherever they go. Recognition signals of many kinds are used among them. With the female, the wearing of massive jewels is perhaps the most common, but the costly automobile is also much favored, and is used by both sexes. It is a traveling placard, a public declaration of affluence, and as such, it is also a card of membership to that excellent unofficial society, the Very Wealthy People's Union. I am a member myself of long standing, and I am delighted to be one. When I meet another member, as I was about to do now, I feel an immediate rapport. I respect him. We speak the same language. He is one of us. I had good reason, therefore, to be elated. The driver of the Rolls climbed out and came towards me. He was a small dark man with olive skin, and he wore an immaculate white linen suit. Probably a Syrian, I thought. Just possibly a Greek. In the heat of the day he looked as cool as could be. "Good afternoon," he said. "Are you having trouble?" I greeted him, and then bit by bit, I told him everything that had happened. "My dear fellow," he said in perfect English, "but my dear fellow, how very distressing, what rotten luck. This is no place to get stranded in." "It isn't, is it? And you say that a new fan belt has definitely been ordered?" "Yes," I answered, "if I can rely upon the proprietor of this establishment." The Arab, who had emerged from his shack almost before the Roalds had towed me to a stop, had now joined us, and the stranger proceeded to question him swiftly in Arabic about the steps he had taken on my behalf. It seemed to me that the two knew each other pretty well, and it was clear that the Arab was in great awe of the new arrival. He was practically crawling along the ground in his presence. "Well, that seems to be all right," the stranger said at last, turning tone. "But quite obviously you won't be able to move on from here until tomorrow morning. Where were you headed for?" "Jerusalem," I said, "and I don't relish the idea of spending the night in this infernal spot." "I should say not, my dear man. That would be most uncomfortable." He smiled at me, showing exceptionally white teeth. Then he took out a cigarette case, and offered me a cigarette. The case was gold, and on the outside of it there was a thin line of green jade inlaid diagonally from corner to corner. It was a beautiful thing. I accepted the cigarette. He lit it for me, then lit his own. The stranger took a long pull at his cigarette, inhaling deeply. Then he tilted back his head and blew the smoke up into the sun. "We shall both get heatstroke if we stand around here much longer," he said. "Will you permit me to make a suggestion?" "But of course. I do hope you won't consider it presumptuous, coming from a complete stranger. Please. You can't possibly remain here, so I suggest you call me back and stay the night in my house." There. The Rolls-Royce was smiling at the Lagonda, smiling at it as it would never have smiled at a Ford or a Morris. "You mean in Eshmalia?" I said. "No, no," he answered, laughing. "I live just around the corner, just over there." He waved a hand in the direction he had come from. "But surely you were going to Eshmalia? I wouldn't want you to change your plans on my behalf." "I wasn't going to Eshmalia at all," he said. "I was coming down here to collect the mail. My house, and this may surprise you, is quite close to where we are standing. You see that mountain? That's Megara. I'm immediately behind it." I looked at the mountain. It lay 10 miles to the north, a yellow rocky lump, perhaps 2,000 feet high. "Do you really mean that you have a house in the middle of all this wasteland?" I asked. "You don't believe me?" he said, smiling. "Of course I believe you," I answered. "Nothing surprises me anymore. Except, perhaps," and here I smiled back at him, "except when I meet a stranger in the middle of the desert, and he treats me like a brother. I am overwhelmed by your offer." "Nonsense, my dear fellow. My motives are entirely selfish. Civilized company is not easy to come by in these pans. I am quite thrilled at the thugheit of having a guest for dinner. Permit me to introduce myself, Abdulaziz." He made a quick little bow. "Oswald Cornelius," I said. "It is a great pleasure." We shook hands. "I live partly in Beirut," he said. "I live in Paris." "Charming. And now, shall we go? Are you ready?" "But my car," I said, "can I leave it here safely?" "Have no fear about that. Omar is a friend of mine. He's not much to look at, poor chap, but he won't let you down if you're with me. And the other one, Saleh, is a good mechanic. He'll fit your new fan belt when it arrives tomorrow. I'll tell him now." Saleh, the man from across the road, had walked over while we were talking. Mr. Aziz gave him his instructions. He then spoke to both men about stewarding the Lagonda. He was brief and incisive. Omar and Saleh stood bowing and scraping. I went across to the Lagonda to get a suitcase. I needed a change of clothes badly. "Oh, by the way," Mr. Aziz called over to me, "I usually put on a black tee for dinner." "Of course," I murmured, quickly pushing back my first choice of suitcase and taking another. "I do it for the ladies mostly, they seem to like dressing themselves up for dinner." I turned sharply and looked at him, but he was already getting into his car. "Ready?" he said. I took the briefcase and placed it in the back of the Rolls. Then I climbed into the front seat beside him, and we drove off. During the drive, we talked casually about this and that. He told me Thothi's business was in carpets. He had offices in Beirut and Damascus. His forefathers, he said, had been in the trade for hundreds of years. I mentioned that I had a 17th century Damascus carpet on the floor of my bedroom in Paris. "You don't mean it," he cried, nearly swerving off the road with excitement. "Is it silk and wool, with the warp made entirely of silk? And has it got a ground of gold and silver threads?" "Yes," I said. "Exactly. But my dear fellow, you mustn't put a thing like that on the floor. It is touched only by bare feet," I said. That pleased him. It seemed that he loved carpets almost as much as I loathed the blue vases of Chin-ho. Soon we turned left off the tarred road onto a hard stony track and headed straight over the desert towards the mountain. "This is my private drive." "Oh, why?" Mr. Aziz said. "It is 5 miles long." "You are even on the telephone," I said, noticing the poles that branched off the main road to follow his private drive. And then suddenly a queer thought struck me. That Arab at the filling station, he also was on the telephone. Might not this, then, explain the fortuitous arrival of Mr. Aziz? Was it possible that my lonely host had devised a clever method of shanghaiing travelers off the road in order to provide himself with what he called civilized company for dinner? Had he, in fact, given the Arab standing instructions to immobilize the cars of all likely-looking persons one after the other as they came along? "Just cut the fan belt, Omar. Then phone me up, Kick. But make sure it's a decent-looking fellow with a good car. Then I'll pop along and see if I think he's worth inviting to the house." It was ridiculous, of course. "I think," my companion was saying, "that you are wondering why in the world I should choose to have a house out here in a place like this." "Well, yes, I am a bit. Everyone does," he said. "Everyone," I said. "Yes," he said. Well, I thought, everyone. "I live here," he said, "because I have a peculiar affinity with the desert. I am drawn to it the same way as a sailor is drawn to the sea." "Does that say so very strange to you?" "No," I answered, "it doesn't seem strange at all." He paused and took a pull at his cigarette. Then he said, "That is one razón. But there is another. Are you a family man, Mr. Cornelius?" "Unfortunately not," I answered cautiously. "I am," he said. "I have a wife and a daughter. Both of them, in my eyes at any rate, are very beautiful. My daughter is just 18. She had been to an excellent boarding school in England, and she is now—" he shrugged. "She is now just sitting around and waiting until she is old enough to get married. But this waiting period, what does one do with a beautiful young girl during that time? I can't let her loose. She is far too desirable for that. When I take her to Beirut, I see the men hanging around her like wolves waiting to pounce. It drives me nearly out of my mind. I know all about men, Mr. Cornelius. I know how they behave. It is true, of course, that I am not the only father who has had this problem. But the others seem somehow able to face it and accept it. They let their daughters go. They just turn the M out of the house and look the other way. I cannot do that. I simply cannot bring myself to do it. I refuse to allow her to be mauled by every Ahmed, Ali, and Hamil that comes along, and that, you see, is the other reason why I live in the desert, to protect my lovely child for a few more years from the wild beasts." "Did you say that you had no family at all, Mr. Cornelius?" "I'm afraid that's true." "Oh." He seemed disappointed. "You mean you've never been married?" "Well, no," I said. "No. I haven't." I waited for the next inevitable question. It came about a minute later. "Have you never wanted to get married and have children?" They all asked that one. It was simply another way of saying, "Are you, in that case, homosexual?" "Once," I said. "Just once. What happened?" "There was only one person ever in my life, Mr. Aziz, and after she went I sighed." "You mean she died?" I nodded, too choked up to answer. "My dear fellow," he said. "Oh, I am so sorry. Forgive me for intruding." We drove on for a while in silence. "It's amazing," I murmured, "how one loses all interest in matters of the flesh after a thing like that. I suppose it's the shock, one never gets over it." He nodded sympathetically, swallowing it all. "So now I just travel around trying to forget it. I've been doing it for years." We had reached the foot of Mount Magara now and were following the Tracy K as it curved around the mountain towards the side that was invisible from the road, the north side. "As soon as we round the next bend you'll see the house," Mr. Aziz said. We rounded the bend, and there it was. I blinked and stared, and I tell you that for the first few seconds I literally could not believe my eyes. I saw before me a white castle, I mean it, a tall, white castle with turrets and towers and little spires all over it, standing like a fairy tale in the middle of a splash of green vegetation on the lower slope of the blazing hot, bare, yellow mountain. It was fantastic. It was straight out of Hans Christian Andersen or Grimm. I had seen plenty of romantic-looking Rhine and Loire Valley castles in my time, but never before had I seen anything with such a slender, graceful, fairy tale quality as this. The greenery, as I observed when we drew closer, was a pretty garden of lawns and date palms, and there was a high white wall going all the way round to keep out the desert. "Do you approve?" my host asked, smiling. "It's fabulous," I said. "It's like all the fairy tale castles in the world made into one." "That's exactly what it is," he cried. "It's a fairy tale castle. I built it especially for my daughter, my beautiful princess, and the beautiful princess is imprisoned within its walls by her strict and jealous father, Bang Abdulaziz, who refuses to allow her the pleasures of masculine company. But watch out, for here comes Prince Oswald Cornelius to the rescue. Unbeknownst to the Bang, he is going to ravish the beautiful princess, and make her very happy." "You have to admit it's different," Mr. Aziz said. "It is that. It is also nice and private. I sleep very peacefully here. So does the princess. No unpleasant young men are likely to come climbing in through those windows during the night." "Quite so," I said. "It used to be a small oasis," he went on. "I bought it from the government. We have ample water for the house, the swimming pool, and 3 acres of garden." We drove through the main gates, and I must say it was wonderful to calm me suddenly into a miniature paradise of green lawns and flower beds and palm trees. Everything was in perfect order, and water sprinklers were playing on the lawns. When we stopped at the front door of the house, 2 servants in spotless galabeahs and scarlet tarbooshes ran out immediately, one to each side of the car, to open the doors for us. 2 servants? But would both of them have come out like that unless they'd been expecting 2 people? I doubted it. More and more, it began to look as though my odd little theory about being shanghaied as a dinner guest was turning out to be correct. It was all very amusing. My host ushered me in through the front door, and at once I got that lovely shivery feeling that comes over the skin as one walks suddenly out of intense heat into an air-conditioned room. I was standing in the hall. The floor was of green marble. On my right, there was a wide archway leading to a garden room, and I received a fleeting impression of cool white walls, fine pictures, and superlative Louis XV furniture. What a place to find oneself in the middle of the Sinai Desert. And now a woman was coming slowly down the stairs. My host had turned away to speak to the servants, and he didn't see her at once, so when she reached the bottom step, the woman paused, and she laid her naked arm like a white anaconda along the rail of the banister, and there she stood, looking at me as though she were Queen Semiramis on the steps of Babylon, and I was a candidate who might or might not be to her taste. Her hair was jet black, and she had a figure that made me wet my lips. When Mr. Aziz turned and saw her, he said, "Oh darling, there you are. I've brought you a guest." His car broke down at the filling station, such rotten luck, so I asked him to come back and stay the night. "Mr. Cornelius, my wife." "How very nice," she said quietly, coming forward. I took her hand and raised it to my lips. "I am overcome by your kindness, madam," I murmured. There was, upon that hand of hers, a diabolical perfume. It was almost exclusively animal. The subtle, sexy secretions of the sperm whale, the male musk deer, and the beaver were all there, pungent and obscene beyond words. They dominated the blend completely, and only faint traces of clean vegetable oils, lemon, cajeput, and zaroli, were allowed to come through. It was superb. And another thing I noticed in the flash of that first moment was this: when I took her hand, she did not, as other women do, let it lie limply across my palm like a fillet of raw fish. Instead, she placed her thumb underneath my hand, with the fingers on top, and thus she was able to, and I swear she did, exert a gentle but suggestive pressure upon my hand as I administered the conventional kiss. "Where is Diana?" asked Mr. Aziz. "She's out by the pool," the woman said. And turning to me, "Would you like a swim, Mr. Cornelius? You must be roasted after hanging around that awful filling station." She had huge velvet eyes, so dark they were almost black, and when she smiled at me, the end of her nose moved upwards, distending the nostrils. There and then, Prince Oswald Cornelius decided that he cared not one whit about the beautiful princess who was held captive in the castle by the jealous Lang. He would ravish the queen instead. "Well," I said. "I'm going to have one," Mr. Aziz said. "Let's all have one," his wife said. "We'll lend you a pair of trunks." I asked if I might go up to my room first and get out a clean shirt and clean slacks to put on after the swim, and my hostess said, "Yes, of course," and told one of the servants to show me the way. He took me up 2 flights of stairs, and we entered a large white bedroom which had in it an exceptionally large double bed. There was a well-equipped bathroom leading off to one side, with a pale blue bathtub and a bidet to match. Everywhere, things were scrupulously clean and very much to my liking. While the servant was unpacking my case, I went over to the window and looked out, and I saw the great blazing desert sweeping in like a yellow sea all the way from the horizon until it met the white garden wall just below me, and there, within the wall, I could see the swimming pool. And beside the pool there was a girl lying on her back in the shade of a big pink parasol. The girl was wearing a white swimming costume, and she was reading a book. She had long slim legs and black hair. She was the princess. What a setup, I thought. The white castle, the comfort, the cleanliness, the air conditioning, the 2 dazzlingly beautiful females, the watchdog husband, and a whole evening to work in. The situation was so perfectly designed for my entertainment that it would have been impossible to improve upon it. The problems that lay ahead appealed to me very much. A simple straightforward seduction did not amuse me anymore. There was no artistry in that sort of thing, and I can assure you that had I been able, by waving a magic wand, to make Mr. Abdulaziz, the jealous watchdog, disappear for the night, I would not have done so. I wanted no Pyrrhic victories. When I left the room, the servant accompanied me. We descended the first flight of stairs, and then, on the landing on the floor below my own, I paused and said casually, "Does the whole family sleep on this floor?" "Oh, yes," the servant said. "That is the master's room there," indicating. A door next to it is Mrs. Aziz. Miss Diana is opposite. 3 separate rooms. All very close together. Virtually impregnable. I tucked the information away in my mind and went on down to the pool. My host and hostess were there before me. "This is my daughter, Diana," my host said. The girl in the white swimming suit stood up and I kissed her hand. "Hello, Mr. Cornelius," she said. She was using the same heavy animal perfume as her mother, ambergris, musk, and castor. What a smell it had, bitchy, brazen, and marvelous. I sniffed at it like a dog. She was, I thought, even more beautiful than the parentee, if that were possible. She had the same large velvety eyes, the same black hair, and the same shape of face, but her legs were unquestionably longer, and there was something about her body that gave it a slight edge over the older woman's. It was more sinuous, more snaky, and almost certain to be a good deal more flexible. But the older woman, who was probably 37 and looked no more than 25, had a spark in her eye that the D-otter could not possibly match. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, just a little while ago, Prince Oswald had sworn he would ravish the queen alone, and to hell with the princess. But no W that he had seen the princess in the flesh, he did not know which one to prefer. Both of them, in their different ways, held forth a promise of innumerable delights, the one innocent and eager, the other expert and voracious. The truth of the matter was that he would like to have them both, the princess as an hors d'oeuvre, and the queen as the main dish. "Help yourself to a pair of trunks in the changing room, Mr. Cornelius," Mrs. Aziz was saying, so I went into the hut and changed, and when I came out again the 3 of them were already splashing about in the water. I dived in and joined them. The water was so cold it made me gasp. "I thought that would surprise you," Mr. Aziz said, laughing. "It's cooled. I keep it at 65 degrees. It's more refreshing in this climate." Later, when the sun began dropping lower in the sky, we all sat around in our wet swimming clothes while a servant brought us pale, ice-cold martinis. And it was at this point that I began, very slowly, very cautiously, to seduce the 2 ladies in my own particular fashion. Normally, when I am given a free hand, this is not especially difficult for me to do. The curious little talent that I happen to possess, the ability to hypnotize a woman with words, very seldom lets me down. It is not, of course, done only with words. The words themselves, the innocuous, superficial words, are spoken only by a themith, whereas the real message, the improper and exciting promise, comes from all the limbs and organs of the body, and is transmitted through the eyes. More than that I cannot honestly tell you about how it is done. The point is that it works. It works like cantharides. I believe that I could sit down, and opposite the Pope's wife, if he had one, and within 15 minutes, were I to try hard enough, She would be leaning towards me over the table with her lips apart and her eyes glazed with desire. It is a minor talent, not a great one, but I am nonetheless thankful to have had it bestowed upon me, and I have done my best at all times to see that it has not been wasted. So the four of us, the two wondrous women, the little man, and myself, sat close together in a semicircle beside the swimming pool, lounging in deck chairs and sipping our drinks and feeling the warm 6 o'clock sunshine upon our skin. I was in good form. I made them laugh a great deal. The story about the greedy old Duchess of Glasgow putting her hand in the chocolate box and getting nipped by one of my scorpions had the daughter falling out of her chair with mirth, and when I described in detail the interior of my spider breeding house in the garden outside Paris, both ladies began wriggling with revulsion and pleasure. It was at this stage that I noticed the eyes of Mr. Abdelaziz resting upon me in a good-humored, twinkling kind of way. Well, the eyes seemed to be saying, "We are glad to see that you are not quite so disinterested in women as you led us to believe in the car, or is it, perhaps, that these congenial surroundings are helping you to forget that great sorrow of yours at last?" Mr. Aziz smiled at me, showing his pure white teeth. It was a friendly smile. I gave him a friendly smile back. What a friendly little fellow he was. He was genuinely delighted to see me paying so much attention to the ladies. So far, then, so good. I shall skip very quickly over the next few hours, for it was not until after midnight that anything really tremendous happened to me. A few brief notes will suffice to cover the intervening period. At 7 o'clock, we all left the swimming pool and returned to the house to dress for dinner. At 8 o'clock, we assembled in the big living room to drink another cocktail. The two ladies were both superbly turned out, and sparkling with jewels. Both of them wore low-cut, sleeveless evening dresses which had come, without any doubt at all, from some great fashion house in Paris. My hostess was in black, her daughter in pale blue, and the scent of that intoxicating perfume was everywhere about them. What a pair they were! The older woman had that slight forward hunch to her shoulders which one sees only in the most passionate and practiced females, for in the same way as a horsey woman will become bandy-legged from sitting constantly upon a horse, so a woman of great passion will develop a curious roundness of the shoulders from continually embracing men. It is an occupational deformity, and the noblest of them all. The daughter was not yet old enough to have acquired this singular badge of honor, but with her it was enough for me simply to stand back and observe the shape of her body and to notice the splendid sliding motion of her thighs underneath the tight silk dress as she wandered about the room. She had a line of tiny soft golden hairs growing all the way up the exposed length of her spine, and when I stood behind her it was difficult to resist the temptation of running my knuckles up and down those lovely vertebrae. At 8:30, we moved into the dining room. The dinner that followed was a really magnificent affair, but I shall waste no time here describing food or wine. Throughout the meal I continued to play most delicately and insidiously upon the sensibilities of the women, employing every skill that I possessed, and by the time the dessert arrived, they were melting before my eyes like butter in the sun. After dinner we returned to the living room for coffee and brandy, and then, at my host's suggestion, we played a couple of rubbers of bridge. By the end of the evening, I knew for certain that I had done my work. The old magic had not let me down. Either of the two ladies, should circumstances permit, was mine for the asking. I was not deluding myself over these. It was a straightforward, obvious fact. It stood out a mile. The facie of my hostess was bright with excitement, and whenever she looked at me across the card table, those huge dark velvety eyes would grow bigger and bigger, and the nostrils would dilate, and the mouth would open slightly to reveal the tip of a moist pink tongue squeezing through between the teeth. It was a marvelously lascivious gesture, and more than once it caused me to trump my own trick. The daughter was less daring but equally direct. Each time her eyes met mine, and that was often enough, she would raise her brows just the tiniest fraction of a centimeter, as though asking a question, then she would make a quick sly little smile, supplying the answer. "I think it's time we all went to bed," Mr. Aziz said, examining his watch. "It's after 11. Come along, my dears." Then a queer thing happened. At once, without a second's hesitation and without another glance in my direction, both ladies rose and made for the door. It was astonishing. It left me stunned. I didn't know what to make of it. It was the quickest thing I'd ever seen, and yet it wasn't as though Mr. Aziz had spoken angrily. His voice, to me at any rate, had sounded as pleasant as eve air, but now he was already turning out the lights, indicating clearly that he wished me also to retire. What a blow! I had expected at least to receive a whisper from either the wife or the daughter before we separated for the night, just a quick 3 or 4 words telling me where to go and when, but instead, I was left standing like a fool beside the card table while the 2 ladies glided out of the room. My host and I followed them up the stairs. On the landing of the first floor, the mother and daughter stood side by side, waiting for me. "Good night, Mr. Cornelius," my hostess said. "Good night, Mr. Cornelius," the daughter said. "Good night, my dear fellow," Mr. Aziz said. "I do hope you have everything you want." They turned away, and there was nothing for me to do but continue reluctantly, up the second flight of stairs to my own room. I entered it and closed the door. The heavy brocade curtains had already been drawn by one of the servants, but I parted them and leaned out of the window to take a look at the night. The air was still and warm, and a brilliant moon was shining over the desert. Below me, the swimming pool in the moonlight looked something like an enormous glass mirror lying flat on the lawn, and beside I could see the 4 deck chairs we had been sitting in earlier. Well, I thought, what happens now? One thing I knew I must not do in this house was to venture out of my room and go prowling around the corridors. That would be suicide. I had learned many years ago that there are 3 breeds of husband with whom one must never take unnecessary risks: the Bulgarian, the Greek, and the Syrian. None of them, for some reason, resents you flirting quite openly with his wifey, but he will kill you at once if he catches you getting into her bed. Mr. Aziz was a Syrian. A degree of prudence was therefore essential, and if any move were going to be made now, it must be made not by me but by one of the 2 women, for only she would know precisely what was safe and what was dangerous. Yet I had to admit that after witnessing the way in which my host had called them both to heel 4 minutes ago, there was little hope of further action in the near future. The trouble was, though, that I had got myself so infernally steamed up. I undressed and took a long cold shower. That helped. Then, because I have never been able to sleep in the moonlight, I made sure that the curtains were tightly drawn together. I got into bed, and for the next hour or so I lay reading some more of Gilbert White's Natural History of Selborne. That also helped, and at last, somewhere between midnight and 1 a.m., there came a time when I was able to switch out the light and prepare myself for sleep without altogether too many regrets. I was just beginning to doze off when I heard some tiny sounds. I recognized them at once. They were sounds that I had heard many times before in my life, and yet they were still, for me, the most thrilling and evocative in the whole world. They consisted of a series of little soft metallic noises, of metal grating gently against metal, and they were always made by somebody who was very slowly, very cautiously, turning the handle of phone's door from the outside. Instantly, I became wide awake. But I did not move. I simply opened my eyes and stared in the direction of the door, and I can't remember wishing at that moment for a gap in the curtain, for just a small thin shaft of moonlight to come in from outside so that I could at least catch a glimpse of the shadow of the lovely form that was about to enter. The room was as dark as a dungeon. I did not hear the door open. No hinge squeaked, but suddenly a little gust of air swept through the room and rustled the curtains, and a moment later I heard the soft thud of wood against wood as the door was carefully closed again. Then came the click of the latch as the handle was released. Next, I heard feet tiptoeing towards me over the carpet. For one horrible second, it occurred to me that this might just possibly be Mr. Abdulaziz creeping in upon me with a long knife in his hand, but at once a warm extensile body was bending over mine, and a woman's voice was whispering in my ear, "Don't make a sound." "My dearest beloved," I said, wondering which one of them it was. I knew it instantly. Her hand came over my mouth. "Please," she whispered. Not another word. I didn't argue. My lips had better things to do than that. So had hers. Here I must pause. This is not like me at all, I know that. But just for once, I wish to be excused a detailed description of the great scene that followed. I have my own reasons for this and I beg you to respect them. In any case, it will do you no harm to exercise your own imagination for a change, and if you wish, I shall stimulate it a little by saying simply and truthfully that of the many thousands and thousands of women I have known in my time, none has transported me to greater extremes of ecstasy than this lady off Sinai Desert. Her dexterity was amazing. Her passion was intense. Her range was unbelievable. At every turn, she was ready with some new and intricate maneuver, and to cap it all, she possessed the subtlest and most recondite style I have ever encountered. She was a great artist. She was a genius. All this, you will probably say, indicated clearly that my visitor must have been the older woman. You would be wrong. It indicated nothing. True genius is a gift of birth. It has very little to do with age, and I can assure you that I had no way of knowing for certain which of them it was in the darkness of that room. I wouldn't have bet a penny on it either way. At one moment, after some particularly boisterous cadenza, I would be convinced that it was the wife. It must be the wife. Then suddenly the whole tempo would begin to change, and the melody would become so childlike and innocent that he found myself swearing it was the daughter. It must be the daughter. Maddening it was not to know the true answer. It tantalized me. It also humbled me, for, after all, a connoisseur, a supreme connoisseur, should always be able to guess the vintage without seeing the label on the bottle. But his one really had me beat. At one point, I reached for cigarettes, intending to solve the mystery in the flare of a match, but her hand was on me in a flash, and cigarettes and matches were snatched away and flung across the room. More than once, I began to whisper the question itself into her ear, but I never got 3 words out before the hand shot up again and smacked its elf over my mouth. Rather violently. Very well, I thought. Let it be for now. Tomorrow morning, downstairs in the daylight, I shall know for certain which one of you it was. I shall know by the glow on the face, by the way the eyes look back into mine, and by 100 other little telltale signs. I shall also know by the marks that my teeth have made on the left side of the neck, above the dress line, a rather wily move, that one, I thought, and so perfectly timed. My vicious bite was administered during the height of her passion, that she never for one moment realized the significance of the act. It was altogether a most memorable night, and at least 4 hours must have gone by before she gave me a final fierce embrace, and slipped out of the room as quickly as she had come in. The next morning I did not awaken until after 10 o'clock. I got out of bed and drew open the curtains. It was another brilliant, hot, desert day. I took a leisurely bath, then dressed myself as carefully as ever. I felt relaxed and chipper. It made me very happy to think that I could still summon a woman to my room with my eyes alone, even in middle age. And what a woman! It would be fascinating to find out which one of them she was. I would soon know. I made my way slowly down the 2 flights of stairs. "Good morning, my dear fellow, good morning," Mr. Aziz said, rising from a small desk he had been writing at in the living room. "Did you have a good night?" "Excellent, thank you," I answered, trying not to sound smug. He came and stood close to me, smiling with his very white teeth. His shrewd little eyes rested on my face and moved over it slowly, as though searching for something. "I have good news for you," he said. "They called up from Bir Rod Salim 5 minutes ago, and said your fan belt had arrived by the mail truck. Saleh is fitting it on now. It'll be ready in an hour. So when you've had some breakfast, I'll drive you over and you can be on your way." I told him how grateful I was. "We'll be sorry to see you go," he said. "It's been an immense pleasure for all of us having you drop in like this, an immense pleasure." I had my breakfast alone in the dining room. Afterwards, I returned to the living room to smoke a cigarette while my host continued writing at his desk. "Do forgive me," he said. "I just have a couple of things to finish here. I won't be long. I've arranged for your case to be packed and put in the car, so you have nothing to worry about. Sit down and enjoy your cigarette. The ladies ought to be down any minute now." The wife arrived first. She came sailing into the room looking more and ever like the dazzling Queen Semiramis of the Nile, and the first thing I noticed about her was the pale green chiffon scarf knotted casually around her neck. Casually but carefully. So carefully that no pan of the skin of the neck was visible. The woman went straight over to her husband and kissed him on the cheek. "Good morning, my darling," she said. "You cunning beautiful bitch," I thought. "Good morning, Mr. Cornelius," she said gaily, coming over to sit in the chair opposite mine. "Did you have a good night? I do hope you had everything you wanted." Never in my life have I seen such a sparkle in a woman's eyes as I saw in hers that morning, nor such a glow of pleasure in a woman's face. "I had a very good night indeed, thank you," I answered, showing her that he knew. She smiled and lit a cigarette. I glanced over at Mr. Aziz, who was still writing away busily at the desk with his back to us. He wasn't paying the slightest attention to his wife or to me. He was, I thought, exactly like all the other poor cuckolds that I ever created. Not one of them would believe that it could happen to him, not right under his own nose. "Good morning, everybody," cried the daughter, sweeping into the room. "Good morning, Daddy. Good morning, Mummy." She gave them each a kiss. "Good morning, Mr. Cornelius." She was wearing a pair of pink slacks and a rust-colored blouse, and I'll be damned if she didn't also have a scarf tied carelessly but carefully around her neck. A chiffon scarf. "Did you have a decent night?" she asked, perching herself like a young bride on the arm of my chair, arranging herself in such a way that one of her thighs rested against my forearm. I leaned back and looked at her closely. She looked back at me and winked. She actually winked. Her face was glowing and sparkling every bit as much as her mother's, and if anything, she seemed even more pleased with herself than the older woman. I felt pretty confused. Only one of them had a bite mark to conceal, yet both of them had covered their necks with scarves. I conceded that this might be a coincidence, but on the face of it, it looked much more like a conspiracy to me. It looked as though they were both working closely together to keep me from discovering the truth. But what an extraordinary screwy business! And what was the purpose of it all? And in what other peculiar ways, might I ask? Did they plot and plan together among themselves? Had they drawn lots or something the night before? Or did they simply take it in turns with visitors? I must come back again, I told myself, for another visit as soon as possible just to see what happens the next time. In fact, I might motor down specially from Jerusalem in a day or two. It would be easy, I reckoned, to get myself invited again. "Are you ready, Mr. Cornelius?" Mr. Aziz said, rising from his desk. "Quite ready," I answered. The ladies, sleek and smiling, led the way outside to where the big Green Rolls-Royce was waiting. I kissed their hands and murmured a million tea-hanks to each of them. Then I got into the front seat beside my host, and we drove off. The mother and daughter waved. I lowered my window and waved. Then we were out of the garden and into the desert, following the stony yellow track as it skirted the base of Mount Magara, with the telegraph poles marching along beside us. During the journey, my host and I conversed pleasantly about this and that. I was at pains to be as agreeable as possible because my one object now was to get myself invited to stay at the house again. If I didn't succeed in getting him to ask me, then I should have to ask him. I would do it at the last moment. "Goodbye, my dear friend," I would say, gripping him warmly by the throat. "May I have the pleasure of dropping in to see you again if I happen to be passing this way?" And of course he would say yes. "Did you think I exaggerated when I told you my daughter was beautiful?" He asked me. "You understated it," I said. "She's a raving beauty." "I do congratulate you. But your wife is no less lovely. In fact, between the two of them they almost swept me off my feet," I added, laughing. "I noticed that," he said, laughing with me. "They're a couple of very naughty girls. They do so love to flirt with other men. But why should I mind? There's no harm in flirting." "None whatsoever," I said. "I think it's gay and fun." "It's charming," I said. In less than half an hour we had reached the main Eshmalia Jerusalem road. Mr. Aziz turned the rolls onto the black tarmac strip and headed for the filling station at 70 miles an hour. In a few minutes we would be there, so now I tried moving a little closer to the subject of another visit, fishing gently for an invitation. "I can't get over your house," I said. "I think it's simply wonderful." "It is nice, isn't it? I suppose you're bound to get pretty lonely out there, on and off, just the three of you together?" "It's no worse than anywhere else," he said. "People get lonely wherever they are, a desert or a city, it doesn't make much difference, really. But we do have visitors, you know. You'd be surprised at the number of people who drop in from time to time. Like you, for instance. It was a great pleasure having you with us, my dear fellow." "I shall never forget it," I said. "It is a rare thing to find kindness and hospitality of that order nowadays." I waited for him to tell me that I must come again. But he didn't. A little silence sprang up between us, a slightly uneasy little silence. "To Bridget," I said, "I think yours is the most thoughtful paternal gesture I've ever heard of in my life." "Mine?" "Yes. Building a house right out there in the back of beyond and living in it just for your daughter's sake, to protect her. I think it's remarkable." I saw him smile, but he kept his eyes on the road and said nothing. The filling station and the group of huts were now in sight about a mile ahead of us. The sun was high and it was getting hot inside the car. "Not many fathers would put themselves out to that extent," I went on. Again he smiled, but somewhat bashfully, this time, I thought. And then he said, "I don't deserve quite as much credit as you like to give me, really I don't. To be absolutely honest with you, that pretty daughter of mine isn't the only reason for my living in such splendid isolation." "I know that." "You do? You told me. You said the other reason was the desert. You loved it, you said, as a sailor loves the sea." So I did. And it's quite true. But there's still a third reason. Oh, and what is that? He didn't answer me. He sat quite still with his hands on the wheel and his eyes fixed on the road ahead. I'm sorry, I said. I shouldn't have asked the question. It's none of my business. No, that's quite all right, he said. Don't apologize. I stared out of the window at the desert. I think it's hotter than yesterday, I said. It must be well over 100 already. Yes. I saw him shifting a little in his seat, as though trying to get comfortable, and then he said, I don't really see why I shouldn't tell you the truth about Ted House. You don't strike me as being a gossip. Certainly not, I said. We were close to the filling station now, and he had slowed the car down almost to walking speed to give himself time to say what he had to say. I could see the two Arabs standing beside my Lagonda, watching us. That daughter, he said at length, the one you met, she isn't the only daughter I have. Oh, really? I've got another who is 5 years older than she. And just as beautiful, no doubt, I said. Where does she live? In Beirut? No, she's in the house. In which house? Not the one we've just left? Yes, but I never saw her. Well, he said, turning suddenly to watch my face, maybe not. But why? She has leprosy. I jumped. Yes, I know, he said, it's a terrible thing. She has the worst kind, too, poor girl. It's called anesthetic leprosy. It is highly resistant, and almost impossible to cure. If only it were the nodular variety, it would be much easier. But it isn't, and there you are. So when a visitor comes to the house, she keeps to her own apartment, on the 3rd floor. The car must have pulled into the filling station about then, because the next thing I can remember was seeing Mr. Abdulaziz sitting there looking at me with those small clever black eyes of his, and he was saying, but my dear fellow, you mustn't alarm yourself like this. Calm yourself down, Mr. Cornelius, calm yourself down. There's absolutely nothing in the world for you to worry about. It is not a very contagious disease. You have to have the most intimate contact with the person in order to catch it. I got out of the car very slowly and stood in the sunshine. The Arab with the diseased face was grinning at me and saying, fan belt all fixed now. Everything fine. I reached into my pocket for cigarettes, but my hand was aching so violently I dropped the packet on the ground. I bent down and retrieved it. Then I got a cigarette out and managed to light it. When I looked up again, I saw the green Rolls-Royce already half a mile down the road, and going away fast, the Great Switcheroo. There were about 40 people at Jerry and Samantha's cocktail party that evening. It was the usual crowd, the usual discomfort, the usual appalling noise. People had to stand very close to one another and shout to make themselves heard. Many were grinning, showing capped white teeth. Most of them had a cigarette in the left hand, a drink in the right. I moved away from my wife Mary and her group. I headed for the small bar in the far corner, and when I got there, I sat down on a bar stool and at the room. I did this so that I could look at the women. I settled back with my shoulders against the bar rail, sipping my scotch and examining the women one by one over the rim of my glass. I was studying not their figures but their faces, and what interested me there was not so much the face itself but the big red mouth in the middle of it all. And even then, it wasn't the whole mouth but only the lower lip. The lower lip, I had recently decided, was the great revealer. It gave away more than the eyes. The eyes hid their secrets. The lower lip hid very little. Take, for example, the lower lip of Jason Winkleman, who was standing nearest to me. Notice the wrinkles on that lip, how some were parallel and some radiated outward. No two people had the same pattern of lip wrinkles, and come to think of it, you could catch a criminal that way if you had a slip print on file and he had taken a drink at the scene of the crime. The lower lip is what you suck and nibble when you're ruffled, and Martha Sullivan was doing that right now as she watched from a distance her fatuous husband slobbering over Judy Martinson. You lick it when lecherous. I called DC Ginny Lomax licking hers with the tip of her tongue as she stood beside Ted Dorling and gazed up into his face. It was a deliberate lick, the tongue coming out slowly and making a slow wet wipe along the entire length of the lower lip. I saw Ted Dorling looking at Ginny's tongue, which was what she wanted him to do. It really does seem to be a fact, I told myself, as my eyes wandered from lower lip to lower lip across the room, that all the less attractive traits of the human animal, arrogance, rapacity, gluttony, lasciviousness, and the rest of them, are clearly signaled in that little carapace of scarlet skin. But you have to know the code. The protuberant or bulging lower lip is supposed to signify sensuality. But this is only half true in men and wholly untrue in women. In women, it is the thin line you should look for, the narrow blade with the sharply delineated bottom edge. And in the nymphomaniac there is a tiny just visible crest of skin at the top center of the lower lip. Samantha, my hostess, had that. Where was she now? Samantha? Ah, there she was, taking an empty glass out of a guest's hand. Now she was heading my way to refill it. "Hello, Vic," she said, "you all alone?" She's a nympho bird all right, I told myself, but a very rare example of the species, because she is entirely and utterly monogamous. She is a married monogamous nympho bird who stays forever in her own nest. She is also the fruitiest female I have ever set eyes upon in my whole life. "Let me help you," I said, standing up and taking the glass from her hand. "What's wanted in here?" "Vodka on the rocks," she said. "Thanks, Vic." She laid a lovely long white arm upon the top of the bar and she leaned forward so that her bosom rested on the bar rail, squashing upward. "Oops," I said, pouring vodka outside the glass. Samantha looked at me with huge brown eyes, but said nothing. "I'll wipe it up," I said. She took the refilled glass from me and walked away. I watched her go. She was wearing black pants. They were so tight around the buttocks that the smallest mole or pimple would have shown through the cloth. But Samantha Rainbow had not a blemish on her bottom. I caught myself licking my own lower lip. That's right, I thought. I want her. I lust after that woman. But it's too risky to try. It would be suicide to make a pass at a girl like that. First of all, she lives next door, which is too close. Secondly, as I have already said, she is monogamous. Thirdly, she is thick as a thief with Mary, my own wife. They exchange dark female secrets. Fourthly, her husband Jerry is my very old and good friend, and not even I, Victor Hammond, thug I am churning with lust, would dream of trying to seduce the wife of a man who is my very old and trusty friend. Unless, it was at this point, as I sat on the bar still leching over Samantha Rainbow, that an interesting idea began to filter quietly into the center of my brain. I remained still, allowing the idea to expand. I watched Samantha across the room, and began fitting her into the framework of the idea. "Oh, Samantha, my gorgeous and juicy little jewel, I shall have you yet. But could anybody seriously hope to get away with a crazy lark like that? No, not in a million nights. One couldn't even try it unless Jerry agreed. So why think about it?" Samantha was standing about 6 yards away, talking to Gilbert McKessie. The fingers of her right hand were curled around a tall glass, the fingers were long and almost certainly dexterous. Assuming, just for the fun of it, that Jerry did agree, then even so, there would still be gigantic snags along the way. There was, for example, the little matter of physical characteristics. I had seen Jerry many times at the club having a shower after tennis, but right now I couldn't for the life of me recall the necessary details. It wasn't the sort of thing one noticed very much. Usually, one didn't even look. Anyway, it would be madness to put the suggestion to Jerry point blank. He didn't know him that well. He might be horrified. He might even turn nasty. There could be an ugly scene. I must test him out, therefore, in some subtle fashion. "You know something," I said to Jerry about an hour later when we were sitting together on the sofa having a last drink. The guests were drifting away and Samantha was by the door saying goodbye to them. My own wife Mara was out on the terrace talking to Bob Swain. I could see through the open French windows. "You know something funny?" I said to Jerry as we sat together on the sofa. "What's funny?" Jerry asked me. "A fellow I had lunch with today told me a fantastic story. Quite unbelievable." "What story?" Jerry said. The whiskey had begun to make him sleepy. This man, the one I had lunch with, had a terrific lech after the wife of his friend who lived nearby, and his friend had an equally big lech after the wife of the man I had lunch with. "Do you see what I mean?" "You mean two fellers who lived close to each other both fancied each other's wives?" "Precisely," I said. "Then there was no problem," Jerry said. "There was a very big problem," I said. "The wives were both very faithful and honorable women." "Samantha's the same," Jerry said. "She wouldn't look at another man." "Nor would Mary," I said. "She's a fine girl." Jerry emptied his glass and set it down carefully on the sofa table. "So what happened in your story?" he said. "It sounds dirty." "What happened," I said, "was that these two randy sods cooked up a plan which made it possible for each of them to ravish the other's wife without the wives ever knowing it. If you can believe such a thing." "With chloroform?" Jerry said. "Not at all. They were fully conscious. "Impossible," Jerry said. "Someone's been pulling your leg." "I don't think so," I said. "From the way this man told it to me, with all the details and everything, I don't think he was making it up. In fact, I'm sure he wasn't. And listen, they didn't do it just once, either. They've been doing it every 2 or 3 weeks for months. And the wives don't know? They haven't a clue." "I've got to hear this," Jerry said. "Let's get another drink first." We crossed to the bar and refilled our glasses, then returned to the sofa. "You must remember," I said, "that there had to be a tremendous lot of preparation and rehearsal beforehand, and many intimate details had to be exchanged to give the plan a chance of working. But the essential part of the scheme was simple. They fixed a night, call it Saturday. On that night the husbands and wives were to go up to bed as usual, at say 11 or 11:30. From then on, normal routine would be preserved. A little reading, perhaps, a little talking, then out with the lights. After lights out, the husbands would at once roll over and pretend to go to sleep. This was to discourage their wives from getting fresh, which at this stage must on no account be permitted. So the wives went to sleep. But the husbands stayed awake. So far so good. Then at precisely 1 a.m., by which time the wives would be in a good deep sleep, each husband would slip quietly out of bed, put on a pair of bedroom slippers and creep downstairs in his pajamas. He would open the front door and go out into the night, taking care not to close the door behind him. They lived, I went on, more or less across the street from one another. It was a quiet suburban neighborhood and there was seldom anyone about at that hour. So these two furtive pajama-clad figures would pass each other as they crossed the street, each one heading for another house, another bed, another woman. Jerry was listening to me carefully. His eyes were a little glazed from drink, but he was listening to every word. The next pan, I said, had been prepared very thoroughly by both men. Each knew the inside of his friend's house almost as well as he knew his own. He knew how to find his way in the dark downstairs and up without knocking over the furniture. He knew his way to the stairs and exactly how many steps there were to the top and which of them creaked and which didn't. He knew on which side of the bed the woman upstairs was sleeping. Each took off his slippers and left them in the hall, then up the stairs crept in his bare feet and pajamas. This part of it, according to my Freya and E, was rather exciting. He was in a dark silent house that wasn't his own, and on his way to the main bedroom he had to pass no less than 3 children's bedrooms where the doors were always left slightly open. "Children," Jerry cried. "My God, what if one of them had woken up and said, 'Daddy, is that you?'" "That was all taken care of," I said. "Emergency procedure would then come into effect immediately. Also if the wife, just as he was creeping into her room, woke up and said, 'Darling, what's wrong? Why are you wandering about?' Then again, emergency procedure." "What emergency procedure?" Jerry said. "Simple," I answered. "The man would immediately dash downstairs and out the front door and across to his own house and ring the bell. This was a signal for the other character, no matter what he was doing at the time, also to rush downstairs at full speed and open the door and let the other fellow in while he went out. This would get them both back quickly to their proper houses, with egg all over their faces," Jerry said. "Not at all," I said. "That doorbell would have woken the whole house," Jerry said. "Of course," I said. "And the husband, returning upstairs in his pajamas, would merely say, 'I went to see who the hell was ringing the bell at this ungodly hour. Couldn't find anyone. It must have been a drunk.'" "What about the other guy?" Jerry asked. "How does he explain why he rushed downstairs when his wife or child spoke to him?" "He would say, 'I heard someone prowling about outside, so I rushed down to get him, but he escaped.'" "Did you actually see him?" his wife would ask anxiously. "Of course I saw him," the husband would answer. "He ran off down the street. He was too damn fast for me." Whereupon the husband would be warmly congratulated for his bravery. "Okay," Jerry said. "That's the easy part. Everything so far is just a matter of good planning and good timing. But what happens when these two horny characters actually climb into bed with each other's wives?" "They go right to it," I said. "The wives are sleeping," Jerry said. "I know," I said. "So they proceed immediately with some very gentle but very skillful love play, and by the time these dames are fully awake, they re as randy as rattlesnakes." "No talking, I presume," Jerry said. "Not a word." "Okay, so the wives are awake," Jerry said. "And their hands get to work. So just for a start, what about the simple question of body size? What about the difference between the new man and the husband?" What about tallness and shortness and fatness and thinness? You're not telling me these men were physically identical? Not identical, obviously, I said, but they were more or less similar in build and height. That was essential. They were both clean-shaven and had roughly the same amount of hair on their heads. That sort of similarity is commonplace. Look at you and me, for instance. We're roughly the same AGHT in build, aren't we? Are we? Jerry said. How tall are you? I said. 6 foot exactly. I'm 5'11", I said, 1 inch difference. What do you weigh? 187. I'm 184, I said. What's 3 pounds among friends? There was a pause. Jerry was looking out through the French windows onto the terrace where my wife, Mary, was standing. Mary was still talking too. Bob Swain in the evening sun was shining in her hair. She was a dark pretty girl, with a bosom. I watched Jerry. I saw his tongue come out and go sliding along the surface of his lower lip. I guess you're right, Jerry said, still looking at Mary. I guess we're about the same size, you and me. When he turned back and faced me again, there was a little red rose high up on each cheek. Go on about these two men, he said. What about some of the other differences? You mean faces? I said. No one's going to see faces in the dark. I'm not talking about faces, Jerry said. What are you talking about, then? I'm talking about their cocks, Jerry said. That's what it's all about, isn't it? And you are not going to tell me? Oh, yes, I am, I said. Just so long as both the men were either circumcised or uncircumcised, then there was really no problem. Are you seriously suggesting that all men have the same size in cocks? Jerry said. Because they don't. I know they don't, I said. Some are enormous, Jerry said. And some are titchy. There are always exceptions, I told him. But you'd be surprised at the number of men whose measurements are virtually the same, give or take a centimeter. According to my friend, 90% are normal, only 10% are notably large or small. I don't believe that, Jerry said. Check on it sometime, I said. Ask some well-traveled girl. Jerry took a long slow sip of his whiskey, and his eyes over the top of his glass were looking again at Mary on the terrace. What about the rest of it? He said. No problem, I said. No problem, my arse, he said. Shall I tell you why this is a phony story? Go ahead. Everybody knows that a wife and husband who have been married for some years develop a kind of routine. It's inevitable. My God, a new operator would be spotted instantly. You know damn well he would. You can't suddenly wade in with a totally different style and expect the woman not to notice it, and I don't care how randy she was. She'd smell a rat in the first minute. A routine can be duplicated, I said. Just so long as every detail of the routine is described beforehand. A bit personal, that, Jerry said. The whole thing's personal, I said. So each man tells his story. He tells precisely what he usually does. He tells everything. The lot. The works. The whole routine from beginning to end. Jesus, Jerry said. Each of these men, I said, had to learn a new part. He had in effect, to become an actor. He was impersonating another character. Not so easy, that, Jerry said. No problem at all, according to my friend. The only thing one had to watch out for was not to get carried away and start improvising. One had to follow the stage directions very carefully and stick to them. Jerry took another pull at his drink. He also took another look at Mary on the terrace. Then he leaned back against the sofa, glass in hand. These two characters, he said. You mean they actually pulled it off? I'm damn sure they did, I said. They're still doing it, about once every 3 weeks. Fantastic story, Jerry said. And a damn crazy dangerous thing to do. Just imagine the sort of hell that would break loose if you were caught. Instant divorce. 2 divorces, in fact. 1 on each side of the street. Not worth it. Takes a lot of guts, I said. The party's breaking up, Jerry said. They're all going home with their goddamn wives. I didn't say any more after that. We sat there for a couple of minutes sipping our drinks while the guests began drifting towards the hall. Did he say it was fun, this friend of yours? Jerry asked suddenly. He said it was a gas, I answered. He said all the normal pleasures got intensified 100% because of the risk. He swore it was the greatest way of doing it in the world, impersonating the husband and the wife not knowing it. At that point, Mary came in through the French windows with Bob Swain. She had an empty glass in one hand and a flame-colored azalea in the other. She had picked the azalea on the terrace. "I've been watching you," she said, pointing the flower at me like a pistolet. "You've hardly stopped talking for the last 10 minutes. What's he been telling you, Jerry?" "A dirty story," Jerry said, grinning. "He does that when he drinks," Mary said. "Good story," Jerry said. "But totally impossible. Get him to tell it to you sometime." "I don't like dirty stories," Mary said. "Come along, Vic. It's time we went." "Don't go yet," Jerry said, fixing his eyes upon her splendid bosom. "Have another drink?" "No thanks," she said. "The children'll be screaming for their supper. I've had a lovely time." "Aren't you going to kiss me goodnight?" Jerry said, getting up from the sofa. He went for her mouth, but she turned her head quickly and he caught only the edge of her cheek. "Go away, Jerry," she said. "You're drunk." "Not drunk," Jerry said. "Just lecherous." "Don't you get lecherous with me, my boy," Mary said sharply. "I hate that sort of talk." She marched away across the room, carrying her bosom before her like a battering ram. "So long, Jerry," I said. "Fine party." Mary, full of dark looks, was waiting for me in the hall. Samantha was there, too, saying goodbye to the last guests. Samantha with her dexterous fingers and her smooth skin and her smooth, dangerous thighs. "Cheer up, Vic," she said to me, her white teeth showing. She looked like the creation, the beginning of the world, the first morning. "Good night, Vic darling," she said, stirring her fingers in my vitals. I followed Mary out of the house. "You feeling all right?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "Why not?" "The amount you drink is enough to make anyone feel ill," she said. There was a scrubby old hedge dividing our place from Jerry's and there was a gap in it we always used. Mary and I walked through the gap in silence. We went into the house and she cooked up a big pile of scrambled eggs and bacon, and we ate it with the children. After the meal, I wandered outside. The summer evening was clear and cool and because I had nothing else to do I decided to mow the grass in the front garden. I got the mower out of the shed and started it up, then I began the old routine of marching back and forth behind T. I like mowing grass. It is a soothing operation, and on our front lawn I could always look at Samantha's house going one way and think about her going the other. I had been at it for about 10 minutes when Jerry came strolling through the gap in the hedge. He was smoking a pipe and had his hands in his pockets and he stood on the edge of the grass, watching me. I pulled up in front of him, but left the motor ticking over. "Hi, sport," he said. "How's everything?" "I'm in the doghouse," I said. "So are you. Your little wife," he said, "is just too goddamn prissy to be true." "Oh, I know that. She rebuked me in my own house," Jerry said. "Not very much." "It was enough," he said, smiling slightly. "Enough for what?" "Enough to make me want to get a little bit of my own back on her. So what would you think if I suggested you and I have a go at that thing your friend told you about at lunch?" When he said this, I felt such a surge of excitement my stomach nearly jumped out of my mouth. I gripped the handles of the mower and started revving the engine. "Have I said the wrong thing?" Jerry asked. I didn't answer. "Listen," he said. "If you think it's a lousy idea, let's just forget I ever mentioned it. You're not mad at me, are you?" "I'm not mad at you, Jerry," I said. "It's just that it never entered my head that we should do it." "It entered mine," he said. "The setup is perfect. We wouldn't even have to cross the street." His face had gone suddenly bright and his eyes were shining like 2 stars. "So what do you say, Vic?" "I'm thinking," I said. "Maybe you don't fancy Samantha." "I don't honestly know," I said. "She's lots of fun," Jerry said. "I guarantee that." At this point I saw Mary come out onto the front porch. "There's Mary," I said. "She's looking for the children. We'll talk some more tomorrow." "Then it's a deal?" "It could be, Jerry. But only on condition we don't rush it. I want to be dead sure everything is right before we start." "Damn it all, this is a whole brand new can of beans." "No, it's not," he said. "Your friend said it was a guess. He said it was easy." "Ah, yes," I said, "my friend. Of course. But each case is different." I opened the throttle on the mower and went whining away across the lawn. When I got to the far side and turned around, Jerry was already through the gap in the hedge and walking up to his front door. The next couple of weeks was a period of high conspiracy for Jerry and me. We held secret meetings in bars and restaurants to discuss strategy, and sometimes he dropped into my office after work and we had a planning session behind the closed door. Whenever a doubtful point arose, Jerry would always say, "How did your friend do it?" And I would play for time and say, "I'll call him up and ask him about that one." After many conferences and much talk, we agreed upon the following main points. 1. That D-Day should be a Saturday. 2. That on D-Day evening we should take our wives out to a good dinner, the four of us together. 3. That Jerry and I should leave our houses and cross over through the G-App in the hedge at precisely 1 a.m. Sunday morning. 4. That instead of lying in bed in the dark until 1 a.m. came along, we should both, as soon as our wives were asleep, go quietly downstairs to the kitchen and drink coffee. 5. That we should use the front doorbell idea if an emergency arose. 6. That the return crossover time was fixed for 2 a.m. 7. That while in the wrong bed, questions from the woman must be answered by an sounded with the lips closed tight. 8. That I myself must immediately give up cigarettes and take to a pipe so that I would smell the same as Jerry. 9. That we should at once start using the same brand of hair oil and aftershave lotion. 10. That as both of us normally wore our wristwatches in bed, and they were much the same shape, it was decided not to exchange. Neither of us wore rings. 11. That each man must have something unusual about him that the woman would identify positively with her own husband. We therefore invented what became known as the sticking plaster ploy. It worked like this: on D-Day evening, when the couples arrived back in their own homes immediately after the dinner, each husband would make a point of going to the kitchen to cut himself a piece of cheese. At the same time, he would carefully stick a large piece of plaster over the tip of the forefinger of his right hand. Having done this, he would hold up the finger and say to his wife, "I cut my left. It's nothing, but it was bleeding a bit." Thus, later on, when the men have switched beds, each woman will be made very much aware of the plaster-covered finger, and will associate it directly with her own husband. An important psychological ploy, this, calculated to dissipate any tiny suspicion that might enter the mind of either female. So much for the basic plans. Next came what we referred to in our notes as familiarization with the layout. Jerry schooled me first. He gave me 3 hours training in his own house one Sunday afternoon when his wife and children were out. I had never been into their bedroom before. On the dressing table were Samantha's perfumes, her brushes, and all her other things. A pair of stockings was draped over the back of a chair. Her nightdress, white and blue, was hanging behind the door leading to the bathroom. "Okay," Jerry said, "it'll be pitch dark when you come in. Samantha sleeps on this side, so you must tiptoe around the end of the bed and slide in on the other side, over there. I'm going to blindfold you and let you practice." At first with the blindfold on, I wandered all over the room like a drunk. But after about an hour's work, I was able to negotiate the course pretty well. But before Jerry would finally pass me out, I had to go blindfold all the way from the front door through the hall, up the stairs, past the children's rooms, into Samantha's room and finish up in exactly the right place. And I had to do it silently, like a thief. All this took 3 hours of hard work, but I got it in the end. The following Sunday morning when Mary had taken our children to church, I was able to give Jerry the same sort of workout in my house. He learned the ropes faster than me, and within an hour he had passed the blindfold test without placing a foot wrong. It was during this session that we decided to disconnect each woman's bedside lamp as we entered the bedroom, so Jerry practiced finding the plug and pulling it out with his blindfold on, and the following weekend, I was able to do the same in Jerry's house. Now came by far the most important part of our training. We called it spilling the beans, and it was here that both of us had to describe in very detail the procedure we adopted when making love to our own wives. We agreed not to worry ourselves with any exotic variations that either of us might or might not occasionally practice. We were concerned only with teaching one another the most commonly used routine, the one least likely to arouse suspicion. The session took place in my office at 6 o'clock on a Wednesday evening after the staff had gone home. At first, we were both slightly embarrassed, and neither of us wanted to begin, so I got out the bottle of whiskey, and after a couple of stiff drinks, we loosened up and the teach-in started. While Jerry talked I took notes, and vice versa. At the end of it all, it turned out that the only real difference between Jerry's routine and my own was one of tempo. But what a difference it was! He took things in such a leisurely fashion and he prolonged the moments to such an extravagant degree that I wondered privately to myself whether his partner did not sometimes go to sleep in the middle of it all. My job, however, was not to criticize but to copy, and I said nothing. Jerry was not so discreet. At the end of my personal description he had the temerity to say, "Is that really what you do?" "What do you mean?" I asked. "I mean, is it all over and done with as quickly as that?" "Look," I said. "We aren't here to give each other lessons. We're here to learn the facts." "I know that," he said. "But I'm going to feel a bit of an ass if I copy your style exactly. My God, you go through it like an express train whizzing through a country station." I stared at him, mouth open. "Don't look so surprised," he said. "The way you told it to me, anyone would think." "Think what?" I said. "Oh, forget it," he said. "Thank you," I said. I was furious. There are two things in this world at which I happen to know I excel. One is driving an automobile and the other is you know what, so to have him sit there and tell me I didn't know how to behave with my own wife was a monstrous piece of effrontery. It was he who didn't know, not me. Poor Samantha. What she must have had to put up with over the years. "I'm sorry I spoke," Jerry said. He poured more whiskey into her glasses. "Here's to the Great Switcheroo," he said. "When do we go?" "Today is Wednesday," I said. "How about this coming Saturday?" "Christ," Jerry said, "we ought to do it while everything's still fresh in our minds," I said. "There's an awful lot to remember." Jerry walked to the window and looked down at the traffic in the street below. "Okay," he said, turning around, "next Saturday it shall be." Then we drove home in our separate cars. "Jerry and I thought we'd take you and Samantha out to dinner Saturday night," I said to Mary. We were in the kitchen and she was cooking hamburgers for the children. She turned around and faced me, frying pan in one hand, spoon in the other. Her blue eyes looked straight into mine. "My lord, Vic," she said. "How nice, but what are we celebrating?" I looked straight back at her and said, "I thought it would be a change to see some new faces, we're always meeting the same old bunch of people in the same old houses." She took a step forward and kissed me on the cheek. "What a good man you are," she said. "I love you. Don't forget to phone the babysitter." "No, I'll do it tonight," she said. Thursday and Friday passed very quickly, and suddenly it was Saturday. It was D-Day. I woke up feeling madly excited. After breakfast, I couldn't sit still, so I decided to go out and wash the car. I was in the middle of this when Jerry came strolling through the gap in the hedge, pipe in mouth. "Hi, sport," he said. "This is the day." "I know that," I said. I also had a pipe in my mouth. I was forcing myself to smoke it, but I had trouble keeping it alight, and the smoke burned my tongue. "How are you feeling?" Jerry asked. "Terrific," I said. "How about you?" "I'm nervous," he said. "Don't be nervous, Jerry. This is one hell of a thing we're trying to do," he said. "I hope we pull it off." I went on polishing the windshield. I had never known Jerry to be nervous of anything before. It worried me a bit. "I'm damn glad we're not the first people ever to try it," he said. "If no one had ever done it before, I don't think I'd risk it." "I agree," I said. "What stops me being too nervous," he said, "is the fact that your friend found it so fantastically easy." "My friend said it was a cinch," I said. "But for Christ's sake, Jerry, don't be nervous when the time comes. That would be disastrous." "Don't worry," he said. "But Jesus, it's exciting, isn't it?" "It's exciting all right," I said. "Listen," he said. "We'd better go easy on the booze tonight." "Good idea," I said. "See you at 8:30, at 8:30, Samantha." Jerry, Mary and I drove in Jerry's car to Billy's Steakhouse. The restaurant, despite its name, was high-class and expensive, and the girls had put on long dresses for the occasion. Samantha was wearing something green that didn't start until it was halfway down her front, and I had never seen her looking lovelier. There were candles on our table. Samantha was seated opposite me, and whenever she leaned forward with her face close to the flame, I could see that tiny crest of skin at the top center of her lower lip. "Now," she said as she accepted a menu from the waiter, "I wonder what I'm going to have tonight." Ho ho ho, I thought, that's a good question. Everything went fine in the restaurant and the girls enjoyed themselves. When we arrived back at Jerry's house, it was 11:45, and Samantha said, "Come in and have a nightcap." "Thanks," I said, "but it's a bit late. And the babysitter has to be driven home." So Mary and I walked across to her house, and now, I told myself as I entered the front door, from now on the countdown begins. I must keep a clear head and forget nothing. While Mary was paying the babysitter, I went to the fridge and found a piece of Canadian cheddar. I took a knife from the drawer and a strip of plaster from the cupboard. I stuck the plaster around the tip of the forefinger off my right hand and waited for Mary to turn around. "I cut myself," I said, holding up the finger for her to see. "It's nothing, but it was bleeding a bit." "I'd have thought you'd had enough to eat for the evening," was all she said. But the plaster registered on her mind and my first little job had been done. I drove the babysitter home, and by the time I got back up to the bedroom, it was round about midnight and Mary was already half asleep with her tea out. I switched out the light on my side of the bed and went into the bathroom to undress. I pottered about in there for 10 minutes or so, and when I came out, Mary, as I had hoped, was well and truly sleeping. There seemed no point in getting into bed beside her. So I simply pulled back the covers a bit on my side to make it easier for Jerry, then with my slippers on, I went downstairs to the kitchen and switched on the electric kettle. It was now 12:17. 43 minutes to go. At 12:35, I went upstairs to check on Mary and the kids. Everyone was sound asleep. At 12:55, 5 minutes before 0 hour, I went up again for a final check. I went right up close to Mary's bed and whispered her name. There was no answer. Good. That's it. Let's go. I put a brown raincoat over my pajamas. I switched off the kitchen light so that the whole house was in darkness. I put the front door lock on the latch. And then, feeling an enormous sense of exhilaration, I stepped silently out into the night. There were no lamps on our street to lighten the darkness. There was no moon or even a star to be seen. It was a black night, but the air was warm and there was a little breeze blowing from somewhere. I headed for the gap in the hedge. When I got very close, I was able to make out the hedge itself and find the gap. I stopped there, waiting, then I heard Jerry's footsteps coming towards me. "Hi, sport," he whispered. "Everything okay?" "All ready for you," I whispered back. He moved on. I heard his slippered feet padding softly over the grass. Ash went towards my house. I went towards his. I opened Jerry's front door. It was even darker inside than out. I closed the door carefully. I took off my raincoat and hung it on the doorknob. I removed my slippers and placed them against the wall by the door. I literally could not see my hands before my face. Everything had to be done by touch. My goodness, I was glad Jerry had made me practice blindfold for so long. It wasn't my feet that guided me now but my fingers. The fingers of one hand or another were never for a moment out of contact with something, a wall, the banister, a piece of furniture, a window curtain. And I knew or thought I knew exactly where I was all the time. But it was an awesome eerie feeling trespassing on tiptoe through someone else's house in the middle of the night. As I fingered my way up the stairs, I found myself thinking of the burglars who had broken into our front room last winter and stolen the television set. When the police came next morning, I pointed out to them an enormous turd lying in the snow outside the garage. "They nearly always do that," one of the cops told me. "They can't help it. They're scared." I reached the top of the stairs. I crossed the landing with my right fingertips touching the wall all the time. I started down the corridor, but paused when my hand found the door of the first children's room. The door was slightly open. I listened. I could hear young Robert Rainbow, aged 8, breathing evenly inside. I moved on. I found the door to the second children's bedroom. This one belonged to Billy, aged 6, and Amanda, 3. I stood listening. All was well. The main bedroom was at the end of the corridor, about 4 yards on. I reached the door. Jerry had left it open, as planned. I went in. I stood absolutely still just inside the door, listening for any sign that Samantha might be awake. All was quiet. I felt my way around the wall until I reached Samantha's side of the bed. Immediately, I knelt on the floor and found the plug connecting her bedside lamp. I drew it from its socket and laid it on the carpet. Good. Much safer now. I stood up. I couldn't see Samantha, and at first I couldn't hear anything either. I bent low over the bed. Ah yes, I could hear her breathing. Suddenly I caught a whiff of the heavy musky perfume she had been using that evening, and I felt the blood rushing to my groin. Quickly I tiptoed around the big bed, keeping 2 fingers in gentle contact with the edge of the bed the whole way. All I had to do now was get in. I did so, but as I put my weight upon the mattress, the creaking of the springs underneath sounded as though someone was firing a rifle in the room. I lay motionless, holding my breath. I could hear my heart thumping away like an engine in my throat. Samantha was facing away from me. She didn't move. I pulled the covers up over my chest and turned towards her. A female glow came out of her to me. "Here we go, then. Now." I slid a hand over and touched her body. Her nightdress was warm and silk-white. I rested the hand gently on her hips. Still she didn't move. I waited a minute or so, then I allowed the hand that lay upon the hip to steal onward and go exploring. Slowly, deliberately, and very accurately, my fingers began the process of setting her on fire. She stirred. She turned on her back, then she murmured sleepily, "Oh, dear, oh, my goodness me, good heavens, darling." I, of course, said nothing. I just kept on with the job. A couple of minutes went by. She was lying quite still. Another minute passed. Then another. She didn't move a muscle. I began to wonder how much longer it would be before she caught a light. I persevered. But why the silence? Why this absolute and total immobility, this frozen posture? Suddenly it came to me. I had forgotten completely about Jerry. I was hotted up. I had forgotten all about his own personal routine. I was doing it my way, not his. His way was far more complex than mine. It was ridiculously elaborate. It was quite unnecessary. But it was what she was used to. And now she was noticing the difference and trying to figure out what on earth was going on. But it was too late to change direction now. I must keep going. I kept going. The woman beside me was like a coiled spring lying there. I could feel the tension under her skin. I began to sweat. Suddenly, she uttered a queer little groan. More ghastly thoughts rushed through my mind. Could she be ill? Was she having a heart attack? Ought I to get the hell out quick? She groaned again. Louder this time. Then all at once, she cried out, "Yes, yes, 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 yes." And like a bomb whose slow fuse had finally reached the dynamite, she exploded into life. She grabbed me in her arms and went for me with such incredible ferocity, I felt I was being set upon by a tiger. Or should I say tigress? I never dreamed a woman could do the things Samantha did to me then. She was a whirlwind, a dazzling frenzied whirlwind that tore me up by the roots and spun me around and carried me high into the heavens, to places I did not know existed. I myself did not contribute. How could I? I was helpless. I was in the palm tree spinning in the heavens, the lamb in the claws of the tiger. It was as much as I could do to keep breathing. Thrilling it was, all the same, to surrender to the hands of a violent woman, and for the next 10, 20, 30 minutes how would I know? The storm raged on. But I have no intention here of regaling the reader with bizarre details. I do not approve of washing juicy linen in public. I am sorry, but there it is. I only hope that my reticence will not create too strong a sense of anticlimax. Certainly, there was nothing anti about my own climax. In the final searing paroxysm I gave a shout which should have awakened the entire neighborhood. Then I collapsed. I crumpled up like a drained wineskin. Samantha, as though she had done no more than drink a glass of water, simply turned away from me and went right back to sleep. Phew. I lay still, recuperating slowly. I had been right, you see, about that little thing on her lower lip, had I not? Come to think of it, I had been right about more or less everything that had to do with this incredible escapade. What a triumph! I felt wonderfully relaxed and well spent. I wondered what time it was. My watch was not a luminous one. I'd better I crept out of bed. I felt my way, a trifle less cautiously this time, around the bed, out of the bedroom, along the corridor, down the stairs and into the hall of the house. I found my raincoat and slippers. I put them on. I had a lighter in the pocket of my raincoat. I used it and read the time. It was 8 minutes before 2. Later than I thought. I opened the front door and stepped out into the black night. My thoughts now began to concentrate upon Jerry. Was he all right? Had gotten away with it? I moved through the darkness towards the gap in the hedge. "Hi, sport," a voice whispered beside me. "Jerry. Everything okay?" Jerry asked. "Fantastic," I said. "Amazing. What about you?" "Same with me," he said. I caught the flash of his white teeth grinning at me in the dark. "We made it, Vic," he whispered, touching my arm. "You were right. It worked. It was sensational." "See you tomorrow," I whispered. "Go home." We moved apart. I went through the hedge and entered my house. 3 minutes later, I was safely back in my own bed, and my own wife was sleeping soundly alongside me. The next morning was Sunday. I was up at 8:30 and went downstairs in pajamas and dressing gown, as I always do on a Sunday, to make breakfast for the family. I had left Mary sleeping. The 2 boys, Victor, aged 9, and Wally, 7, were already down. "Hi, Daddy," Wally said. "I've got a great new breakfast," I announced. "What?" both boys said together. They had been into town and fetched the Sunday paper and were now reading the comics. "We make some buttered toast and we spread orange marmalade on it," I said. "Then we put strips of crisp bacon on top of the marmalade." "Bacon," Victor said. "With orange marmalade. I know. But you wait till you try it. It's wonderful." I dished out the grapefruit juice and drank 2 glasses of it myself. I set another on the table for Mary when she came down. I switched on the electric kettle, put the bread in the toaster, and started to fry the bacon. At this point Mary came into the kitchen. She had a flimsy peach-colored chiffon thing over her nightdress. "Good morning," I said, watching her over my shoulder as I manipulated the frying pan. She did not answer. She went to her chair at the kitchen table and sat down. She started to sip her juice. She looked neither at me nor at the boys. I went on frying the bacon. "Hi, Mummy," Wally said. She didn't answer this either. The smell of the bacon fat was beginning to turn my stomach. "I'd like some coffee," Mary said, not looking around. Her voice was very odd. "Coming right up," I said. I pushed the frying pan away from the heat and quickly made a cup of black instant coffee. I placed it before her. "Boys," she said, addressing the children, "would you please do your reading in the other room till breakfast is ready?" "Us?" Victor said. "Why?" "Because I say so." "Are we doing something wrong?" Wally asked. "No, honey, you're not. I just want to be left alone for a moment with Dad." I felt myself shrink inside my skin. I wanted to run. I wanted to rush out the front door and go running down the street and hide. "Get yourself a coffee, Vic," she said, "and sit down." Her voice was quite flat. There was no anger in it. There was just nothing. And she still wouldn't look at me. The boys went out, taking the comic section with them. "Shut the door," Mary said to them. I put a spoonful of powdered coffee into my cup and poured boiling water over it. I added milk and sugar. The silence was shattering. I crossed over and sat down in my chair opposite her. It might just as well have been an electric chair, the way I was feeling. "Listen, Vic," she said, looking into her coffee cup, "I want to get this said before I lose my nerve and then I won't be able to say it. For heaven's sake, what's all the drama about?" I asked. "Has something happened?" "Yes, Vic, it has." "What?" Her face was pale and still and distant, unconscious of the kitchen around her. "Come on, then, out with it," I said bravely. "You're not going to like this very much," she said, and her big blue haunted-looking eyes rested a moment on my face, then traveled away. "What am I not going to like very much?" I said. The sheer terror of it all was beginning to stir my bowels. I felt the same way as those burglars the cops had told me about. "You know I hate talking about lovemaking and all that sort of thing," she said. "I've never once talked to you about it all the time we've been married." "That's true," I said. She took a sip of her coffee, but she wasn't tasting it. "The point is this," she said. "I've never liked it. If you really want to know, I've hated it." "Hated what?" I asked. "Sex," she said. "Doing it." "Good Lord," I said, "it's never given me even the slightest little bit of pleasure." This was shattering enough in itself, but the real cruncher was still to come, I felt sure of that. "I'm sorry if that surprises you," she added. I couldn't think of anything to say, so I kept quiet. Her eyes rose again from the coffee cup and looked into mine, watchful, as if calculating something, then fell again. "I wasn't ever going to tell you," she said. "And I never would have if it hadn't been for last night," I said very slowly. "What about last night?" "Last night," she said, "I suddenly found out what the whole crazy thing is all about." "You did?" She looked full at me now, and her face was as open as a flower. "Yes," she said. "I surely did. I didn't move." "Oh darling," she cried, jumping up and rushing over and giving me an enormous kiss. "Thank you so much for last night. You were marvelous. And I was marvelous. We were both marvelous. Don't look so embarrassed, my darling. You ought to be proud of yourself. You were fantastic. I love you. I do. I do." I just sat there. She leaned close to me and put an arm around my shoulders. "And now," she said softly, "now that you have, I don't quite know how to say this, now that you have sort of discovered what it is I need, everything is going to be marvelous from now on." I sat there. She went slowly back to her chair. A big tear was running down one of her cheeks. "I couldn't think why. I was right to tell you, wasn't I?" she said, smiling through her tears. "Yes," I said. "Oh, yes." I stood up and went over to the cooker so that I wouldn't be facing her. Through the kitchen window, I caught sight of Jerry crossing the garden with the Sunday paper under his arm. There was a lilt in his walk, a little prance of triumph in each pace he took, and when he reached the steps of his front porch, he ran up them two at a time. The last act, Anna was in the kitchen washing a head of Boston lettuce for the family supper when the doorbell rang. The bell itself was on the wall directly above the sink, and it never failed to make her jump if it rang when she happened to be near. For this reason, neither her husband nor any of the children ever used it. It seemed to ring extra loud this time, and Anna jumped extra high. When she opened the door, 2 policemen were standing outside. They looked at her out of pale waxen faces, and she looked back at them, waiting for them to say something. She kept looking at them, but they didn't speak or move. They stood so still and so rigid that they were like 2 wax figures somebody had put on our doorstep as a joke. Each of them was holding his helmet in front of him in his 2 hands. "What is it?" Anna asked. They were both young, and they were wearing leather gauntlets up to their elbows. She could see their enormous motorcycles propped up along the edge of the sidewalk behind them, and dead leaves were falling around the motorcycles and blowing along the sidewalk, and the whole of the street was brilliant in the yellow light of a clear, gusty September evening. The taller of the 2 policemen shifted uneasily on his feet. Then he said quietly, "Are you Mrs. Cooper, ma'am?" "Yes, I am." The other said, "Mrs. Edmund J. Cooper?" "Yes," and then slowly it began to dawn upon her that these men, neither of whom seemed anxious to explain his presence, would not be behaving as they were unless they had some distasteful duty to perform. "Mrs. Cooper," she heard one of them saying, and from the way he said it, as gently and softly as if he were comforting a sick child, she knew at once that he was going to tell her something terrible. A great wave of panic came over her, and she said, "What happened?" "We have to inform you, Mrs. Cooper." The policeman paused, and the woman, watching him, felt as though her whole body were shrinking and shrinking and shrinking inside its skin. "That your husband was involved in an accident on the Hudson River Parkway at approximately 5:45 this evening, and died in the ambulance." The policeman who was speaking produced the crocodile wallet she had given Ed on their 20th wedding anniversary, 2 years back, and as she head out to take it, she found herself wondering whether it might not still be warm from having been close to her husband's chest only a short while ago. "If there's anything we can do," the policeman was saying, "like calling up somebody to come over, a friend or relative maybe," Anna heard his voice drifting away, then fading out altogether, and it must have been about then that she began to scream. Soon she became hysterical, and the 2 policemen had their hands full trying to control her until the doctor arrived some 40 minutes later and injected something into her arm. She was no better, though, when she woke up the following morning. Neither her doctor nor her children were able to reason with her in any way at all, and had she not been kept under almost constant sedation for the next few days, she would undoubtedly have taken her own life. In the brief lucid periods between drug takings, she acted as though she were demented, calling out her husband's name and telling him that she was coming to join him as soon as she possibly could. It was terrible to listen to her, but in defense of her behavior, it should be said at once that this was no ordinary husband she had lost. Anna Greenwood had married Ed Cooper when they were both 18, and over the time they were together, they grew to be closer and more dependent upon each other than it is possible to describe in words. Every year that went by, their love became more intense and overwhelming, and toward the end, it had reached such a ridiculous peak that it was almost impossible for them to endure the daily separation caused by Ed's departure for the office in the mornings. When he returned at night he would rush through the house to seek her out, and she, who had heard the noise of the front door slamming, would drop everything and rush simultaneously in his direction, meeting him head-on, recklessly, at full speed, perhaps halfway up the stairs, or on the landing, or between the kitchen and the hall, and as they came to get her, he would take her in his arms and hug her and kiss her for minutes on end as though she were yesterday's bride. It was wonderful. It was so utterly unbelievably wonderful that one is very nearly able to understand why she should have had no desire and no heart to continue living in a world where her husband did not exist anymore. Her 3 children, Angela, Mary and Billy, stayed around her constantly right from the start of the catastrophe. They adored their mother, and they certainly had no intention of letting her commit suicide if they could help it. They worked hard and with loving desperation to convince her that life could still be worth living, and it was due entirely to them that she managed in the end to come out of the nightmare and climb back slowly into the ordinary world. 4 months after the disaster, she was pronounced moderately safe by T.H. doctors, and she was able to return, albeit rather listlessly, to the old routine of running the house and doing the shopping and cooking the meals for her grown-up children. But then what happened? Before the snows of that winter had melted away, Angela married a young man from Rhode Island and went off to live in the suburbs of Providence. A few months later, Mary married a fair-haired giant from a town called Slayton, in Minnesota, and away she flew forever and ever and ever. And although Anna's heart was now beginning to break all over again into tiny pieces, she was proud to think that neither of the two girls had the slightest inkling of what was happening to her. And then, to put the lid on everything, her beloved Billy, who had just turned 18, went off to begin his first year at Yale. So all at once, Anna found herself living in a completely empty house. It is an awful feeling, after 23 years of boisterous, busy, magical family life, to come down alone to breakfast in the mornings, to sit there in silence with a cup of coffee and a piece of toast, and to wonder what you are going to do with the day that lies ahead. The room you are sitting in, which has heard so much laughter, and seen so many birthdays, so many Christmas trees, so many presents being opened, is quiet now and feels curiously cold. The air is heated and the temperature itself is normal, but the place still makes you shiver. The clock has stopped because you were never the one who wounded in the first place. A chair stands crooked on its legs, and you sit staring at it, wondering why you hadn't noticed it before. And when you glance up again, you have a sudden panicky feeling that all the four walls of the room have begun creeping in upon you very very slowly when you weren't looking. In the beginning, she would carry her coffee cup over to the telephone and start calling up friends, but all her friends had husbands and children, and although they were always as nice and warm and cheerful as they could possibly be, they simply could not spare the time to sit and chat with a desolate lady from across the way first thing in the morning, so then she started calling up her married daughters instead. They, also, were sweet and kind to her at all times, but Anna detected, very soon, a subtle change in their attitudes toward her. She was no longer number one in their lives. They had husbands now, and were concentrating everything upon them. Gently but firmly, they were moving their mother into the background. It was quite a shock. But she knew they were right. They were absolutely right. She was no longer entitled to impinge upon their lives or to make them feel guilty for neglecting her. She saw Dr. Jacobs regularly, but he wasn't really any help. He tried to get her to talk and she did her best, and sometimes he made little speeches to her full of oblique remarks about sex and sublimation. Anna never properly understood what he was driving at, but the burden of his song appeared to be that she should get herself another man. She took to wandering around the house and fingering things that used to belong to Ed. She would pick up one of his shoes and put her hand into it and feel the little dents that the ball of his foot and his toes had made upon the sole. She found a sock with a hole in it, and the pleasure it gave her to darn that sock was indescribable. Occasionally, she took out a shirt, a tie, and a suit, and laid them on the bed, all ready for him to wear, and once, one rainy Sunday morning, she made an Irish stew. It was hopeless to go on, so how many pills would she need to make absolutely sure of it this time? She went upstairs to her secret store and counted them. There were only 9. Was that enough? She doubted that it was. Oh, hell, the one thing she was not prepared to face all over again was failure. The rush to the hospital, the stomach pump, the 7th floor of the Payne Whitney Pavilion, the psychiatrists, the humiliation, the misery of it all. In that case, it would have to be the razor blade. But the trouble with the razor blade was that it had to be done properly. Many people failed miserably when they tried to use the razor blade on the wrist. In fact, nearly all of them failed. They didn't cut deep enough. There was a big artery down here somewhere that simply had to be reached. Veins were no good. Veins made a plenty of mess, but they never quite managed to do the trick. Then again, the razor blade was not an easy thing to hold, not if one had to make a firm incision, pressing it right home all the way, deep down. But she wouldn't fail. The ones who failed were the ones who actually wanted to fail. She wanted to succeed. She went to the cupboard in the bathroom, searching for blades. There weren't any. Ed's razor was still there, and so was hers. But there was no blade in either of them, and no little packet lying alongside. That was understandable. Such things had been removed from the house on an earlier occasion. But there was no problem. Anyone could buy a packet of razor blades. She returned to the kitchen and took the calendar down from the wall. She chose September 23rd, which was Ed's birthday, and wrote RB against the date. She did this on September 9, which gave her exactly 2 weeks' grace to put her affairs in order. There was much to be done, old bills to be paid, a new will to be written, the house to be tidied up, Billy's college fees to be taken care of for the next 4 years, letters to the children, to her own parents, to Ed's mother, and so on and so forth. Yet, busy as she was, she found that those 2 weeks, those 14 long days, were going far too slowly for her liking. She wanted to use the blade, and eagerly every morning she counted the days that were left. She was like a child counting the days before Christmas, for wherever it was that Ed Cooper had gone when he died, even if it were only to the grave, she was impatient to join him. It was in the middle of this 2-week period that her friend Elizabeth P. came calling on her at 8:30 one morning. Anna was making coffee in the kitchen at the time, and she jumped when the bell rang and jumped ahead again when it gave a second long blast. Liz came sweeping in through the front door, talking non-stop as usual. "Anna, my darling woman, I need your help. Everyone's down with flu at the office. You've got to come. Don't argue with me. I know you can type and I know you haven't got a damn thing in the world to do all day except mope. Just grab your hat and purse and let's get going. Hurry up, girl, hurry up. I'm late as it is." Anna said, "Go away, Liz. Leave me alone." "The cab is waiting," Liz said. "Please," Anna said, "don't try to bully me now." "I'm not coming." "You are coming," Liz said. "Pull yourself together. Your days of glorious martyrdom are over." Anna continued to resist, but Liz wore her down, and in the end she agreed to go along just for a few hours. Elizabeth Paoletti was in charge of an adoption society, one of the best in the city. 9 of the staff were down with flu. Only 2 were left, excluding herself. "You don't know a thing about the work," she said in the cab, "but you're just going to have to help us all you can." The office was bedlam. The telephones alone nearly drove Anna mad. She kept running from one cubicle to the next, taking messages that she did not understand. And there were girls in the waiting room, young girls with ashy and stony faces, and it became part of her duty to type their answers on an official form. "The father's name? Don't know." "You've no idea? What's the father's name got to do with it?" "My dear, if the father is known, then his consent has to be obtained as well as yours before the child can be offered for adoption. You're quite sure about that?" "Jesus, I told you, didn't I?" At lunchtime, somebody brought her a sandwich, but there was no time to eat it. At 9 o'clock that night, exhausted and famished and considerably shaken by some of the knowledge she had acquired, Anna staggered home, took a stiff drink, fried up some eggs and bacon, and went to bed. "I'll call for you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning," Liz had said. "And for God's sake be ready." Anna was ready. And from then on she was hooked. It was as simple as that. All she'd needed right from the beginning was a good hard job of work to do, and plenty of problems to solve, other people's problems instead of her own. The work was arduous and often quite shattering emotionally, but Anna was absorbed by every moment of it, and we're skipping right forward now, within about a year and a half, she began to feel moderately happy once again. She was finding it more and more difficult to picture her husband vividly, to see him precisely as he was when he ran up the stairs to meet her, or when he sat across from her at supper in the evenings. The exact sound of his voice was becoming less easy to recall, and even the face itself, unless she glanced at a photograph, was no longer sharply etched in the memory. She still thought about him constantly, but she discovered that she could do so now without bursting into tears, and when she looked back on the way she had behaved a while ago, she felt slightly embarrassed. She started taking a mild interest in her clothes and in her hair. She returned to using lipstick and to shaving the hair from her legs. She enjoyed her food, and when people smiled at her, she smiled right back at them and meant it. In other words, she was back in the swim once again. She was pleased to be alive. It was at this point that Anna had to go down to Dallas on office business. Liz's office did not normally operate beyond state lines, but in this instance, a couple who had adopted a baby through the agency had subsequently moved away from New York and gone to live in Texas. Now, 5 months after the move, the wife had written to say that she no longer wanted to keep the child. Her husband, she announced, had died of a heart attack soon after they'd arrived in Texas. She herself had remarried almost at once, and her new husband found it impossible to adjust to an adopted baby. Now this was a serious situation, and quite apart from the welfare of the child itself, there were all manner of legal obligations involved. Anna flew down to Dallas in a plane that left New York very early, and she arrived before breakfast. After checking in at her hotel, she spent the next 8 hours with the persons concerned in the affair, and by the time she had done all that could be done that day, it was around 4:30 in the afternoon and she was utterly exhausted. She took a cab back to the hotel, and went up to her room. She called Liz on the phone to report the situation, then she undressed and soaked herself for a long time in a warm bath. Afterwards, she wrapped up in a towel and lay on the bed, smoking a cigarette. Her efforts on behalf of the child had so far come to nothing. There had been 2 lawyers there who had treated her with absolute contempt. How she hated them! She detested their arrogance and their softly spoken hints that nothing she might do would make the slightest difference to their client. One of them kept his feet up on the table all the way through the discussion, and both of them had rolls of fat on their bellies, and the fat spilled out into their shirts like liquid and hung in huge folds over their belted trouser tops. Anna had visited Texas many times before in her life, but until now she had never gone there alone. Her visits had always been with Ed, keeping him company on business trips, and during those trips, he and she had often spoken about the Texans in general and about how difficult it was to like them. One could ignore their coarseness and their vulgarity. It wasn't that. But here was, it seemed, a quality of ruthlessness still surviving among these people, something quite brutal, harsh, inexorable, that it was impossible to forgive. They had no bowels of compassion, no pity, no tenderness. The only so-called virtue they possessed, and this they paraded ostentatiously and endlessly to strangers, was a kind of professional benevolence. It was plastered all over them. Their voices, their smiles, were rich and syrupy with it. But it left Anna cold. It left her quite cold inside. Why do they love acting so tough? She used to ask. Because they're children, Ed would answer. They're dangerous children who go about trying to imitate their grandfathers. Their grandfathers were pioneers. These people aren't. It seemed that they lived, these present-day Texans, by a sort of egotistic will, push and be pushed. Everybody was pushing. Everybody was being pushed. And it was all very fine for a stranger in their midst to step aside and announce firmly, "I will not push, and I will not be pushed." That was impossible. It was especially impossible in Dallas. Of all the cities in the state, Dallas was the one that had always disturbed Anna the most. It was such a godless city, she thought, such a rapacious, gripped, iron, godless city. It was a place that had run amok with its money, and no amount of gloss and phony culture and syrupy talk could hide the fact that the great golden fruit was rotten inside. Anna lay on the bed with her bath towel around her. She was alone in Dallas this time. There was no Ed with her now to envelop her in his incredible strength and love, and perhaps it was because of this that she began, all of a sudden, to feel slightly uneasy. She lit a second cigarette and waited for the uneasiness to pass. It didn't pass, it got worse. A hard little knot of fear was gathering itself in the top of her stomach, and there it stayed, growing bigger every minute. It was an unpleasant feeling, the kind one might experience if one were alone in the house at night and heard, or thought one hear, a footstep in the next room. In this place there were a million footsteps, and she could hear them all. She got off the bed and went over to the window, still wrapped in her towel. Her room was on the 22nd floor, and the window was open. The great city lay pale and milky yellow in the evening sunshine. The street below was solid with automobiles. The sidewalk was filled with people. Everybody was hustling home from work, pushing and being pushed. She felt the need of a friend. She wanted very badly to have someone to talk to at this moment. She would have liked a house to go to, a house with a family, a wife and husband and children and rooms full of toys, and the husband and wife would fling their arms around her at the front door and cry out, "Anna! How marvelous to see you! How long can you stay? A week, a month, a year?" All of a sudden, as so often happens in situations like this, her memory went click, and she said aloud, "Conrad Kruger. Good heavens above! He lives in Dallas, at least he used to." She hadn't seen Conrad since they were classmates in high school, in New York. They were both about 17 then, and Conrad had been her beau, her love, her everything. For over a year they had gone around together, and each of them had sworn eternal loyalty to the other, with marriage in the near future. Then suddenly Ed Cooper had flashed into her life, and that, of course, had been the end of the romance with Conrad. But Conrad did not seem to have taken the break too badly. It certainly couldn't have shattered him, because not more than a month or two later he had started going strong with another girl in the class. Now what was her name? A big handsome bosomy girl she was, with flaming red hair and a peculiar name, A very old-fashioned name. What was it? Arabella? No, not Arabella. Ara something, though. Aramindy? Yes. Aramindy it was. And what is more, within a year or so, Conrad Kruger had married Aramindy and had carried her back with him to Dallas, the place of his birth. Anna went over to the bedside table and picked up the telephone directory. Kruger, Conrad P. M. D. That was Conrad all right. He had always said he was going to be a doctor. The book gave an office number and a residence number. Should she phone him? Why not? She glanced at her watch. It was 5:20. She lifted the receiver and gave the number of his office. Dr. Kruger's surgery, a girl's voice answered. Hello, Anna said. Is Dr. Kruger there? The doctor is busy right now. May I ask who's calling? Will you please tell him that Anna Greenwood telephoned him? Who? Anna Greenwood. Yes, Miss Greenwood. Did you wish for an appointment? No, thank you. Is there something I can do for you? Anna gave the name of her hotel, and asked her to pass it on to Dr. Kruger. I'll be very glad to, the secretary said. Goodbye, Miss Greenwood. Goodbye, Anna said. She wondered whether Dr. Conrad P. Kruger would remember her name after all these years. She believed he would. She lay back again on the bed and began trying to recall what Conrad himself used to look like. Extraordinarily handsome, that he was. Tall, lean, big-shouldered, with almost pure black hair, and a marvelous face, a strong carved face like one of those Greek heroes, Perseus or Ulysses. Above all, though, he had been a very gentle boy, a serious, decent, quiet, gentle boy. He had never kissed her much online when he said goodbye in the evenings. And he'd never gone in for necking, as all the others had. When he took her home from the movies on Saturday nights, he used to park his old Buick outside her house and sit there in the car beside her, just talking and talking about the future, his future and hers, and how he was going to go back to Dallas to become a famous doctor. His refusal to indulge in necking and all the nonsense that went with it had impressed her no end. He respects me, she used to say. He loves me. And she was probably right. In any event, he had been Anna's man, a nice good man, and had it not been for the fact that Ed Cooper was a super nice, super good man, she was sure she would have married Conrad Kruger. The telephone rang. Anna lifted the receiver. Yes, she said. Hello, Anna Greenwood? Conrad Kruger. My dear Anna. What a fantastic surprise. Good gracious me. After all these years, it's a long time, isn't it? It's a lifetime. Your voice sounds just the same. So does yours. What brings you to our fair city? Are you staying long? No, I have to go back tomorrow. I hope you didn't mind my calling you. Hell, no, Anna. I'm delighted. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine now. I had a bad time of it for a bit after Ed died. What? He was killed in an automobile 2.5 years ago. Oh gee, Anna, I am sorry. How terrible. I don't know what to say. Don't say anything. You're okay now? I'm fine. Working like a slave. That's the girl. How's Aramindy? Oh, she's fine. Any children? One, he said. A boy. How about you? I have 3, 2 girls and a boy. Well, what do you know? Now listen, Anna. I'm listening. Why don't I run over to the hotel and buy you a drink? I'd like to do that. I'll bet you haven't changed one iota. I look old, Conrad. You're lying. I feel old, too. You want a good doctor? Yes. I mean no. Of course I don't. I don't want any more doctors. All I need is well. Yes? This place worries me, Conrad. I guess I need a friend. That's all I need. You've got one. I have just one more patient to see, and then I'm free. I'll meet you down in the bar, the something room, I've forgotten what it's called, at 6, in about half an hour. Will that suit you? Yes, she said. Of course. And, thank you, Conrad. She replaced the receiver, then got up from the bed, and began to dress. She felt mildly flustered. Not since Ed's death had she been out and had a drink alone with a man. Dr. Jacobs would be pleased when she told him about it on her return. He wouldn't congratulate her madly, but he would certainly be pleased. He'd say it was a step in the right direction, a beginning. She still went to him regularly, and now that she had gotten so much better, His oblique references had become far less oblique, and he had more than once told her that her depressions and suicidal tendencies would never completely disappear until she had actually and physically replaced Ed with Anatherman. But it is impossible to replace a person one has loved to distraction, Anna had said to him the last time he had brought up the subject. Heavens above, Doctor, when Mrs. Crumlin Brown's parakeet died last month, her parakeet, mind you, not her husband, she was so shook up about it, she swore she'd never have another bird again. Mrs. Cooper, Dr. Jacobs had said, one doesn't normally have sexual intercourse with a parakeet. Well, no, that's why it doesn't have to be replaced. But when a husband dies, and the surviving wife is still an active and a healthy woman, she will invariably get a replacement within 3 years if she possibly can. And vice versa. Sex. It was about the only thing that sort of doctor ever thought about. He had sex on the brain. By the time Anna had dressed and taken the elevator downstairs, it was minutes after 6. The moment she walked into the bar, a man stood up from one of the tables. It was Conrad. He must have been watching the Duar. He came across the floor to meet her. He was smiling nervously. Anna was smiling, too. One always does. Well, he said. Well, and she, expecting the usual PCK on the cheek, inclined her face upward toward his own, still smiling. Butch had forgotten how formal Conrad was. He simply took her hand in his and shook it once. "This is a surprise," he said. "Come and sit down." The room was the same as any other hotel drinking room. It was lit by dim lights, and filled with many small tables. There was a saucer of peanuts on each table, and there were leather bench seats all around the walls. The waiters were rigged out in white jackets and maroon pants. Conrad led her to a corner table, and they sat down facing each other. A waiter was standing over them at once. "What will you have?" Conrad asked. "Could I have a martini?" "Of course. Vodka?" "No, gin, please." "One gin martini," he said to the waiter. "No. Make it 2. I've never been much of a drinker, Anna, as you probably remember, but I think this calls for a celebration." The waiter went away. Conrad leaned back in his chair and studied her carefully. "You look pretty good," he said. "You look pretty good yourself, Conrad," she told him. And so he did. It was astonishing how little he had aged in 25 years. He was just as lean and handsome as he'd ever been, in fact, more so. His black hair was still black, his eye was clear, and he looked altogether like a man who was no more than 30 years old. "You are older than me, aren't you?" he said. "What sort of a question is that?" She said, laughing. "Yes, Conrad, I am exactly 1 year older than you. I'm 42. I thought you were?" He was still studying her with the utmost care, his eyes traveling all over her face and neck and shoulders. Anna felt herself blushing. "Are you an enormously successful doctor?" she asked. "Are you the best in town?" He cocked his head over to one side, right over, so that the ear almost ouched the top of the shoulder. It was a mannerism that Anna had always liked. "Successful?" he said. "Any doctor can be successful these days in a big city, financially, I mean. But whether or not I am absolutely first-rate at my job is another matter. I only hope and pray that I am." The drinks arrived and Conrad raised his glass and said, "Welcome to Dallas, Anna. I'm so pleased you called me up. It's good to see you again." "It's good to see you, too, Conrad," she said, speaking the truth. He looked at her glass. She had taken a huge first gulp, and the glass was now half empty. "You prefer gin to vodka?" he asked. "I do," she said. "Yes. You ought to change over." "Why?" "Gin is not good for females." "It's not?" "It's very bad for them." "I'm sure it's just as bad for males," she said. "Actually, no. It isn't nearly so bad for males as it is for females." "Why is it bad for females?" "It just is," he said. "It's the way they're built." "What kind of work are you engaged in, Anna? And what brought you all the way down to Dallas? Tell me about you. Why is gin bad for females?" she said, smiling at him. He smiled back at her and shook his head, but he didn't answer. "Go on," she said. "No, let's drop it. You can't leave me up in the air like this," she said. "It's not fair." After a pause, he said, "Well, if you really want to know, gin contains a certain amount of the oil which is squeezed out of juniper berries. They use it for flavoring." "What does it do?" "Plenty." "Yes, but what?" "Horrible things." "Conrad, don't be shy. I'm a big girl now. He was still the same old Conrad, she thought, still as diffident, as scrupulous, as shy as ever. For that she liked him. If this drink is really doing horrible things to me, she said, then it is unkind of you not to tell me what those things are. Gently, he pinched the lobe of his left ear with the thumb and forefinger of his right hand. Then he said, well, the truth of the matter is, Anna, oil of juniper has a direct inflammatory effect upon the uterus. Now come on, I'm not joking. Mother's ruin, Anna said. It's an old wives' tale. I'm afraid not, but you're talking about women who are pregnant. I'm talking about all women, Anna. He had stopped smiling now, and he was speaking quite seriously. He seemed to be concerned about her welfare. What do you specialize in? She asked him. What kind of medicine? You haven't told me that. Gynecology and obstetrics, aha. Have you been drinking gin for many years? He asked. Oh, about 20, Anna said, heavily. For heaven's sake, Conrad, stop worrying about my insides. I'd like another martini, please. Of course. He called the waiter and said, 1 vodka martini. No, Anna said, gin. He sighed and shook his head and said, nobody listens to her Dr. Days. You're not my doctor. No, he said. I'm your friend. Let's talk about your wife, Anna said. Is she still as beautiful as ever? He waited a few moments, then he said, actually, we're divorced. Oh, no. Our marriage lasted for the grand total of 2 years. It was hard work to keep it going even that long. For some reason, Anna was profoundly shocked. But she was such a beautiful girl, she said. What happened? Everything happened, everything you could possibly think of that was bad. And the child? She got him. They always do. He sounded very bitter. She took him back to New York. He comes to see me once a year, in the summer. He's 20 years old now. He's at Princeton. Is he a fine boy? He's a wonderful boy, Conrad said. But I hardly know him. It isn't much fun. And you never married again? No, never. But that's enough about me. Let's talk about you. Slowly, gently, he began to draw her out on the subject of her health and the bad times she had gone through after Ed's death. She found she didn't mind talking to him about it, and she told him more or less the whole story. But what makes your doctor think you're not completely cured? He said. You don't look very suicidal to me. I don't think I am. Except that sometimes, not often, mind you, but just occasionally, when I get depressed, I have the feeling that it wouldn't take such a hell of a big push to send me over the edge. In what way? I kind of start edging toward the bathroom cupboard. What do you have in the bathroom cupboard? Nothing very much. Just the ordinary equipment a girl has for shaving her legs. I see. Conrad studied her face for a few moments, then he said, is that how you were feeling just now when you called me? Not quite. But I'd been thinking about that. And that's always a bit dangerous. I'm glad you called. So am I, she said. Anna was getting to the end of her second martini. Conrad changed the subject and began talking about his practice. She was watching him rather than listening to him. He was so damned handsome it was impossible not to watch him. She put a cigarette between her lips, then offered the pack to Conrad. No thanks, he said. I don't. He picked up a book of matches from the table and gave her a light, then he blew out the match and said, are those cigarettes mentholated? Yes, they are. She took a deep drag, and blew the smoke slowly up into the air. Now go ahead and tell me that they're going to shrivel up my entire reproductive system, she said. He laughed and shook his head. Then why did you ask? Just curious, that's all. You're lying. I can tell it from your face. You were about to give me the figures for the incidence of lung cancer in heavy smokers. Lung cancer has nothing to do with menthol, Anna, he said, and he smiled and took a tiny sip of his original martini, which he had so far hardly touched. He set the glass back carefully on the table. You still haven't told me what work you are doing, he went on, or why you came to Dallas. Tell me about menthol first. If it's even half as bad as the juice of the juniper berry, I think I ought to know about it quick. He laughed and shook his head. Please. No, ma'am, Conrad, you simply cannot start things up like this and then drop them. It's the second time in 5 minutes. I don't want to be a medical bore, he said. You're not being a bore. These things are fascinating. Come on. Tell. Don't be mean. It was pleasant to be sitting there feeling moderately high on 2 big martinis, and making easy talk with this graceful man, this quiet, graceful person. He was not being coy. Far from it, he was simply being his normal scrupulous self. "Is it something shocking?" she asked. "No. You couldn't call it that." "Then go ahead." He picked up the packet of cigarettes lying in front of her, and studied the label. "The point is this," he said, "if you inhale menthol, you absorb it into the bloodstream. And that isn't good, Anna. It does things to you. It has certain very definite effects upon the central nervous system. Doctors still prescribe it occasionally." "I know that," she said, "nose drops and inhalations. That's one of its minor uses. Do you know the other? You rub it on the chest when you have a cold. You can if you like, but it wouldn't help. You put it in ointment and it heals cracked lips. That's camphor." "So it is." He waited for her to have another guess. "Go ahead and tell me," she said, "it may surprise you a bit." "I'm ready to be surprised." "Menthol," Conrad said, "is a well-known anti-aphrodisiac." "A what?" "It suppresses sexual desire." "Conrad, you're making these things up." "I swear to you I'm not." "Uses it?" "Very few people nowadays. It has too strong a flavor. Saltpeter is much better." "Ah yes. I know about saltpeter." "What do you know about saltpeter?" "They give it to prisoners," Anna said. "They sprinkle it on their cornflakes every morning to keep them quiet." "They also use it in cigarettes," Conrad said. "You mean prisoners' cigarettes?" "I mean all cigarettes." "That's nonsense." "Is it?" "Of course it is." "Why do you say that?" "Nobody would stand for it," she said. "They stand for cancer." "That's quite different, Conrad. How do you know they put saltpeter in cigarettes?" "Have you never wondered," he said, "what makes a cigarette go on burning when you lay it in the ashtray? Tobacco doesn't burn of its own accord. Any pipe smoker will tell you that. They use special chemicals," she said. "Exactly, they use saltpeter." "Does saltpeter burn?" "Sure it burns. It used to be one of the prime ingredients of old-fashioned gunpowder. Fuses, too. It makes very good fuses. That cigarette of yours is a first-rate slow-burning fuse, is it not?" Anne looked at her cigarette. Though she hadn't drawn on it for a couple of minutes, it was still smoldering away and the smoke was curling upward from the tip in a slim blue-gray spiral. "So this has menthol in it and saltpeter?" she said. "Absolutely, and they're both anti-aphrodisiacs?" "Yes. You're getting a double dose." "It's ridiculous, Conrad. It's too little to make any difference." He smiled but didn't answer this. "There's not enough there to inhibit a cockroach," she said. "That's what you think, Anna. How many do you smoke a day?" "About 30. "Well," he said, "I guess it's none of my business." He paused, and then he added, "But you and I would be a lot better off today if it was." "Was what?" "My business." "Conrad, what do you mean?" "I'm simply saying that if you, once upon a time, hadn't suddenly decided to drop me, none of this misery would have happened to either of us. We'd still be happily married to each other." His face had suddenly taken on a queer sharp look. "Drop you?" It was quite a shock, Anna. "Oh dear," she said, "but everybody drops everybody else at that age, Don." "Do they?" "I wouldn't know," Conrad said. "You're not cross with me still, are you, for doing that?" "Cross," he said. "Good God, Anna. Cross is what children get when they lose a toy. I lost a wife." She stared at him, speechless. "Tell me," he went on, "didn't you have any idea how I felt at the time?" "But Conrad, we were so young." "It destroyed me, Anna. It just about destroyed me." "But how?" "How what?" "How, if it meant so much, could you turn right around and get engaged to somebody else a few weeks later? Have you never heard of the rebound?" he asked. She nodded, gazing at him in dismay. "I was wildly in love with you, Anna." She didn't answer. "I'm sorry," he said. "That was a silly outburst. Please forgive me." There was a long silence. Conrad was leaning back in his chair, studying her from a distance. She took another cigarette from the pack, and lit it, then she blew out the match and placed it carefully in the ashtray. When she glanced up again, he was still watching her. There was an intent, far look in his eyes. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. He didn't answer. "Conrad," she said, "do you still hate me for doing what I did?" "Hate you?" "Yes, hate me. I have a queer feeling that you do." "I'm sure you do, even after all these years." "Anna," he said. "Yes, Conrad?" He hitched his chair closer to the table, and leaned forward. "Did it ever cross your mind?" He stopped. She waited. He was looking so intensely earnest all of a sudden that she leaned forward herself. "Did what cross my mind?" she asked. "The fact that you and I, that both of us have a bit of unfinished business." She stared at him. He looked back at her, his eyes as bright as two stars. "Don't be shocked," he said, "please." "Shocked? You look as though I just asked you to jump out of the window with me." The room was full of people now, and it was very noisy. It was like being at a cocktail party. You had to shout to be heard. Conrad's eyes waited on her, impatient, eager. "I'd like another martini," she said. "Must you?" "Yes," she said, "I must." In her whole life, she had been made love to by only one man, her husband, Ed. And it had always been wonderful. 3,000 times? She thought more. Probably a good deal more. Who counts? Assuming, though, for the sake of argument, that the exact figure was 3,680 and knowing that every single time it happened it was an act of pure, passionate, authentic love-making between the same man and the same woman. How in heaven's name could an entirely new man, an unloved stranger, hope to come in suddenly on the 3,681st time and be even halfway acceptable? He'd be a trespasser. All the memories would come rushing back. She would be lying there suffocated by memories. She had raised this very point with Dr. Jacobs during one of her sessions a few months back, and old Jacobs had said, "There will be no nonsense about memories, my dear Mrs. Cooper. I wish you would forget that. Only the pure essence will exist. But how do I get there?" she had said. "How can I summon up enough nerve suddenly to go upstairs to a bedroom and take off my clothes in front of a new man, a stranger, in cold blood?" Cold blood. He had cried, "Good God, woman, it'll be boiling hot." And later he had said, "Do at any rate try to believe me, Mrs. Cooper, when I tell you that any woman who has been deprived of sexual congress after more than 20 years of practice, of uncommonly frequent practice in your case, if he understands you correctly, any woman in those circumstances is going to suffer continually from severe psychological disturbances until the routine is re-established. You're feeling a lot better, I know that, but it is my duty to inform you that you are by no means back to normal." To Conrad, Anna said, "This isn't by any chance a therapeutic suggestion, is it?" "A what?" "A therapeutic suggestion. What in the world do you mean? It sounds exactly like a plot hatched up by my Dr. Jacobs." "Look," he said, and now he leaned right across the table and touched her left hand with the tip of one finger. "When I knew you before, I was too damn young and nervous to make that sort of proposition, much as I wanted to. I didn't think there was any particular hurry then, anyway. I figured we had a whole lifetime before us. I wasn't to know you were going to drop me." Her martini arrived. Anna picked it up and began to drink it fast. She knew exactly what it was going to do to her. It was going to make her float. A third martini always did that. Give her a third martini and within seconds her body would become completely weightless and she would go floating around the room like a wisp of hydrogen gas. She sat there holding the glass with both hands as though it were a sacrament. She took another gulp. There was not much of it left now. Over the rim of her glass she could see Conrad watching her with disapproval as she drank. She smiled at him radiantly. "You're not against the use of anesthetics when you operate, are you?" she asked. "Please, Anna, don't talk like that. I am beginning to float," she said. "So I see," he answered. "Why don't you stop there?" "What did you say?" "I said, why don't you stop?" "Do you want me to tell you why?" "No," he said. He made a little forward movement with his hands as though he were going to take her glass away from her, so she quickly put it to her lips and tipped it high, holding it there for a few seconds to allow the last drop to run out. When she looked at Conrad again, he was placing a $10 bill on the waiter's tray, and the waiter was saying, "Thank you, sir, thank you indeed," and the next thing she knew she was floating out of the room and across the lobby of the hotel with Conrad's hand cupped lightly under one of her elbows, steering her toward the elevators. They floated up to the 22nd floor, and then along the corridor to the door of her bedroom. She fished the key out of her purse and unlocked the door and floated inside. Conrad followed, closing the door behind him. Then very suddenly, he grabbed hold of her and folded her up in his enormous arms and started kissing her with great gusto. She let him do it. He kissed her all over her mouth and cheeks and neck, taking deep breaths in between the kisses. She kept her eyes open, watching him in a queer detached sort of way, and the view she got reminded her vaguely of the blurry close-up view of a dentist's face when he is working on an upper back tooth. Then all of a sudden, Conrad put his tongue into one of her ears. The effect of this upon her was electric. It was as though a live 200-volt plug had been pushed into an empty socket, and all the lights came on and the bones began to melt and the hot molten sap went running down into her limbs and she exploded into a frenzy. It was the kind of marvelous, wanton, reckless, flaming frenzy that Ed used to provoke in her so very often in olden days by just a touch of the hand here and there. She flung her arms around Conrad's neck and started kissing him back with far more gusto than he had ever kissed her, and although he looked at first as though he thought she was going to swallow him alive, he soon recovered his balance. Anna hadn't the faintest idea how long they stood there embracing and kissing with such violence, but it must have been for quite a while. She felt such happiness, such confidence again at last, such sudden overwhelming confidence in herself that she wanted to tear off her clothes and do a wild dance for Conrad in the middle of the room. But she did no such foolish thing. Instead, she simply floated away to the edge of the bed and sat down to catch her breath. Conrad quickly sat down beside her. She leaned her head against his chest and sat there glowing all over while he gently stroked her hair. Then she undid one button of his shirt and slid her hand inside and laid it against his chest. Through his ribs, she could feel the beating of his heart. "What do I see here?" Conrad said. "What do you see where, my darling?" "On your scalp." "You want to watch this, Anna? You watch it for me, dearest." "Seriously," he said, "you know what this looks like?" "It looks like a tiny touch of androgenic alopecia." "Good." "No, it is not good. It's actually an inflammation of the hair follicles, and it causes baldness. It's quite common on women in their later years." "Oh, shut up, Conrad," she said, kissing him on the side of the neck. "I have the most gorgeous hair." She sat up and pulled off his jacket. Then she undid his tie and threw it across the room. "There's a little hook on the back of my dress," she said. "Undo it, please." Conrad unhooked the hook, then unzipped the zipper and helped her to get out of the dress. She had on a rather nice pale blue slip. Conrad was wearing an ordinary white chine, as doctors do, but it was now open at the neck. And this suited him. His neck had a little ridge of sinewy muscle running up vertically on either side, and when he turned his head the muscle moved under the skin. It was the most beautiful neck Anna had ever seen. "Let's do this very very slowly," she said. "Let's drive ourselves crazy with anticipation." His eyes rested a moment on her face, then traveled away, all the way down the length of her body, and she saw him smile. "Shall we be very stylish and dissipated, Conrad, and order a bottle of champagne? I can ask room service to bring it up, and you can hide in the bathroom when they come in." "No," he said. "You've had enough to drink already. Stand up, please." The tone of his voice caused her to stand up at once. "Come here," he said. She went close to him. He was still sitting on the bed, and now, without getting up, he reached forward and began to take off the rest of her clothes. He did this slowly and deliberately. His face had become suddenly rather pale. "Oh, darling," she said, "how marvelous. You've got that famous thing, a real thick clump of hair growing out of each of your ears. You know what that means, don't you? It's the absolutely positive sign of enormous virility!" She bent down and kissed him on the ear. He went on taking off her clothes, the bra, the shoes, the girdle, the pants, and finally the stockings, all of which he dropped in a heap on the floor. The moment he had peeled off her last stocking and dropped it, he turned away. He turned right away from her as though she didn't exist, and now he began to undress himself. It was rather odd to be standing so close to him and nothing but her own skin and him not even giving her a second look. But perhaps men did these things. Ed might have been an exception. How could she know? Conrad took off his white shirt first, and after folding it very carefully, he stood up and carried it to a chair and laid it on one of the arms. He did the same with his undershirt. Then he sat down again on the edge of the bed and started removing his shoes. Anna remained quite still, watching him. His sudden change of mood, his silence, his curious intensity, were making her a bit afraid. But they were also exciting her. There was a stealth, almost a menace in his movements, as though he were some splendid animal treading softly toward the kill, a leopard. She became hypnotized watching him. She was watching his fingers, the surgeon's fingers, as they untied and loosened the laces of the left shoe, easing it off the foot, and placing it neatly half under the bed. The right shoe came next. Then the left sock and the right sock, both of them being folded together and laid with the utmost precision across the toes of the shoes. Finally the fingers moved up to the top of the trousers, where they undid an E button and then began to manipulate the zipper. The trousers, when taken off, were folded along the creases, then carried over to the chair. The underpants followed. Conrad, now naked, walked slowly back to the edge of the bed, and sat. Then at last, he turned his head and noticed her. She stood waiting, and trembling. He looked her slowly up and down, then abruptly, he shot out a hand and took her by the wrist, and with a sharp pull he had her sprawled across the bed. The relief was enormous. Anna flung her arms around him and held onto him tightly, oh so tightly, for fear that he might go away. She was in mortal fear that he might go away and not come back, and there they lay, she holding onto him as though he were the only thing left in the world to hold on to, and he, strangely quiet, watchful, intent, slowly disentangling himself and he beginning to touch her now in a number of different places with those fingers of his. Those expert surgeon's fingers. And once again she flew into a frenzy. The things he did to her during the next few moments were terrible and exquisite. He was, she knew, merely getting her ready, preparing her, or as they say in the hospital, prepping her for the operation itself. But oh God, she had never known or experienced anything even remotely like this. And it was all exceedingly quick, for in what seemed to her no more than a few seconds, she had reached that excruciating point of no return where the whole room becomes compressed into a single tiny blinding speck of light that is going to explode and tear one to pieces at the slightest extra touch. At this stage, in a swift rapacious parabola, Conrad swung his body on top of her for the final act, and now Anna felt her passion being drawn out of her as if a long-lived nerve were being drawn slowly out of her body, a long-lived thread of electric fire, and she cried out to Conrad to go on and on and on, and as she did so, in the middle of it all, somewhere above her, she heard another voice. And this other voice grew louder and louder, more and more insistent, demanding to be heard. I said, "Are you wearing something?" The voice wanted to know. "Oh darling, what is it? I keep asking you, are you wearing something?" "Who, me? There's an obstruction here. You must be wearing a diaphragm or some other appliance." "Of course not, darling. Everything's wonderful." "Oh, do be quiet, everything is not wonderful, Anna." Like a picture on the screen, the room swam back into focus. In the foreground was Conrad's face. It was suspended above her, on naked shoulders. The eyes were looking directly into hers, the mouth was still talking. "If you're going to use a device, then for heaven's sake learn to introduce it in the proper manner. There is nothing so aggravating as careless positioning. The diaphragm has to be placed right back against the cervix." "But I'm not wearing anything." "You're not? Well, there's still an obstruction." Not only the room but the whole world as well seemed slowly to be sliding away from under her now. "I feel sick," she said. "You what?" "I feel sick." "Don't be childish, Anna." "Conrad, I'd like you to go, please." "Go now. What on earth are you talking about?" "Go away from me, Conrad." "That's ridiculous, Anna." "Okay, I'm sorry I spoke." "Forget it, go away," she cried, "go away. Go away. Go away." She tried to push him away from her, but he was huge and strong and he had her pinned. "Calm yourself," he said. "Relax. You can't suddenly change your mind like this, in the middle of everything, and for heaven's sake, don't start weeping. Leave me alone, Conrad, I beg you." He seemed to be gripping her with everything he had, arms and elbows, hands and fingers, thighs and knees, ankles and feet. He was like a toad the way he gripped her. He was exactly like an enormous clinging toad, gripping and grasping and refusing to let go. She had seen a toad once doing precisely this. It was copulating with a frog on a stone beside a stream, and there it sat, motionless, repulsive, with an evil yellow gleam in its eye, gripping the frog with its two powerful front paws and refusing to let go. "Now stop struggling, Anna, you're acting like a hysterical child. For God's sake, woman, what's eating you? You're hurting me," she cried. "Hurting you? It's hurting me terribly." She told him this only to get him away. "You know why it's hurting?" he said. "Conrad. Please. Now wait a minute, Anna. Allow me to explain." "No," she cried. "I've had enough explaining. My dear woman, no." She was struggling desperately to free herself, but he still had her pinned. "The reason it hurts," he went on, "is that you are not manufacturing any fluid. The mucosa is virtually dry." "Stop. The actual name is senile atrophic vaginitis. It comes with age, Anna. That's why it's called senile vaginitis. There's not much one can do. At that point, she started to scream. The screams were not very loud, but they were screams nevertheless, terrible, agonized-stricken screams, and after listening to them for a few seconds, Conrad, in a single graceful movement, suddenly rolled away from her and pushed her to one side with both hands. He pushed her with such force that she fell onto the floor. She climbed slowly to her feet, and as she staggered into the bathroom, she was crying an ! In a queer supplicating voice. The door shut. Conrad lay very still listening to the sounds that came from behind the door. At first, he heard only the sobbing of the woman, but a few seconds later, above the sobbing, he heard the sharp metallic click of a cupboard being opened. Instantly, he sat up and vaulted off the bed and began to dress himself with great speed. His clothes, so neatly folded, lay ready at hand, and it took him no more than a couple of minutes to put them on. When that was done, he crossed to the miner and wiped the lipstick off his face with a handkerchief. He took a comb from his pocket and ran it through his fine black hair. He walked once round the bed to see if he had forgotten anything, and then, carefully, like a man who is tiptoeing from a room where a child is sleeping, he moved out into the corridor, closing the door softly behind him. Bitch, I have so far released for publication only one episode from Uncle Oswald's series. It concerned, some of you may remember, a carnal encounter between my uncle and a Syrian female leper in the Sinai desert. 6 years have gone by since its publication and nobody has yet come forward to make trouble. I am therefore encouraged to release a second episode from these curious pages. My lawyer has advised against it. He points out that some of the people are still living and are easily recognizable. He says I will be sued mercilessly. Well, let them sue. I am proud of my uncle. He knew how life show ULDB lived. In a preface to the first episode I said that Casanova's memoirs read like a parish magazine beside Uncle Oswald's diaries, and that the great lover himself, when compared with my uncle, appears positively undersexed. I stand by that, and given time I shall prove it to the world. Here then is a little episode from volume 23, precisely as Uncle Oswald wrote it, Paris Wednesday breakfast at 10. I tried the honey. It was delivered yesterday in an earliest adresse sucrée which had the lovely canary-colored ground known as John Kia. From Susie, the note said, and thank you. It is nice to be appreciated. And the honey was interesting. Susie Jolibois had, among other things, a small farm south of Casablanca, and was fond of bees. Her hives were set in the midst of a plantation of cannabis indica, and the bees drew their nectar exclusively from this source. They lived, those bees, in a state of perpetual euphoria and were disinclined to work. The honey was therefore very scarce. I spread a third piece of toast. The stuff was almost black. It had a pungent aroma. The telephone rang. I put the receiver to my ear and waited. I never speak first when called. After all, I'm not phoning them. They're phoning me. Oswald. Are you there? I knew the voice. Yes, Henri, I said. Good morning. Listen, he said, speaking fast and sounding excited. I think I've got it. I'm almost certain I've got it. Forgive me if I'm out of breath, but I've had a rather fantastic experience. It's all right now. Everything's fine. Will you come over? Yes, I said. I'll come over. I replaced the receiver and poured myself another cup of coffee. Had Henri really done it at last? If he had, then I wanted to be around to share the fun. I must pause here to tell you how I met Henri Bionnet. Some 3 years ago I drove down to Provence to spend a summer weekend with a lady who was interesting to me simply because she possessed an extraordinarily powerful muscle in a region where other women have no muscles at all. An hour after my arrival, I was strolling alone on the lawn beside the river when a small dark man approached me. He had black hairs on the backs of his hands and he made me a little bow and said, Henri Biot, a fellow guest. Oswald Cornelius, I said. Henri Biot was as hairy as a goat. His chin and cheeks were covered with bristly black hair and thick tufts of it were sprouting from his nostrils. May I join you? He said, falling into step beside me and starting immediately to talk, and what a talker he was. How Gallic, how excitable. He walked with a mad little hop, and his fingers flew as if he wanted to scatter them to the four winds of heaven, and his words went off like firecrackers, with terrific speed. He was a Belgian chemist, he said, working in Paris. He was an olfactory chemist. He had devoted his life to the study of olfaction. You mean smell? I said, yes, yes, he cried. Exactly. I am an expert on smells. I know more about smells than anyone else in the world. Good smells or bad? I asked, trying to slow him down. Good smells, lovely smells, glorious smells, he said. I make them. I can make any smell you want. He went on to tell me he was the chief perfume blender to one of the great couturiers in the city, and his nose, he said, placing a hairy finger on the tip of his hairy proboscis, probably looked just like any other nose, did it not? I wanted to tell him it had more hairs sprouting from the noseholes than wheat from the prairies, and why didn't he get his barber to snip them out? But instead I confessed politely that I could see nothing unusual about it. Quite so, he said. But in actual fact it is a smelling organ of phenomenal sensitivity. With 2 sniffs it can detect the presence of a single drop of macroylic musk in a gallon of geranium oil. Extraordinary, I said. On the Champs-Élysées, he went on, which is a wide thoroughfare, my nose can identify the precise perfume being used by a woman walking on the other side of the street. With the traffic in between? With heavy traffic in between, he said. He went on to name 2 of the most famous perfumes in the world, both of them made by the fashion house he worked for. Those are my personal creations, he said modestly. I blended them myself. They have made a fortune for the celebrated old bitch who runs the business. But not for you? Me. I am but a poor miserable employee on a salary, he said, spreading his palms and hunching his shoulders so high they touched his earlobes. One day, though, I shall break away and pursue my dream. You have a dream? I have a glorious, tremendous, exciting dream, my dear sir. Then why don't you pursue it? Because first I must find a man far-sighted enough and wealthy enough to back me. Aha, I thought, so that's what it's all about. With a reputation like yours, that shouldn't be too difficult, I said. The sort of rich man I seek is hard to find, he said. He must be a sporty gambler with a very keen appetite for the bizarre. That's me, you clever little bugger, I thought. What is this dream you wish to pursue? I asked him. Is it making perfumes, my dear fellow? He cried. Anyone can make perfumes. I'm talking about the perfume. The only one that counts. Which would that be? Why, the dangerous one, of course. And when I have made tea, I shall rule the world. Good for you, I said. I am not joking, Monsieur Cornelius. Would you permit me to explain what I am driving at? Go ahead. Forgive me if I sit down, he said, moving toward a bench. I had a heart attack last April and I have to be careful. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, don't be sorry. All will be well so long as I don't overdo things. It was a lovely afternoon and the bench was on the lawn near the riverbank and we sat down on it. Beside us, the river flowed slow and smooth and deep, and there were little clouds of waterflies hovering over the surface. Across the river there were willows along the bank and beyond the willows an emerald green meadow, yellow with buttercups, and a single cow grazing. The cow was brown and white. I will tell you what kind of perfume I wish to make, he said, but it is essential I explain a few other things to you on the way or you will not fully understand. So please bear with me a while. One hand lay limp upon his lap, the hairy part upward. It looked like a black rat. He was stroking it gently with the fingers of the other hand. Let us consider first, he said, the phenomenon that occurs when a dog meets a bitch in heat. The dog's sexual drive is tremendous. All self-control disappears. He has only one thought in his head, which is to fornicate on the spot, and unless he is prevented by force, he will do so. But do you know what it is that causes this tremendous sex drive in a dog? Smell, I said. Precisely, Monsieur Cornelius. Odorous molecules of a special conformation enter the dog's nostrils and stimulate his olfactory nerve endings. This CA uses urgent signals to be sent to the olfactory bulb and thence to the higher brain centers. It is all done by smell. If you sever a dog's olfactory nerve, he will lose interest in sex. This is also true of many other mammals, but it is not true of man. Smell has nothing to do with the sexual appetite of the human male. He is stimulated in this respect by sight, by tactility, and by a lively imagination, never by smell. What about perfume? I said. It's all rubbish. He answered. All those expensive scents in small bottles, the ones I make, they have no aphrodisiac effect at all upon a man. Perfume was never intended for that purpose. In the old days, women used it to conceal the fact that they stank. Today, when they no longer stink, they use it purely for narcissistic reasons. They enjoy putting it on and smelling our own good smells. Men hardly notice the stuff. I promise you that. I do, I said. Does it stir you physically? No, not physically. Aesthetically, yes, you enjoy the smell. So do I, but there are plenty of other smells I enjoy more: the bouquet of a good Lafitte, the scent of a fresh Cornish pear, or the smell of the air blowing in from the sea on the Brittany coast. A trout jumped high in midstream and the sunlight flashed on its body. You must forget, said Monsieur Biot, all the nonsense about musk and ambergris and the testicular secretions of the civet cat. We make our perfumes from chemicals these days. If I want a musky odor, I will use ethylene esabacate. Phenylacetic acid will give me civet, and benzaldehyde will provide a smell of almonds. No sir, I am no longer interested in mixing up chemicals to make pretty smells. For some minutes his nose had been running slightly, wetting the black hairs in his nostrils. He noticed it and produced a handkerchief and gave it a blow and a wipe. What I intend to do, he said, is to produce a perfume which will have the same electrifying effect upon a man as the scent of a bitch in heat has upon a dog. One whiff and that be it. The man will lose all control, he'll rip off his pants and ravish the lady on the spot. We could have some fun with that, I said. We could rule the world, he cried. Yes, but you told me just now that smell has nothing to do with the sexual appetite of the human male. It doesn't, he said. But it used to. I have evidence that in the period of the post-glacial drift, when primitive man was far more closely related to the ape than he is now, he still retained the ape-like characteristic of jumping on any right-smelling female he ran across, and later, in the Paleolithic and Neolithic periods, he continued to become sexually animated by a smell, but to a lesser and lesser degree. By the time the higher civilizations had come along in Egypt and China around 10,000 BC, evolution had played its part and had completely suppressed man's ability to be stimulated sexually by smell. Am I boring you? Not at all, but tell me, does that mean an actual physical change has taken place in man's smelling apparatus? Absolutely not, he said, otherwise there'd be nothing we could do about it. The little mechanism that enabled our ancestors to smell these subtle odors is still there. I happen to know it is. Listen, you've seen how some people can make their ears move a tiny bit? I can do it myself, I said, doing it. You see, he said, the ear-moving muscle is still there. It's a leftover from the time when man used to be able to cock his ears forward for better hearing, like a dog. He lost that ability over 100,000 years ago, but the muscle remains. And the same applies to our smelling apparatus. The mechanism for smelling those secret smells is still there, but we have lost the ability to use it. How can you be so certain it's still there? I asked. Do you know how our smelling system works? He said. Not really. Then I shall tell you, otherwise I cannot answer your question. Attend closely, please. Air is sucked in through the nostrils and passes the three baffle-shaped turbinate bones in the upper part of the nose. There it gets warmer and filtered. This warm air now travels up and over two clefts that contain the smelling organs. These organs are patches of yellowish tissue, each about an inch square. In this tissue are embedded the nerve fibers and nerve endings of the olfactory nerve. Every nerve ending consists of an olfactory cell bearing a cluster of tiny hair-like filaments. These filaments act as receivers. Receptors is a better word, and when the receptors are tickled or stimulated by odorous molecules, they send signals to the brain. If, as you come downstairs in the morning, you sniff into your nostrils the odorous molecules of frying bacon, these will stimulate your receptors. The receptors will flash a signal along the olfactory nerve to the brain, and the brain will interpret it in terms of the character and intensity of the odor. And that is when you cry out, "Aha, bacon for breakfast." I never eat bacon for breakfast, I said. He ignored this. These receptors, he went on, these tiny hair-like filaments are what concern us, and now you are going to ask me how on earth they can tell the difference between one odorous molecule and another, between say peppermint and camphor? How can they? I said. I was interested in this. Attend more closely than ever now, please, he said. At the end of each receptor is an indentation, a sort of cup, except that it isn't round. This is the receptor site. Imagine now thousands of these little hair-like filaments with tiny cups at their extremities, all waving about like the tendrils of sea anemones and waiting to catch in their cups any odorous molecules that pass by. That, you see, is what actually happens. When you sniff a certain smell, the odorous molecules of the substance which made that smell go rushing around inside your nostrils and get caught by the little cups, the receptor sites. Now the important thing to remember is this. Molecules come in all shapes and sizes. Equally, the little cups or receptor sites are also differently shaped. Thus, the molecules lodge only in the receptor sites which fit them. Pepperminty molecules go only into special pepperminty receptor sites. Camphor molecules, which have a quite different shape, will fit only into the specile camphor receptor sites, and so on. It's rather like those toys for small children where they have to fit variously shaped pieces into the right holes. "Let me see if I understand you," I said. "Are you saying that my brain will know it is a pepperminty smell simply because the molecule has lodged in a pepperminty reception site?" "Precisely. But you are surely not suggesting there are differently shaped receptor sites for every smell in the world?" "No," he said, "as a matter of fact, man has only 7 differently shaped sites." "Why only 7?" "Because our sense of smell recognizes only 7 pure primary odors. All the rest are complex odors made up by mixing the primaries." "Are you sure of that?" "Positive. Our sense of taste has even less. It recognizes only 4 primaries: sweet, sour, salt, and bitter. All other tastes are mixtures of these." "What are the 7 pure primary odors?" I asked him. "Their names are of no importance to us," he said. "Why confuse the issue?" "I'd like to hear them." "All right," he said. "They are camphoraceous, pungent, musky, ethereal, floral, pepperminty, and putrid." "Don't look so skeptical, please. This isn't my discovery. Very learned scientists have worked on it for years, and their conclusions are quite accurate, except in one respect." "What's that?" "There is an 8th pure primary odor which they don't know about, and an 8th receptor site to receive the curiously shaped molecules at that odd hour." "Ah, I said. "I see what you're driving at." "Yes," he said, "the 8th pure primary odor is the sexual stimulant that caused primitive man to behave like a dog thousands of years ago. It has a very peculiar molecular structure." "Then you know what it is?" "Of course I know what it is." "And you say we still retain the receptor sites for these peculiar molecules to fit into?" "Absolutely." "This mysterious smell," I said, "does it ever reach our nostrils nowadays?" "Frequently." "Do we smell it? I mean, are we aware of it?" "Number 11 You mean the molecules don't get caught in the receptor sites?" "They do, my dear fellow, they do, but nothing happens. No signal is sent off to the brain. The telephone line is out of action. It's like that ear muscle. The mechanism is still there, but we've lost the ability to use it properly." "And what do you propose to do about that?" I asked. "I shall reactivate it," he said. "We are dealing with nerves here, not muscles. And these nerves are not dead or injured, they're merely dormant. I shall probably increase the intensity of the smell 1,000-fold, and add a catalyst." "Go on," I said. "That's enough." "I should like to hear more," I said. "Forgive me for saying so, Monsieur Cornelius, but I don't think you know enough about organoleptic quality to follow me any further." The lecture is over. Henri Biot sat smug and quiet on the bench beside the river, stroking the back of one hand with the fingers of the other. The tufts of hair sprouting from his nostrils gave him a pixie look, but that was camouflage. He struck me rather as a dangerous and dainty little creature, someone who lurked behind stones with a sharp eye and a sting in his tail, waiting for the lone traveler to come by. Surreptitiously I searched his face. The mouth interested me, the lips had a magenta tinge, possibly something to do with his ear-tea trouble. The lower lip was caruncular and pendulous. It bulged out in the middle like a purse, and could easily have served as a receptacle for small coins. The skin of the lip seemed to be blown up very tight, as though by and it was constantly wet, not from licking but from an excess of saliva in the mouth. And there he sat, this Monsieur Henri Biot, smiling a wicked little Semila and waiting patiently for me to react. He was a totally immoral man. That much was clear, but then so was I. He was also a wicked man, and although I cannot in all honesty claim wickedness as one of my own virtues, I find it irresistible in others. A wicked man has luster all his own. Then again, there was something diabolically splendid about a person who wished to set back the sex habits of civilized man 500,000 years. Yes, he had me hooked. So there and then, sitting beside the river in the garden of the lady from Provence, I made an offer to Henri. I suggested he should leave his present employment forthwith and set himself up in a small laboratory. I would pay all the bills for this little venture as well as making good his salary. It would be a 5-year contract, and we would go 50-50 on anything that came out of it. Henri was ecstatic. "You mean it?" he cried. "You are serious?" I held out my hand. He grasped it in both of his and shook it vigorously. It was like shaking hands with a yak. "We shall control mankind," he said, "we'll be the gods of the earth." He flung his arms around me and embraced me and kissed me first on one cheek, then on the other. Oh, this awful Gallic kissing! Henri's lower lip felt like the wet underbelly of a toad against my skin. "Let's keep the celebrations until later," I said, wiping myself dry with a linen handkerchief. Henri Biot made apologies and excuses to his hostess and rushed back to Paris that night. Within a week he had given up his old job and had rented 3 rooms to serve as a laboratory. These were on the 3rd floor of the Hoyus on the left bank, on the Rue de Cassette, just off the boulevard Raspail. He spent a great deal of my money equipping the place with complicated apparatus, and he even installed a large cage into which he put 2 apes, a male and a female. He also took on an assistant, a clever and moderately presentable young lady called Jeanette. And with all that, he set to work. "You should understand that for me this little venture was of no great importance. I had plenty of other things to amuse me. I used to drop in on Henri maybe a couple of times a month to see how things were going, but otherwise I left him entirely to himself. My mind wasn't on his job, I hadn't the patience for that kind of research. And when results failed to come quickly, I began to lose all interest. Even the pair of oversexed apes ceased to amuse me after a while. Only once did I derive any pleasure from my visits to his laboratory. As you must know by now, I can seldom resist even a moderately presentable woman, and so, on a certain rainy Thursday afternoon, while Henri was busy applying electrodes to the olfactory organs of a frog in one room, I found myself applying something infinitely more agreeable to Jeanette in the other room. I had not, of course, expected anything out of the ordinary from this little frolic. I was acting more out of habit than anything else, but my goodness, what a surprise I got! Beneath her white overall, this rather austere research chemist turned out to be a sinewy and flexible female of immense dexterity. The experiments she performed, first with the oscillator, then with the high-speed centrifuge, were absolutely breathtaking. In fact, not since the Turkish tightrope walker in Ankara had I experienced anything quite like it, which all goes to show for the 1000th time that women are as inscrutable as the ocean. You never know what you have under your keel, deep water or shallow, until you have heaved the lead. I did not bother to visit the laboratory again after that. You know my rule. I never return to a female a second time. With me at any rate, women invariably pull out all the stops during the first encounter, and a second meeting can therefore be nothing more than the same old tune on the same old fiddle. Who wants that? Not me. So when I suddenly heard Henri's voice calling, urgently to me over the telephone that morning at breakfast, I had almost forgotten his existence. I drove through the fiendish Paris traffic to the Rue de Cassette. I parked the car and took the tiny elevator to the 3rd floor. Henri opened the door of the laboratory. "Don't move," he cried. "Stay right where you are." He scuttled away and returned in a few seconds holding a little tray upon which lay 2 greasy-looking red rubber objects. "Nose plugs," he said, "put them in, please. Like me. Keep out the molecules. Go on, ram them in tight, you'll have to breathe through your mouth, but who cares?" Each nose plug had a short length of blue string attached to its blunt lower end, presumably for pulling it back out of the nostril. I could see the 2 bits of blue string dangling from Henri's nostrils. I inserted my own nose plugs. Henri inspected them. He rammed them in tighter with his thumb, then he went dancing back into the lab, waving his hairy hands and crying out, "Come in now, my dear Oswald. Come in, come in. Forgive my excitement, but this is a great day for me." The plugs in his nose made him speak as if he had a bad cold. He hopped over to a cupboard and reached inside. He brought out one of those small square bottles made of very thick glass that hold about an ounce of perfume. He carried it over to where I stood, cupping his hands around it as though it were a tiny bird. "Look. Here it is. The most precious fluid in the entire world. This is the son of rubbishy overstatement I dislike intensely. So you think you've done it?" I said. "I know I've done it, Oswald. I am certain I've done it. Tell me what happened." "That's not so easy," he said. "But I can try." He placed the little bottle carefully on the bench. "I had left this particular blend, number 1076, to distill overnight," he went on. "That was because only 1 drop of distillate is produced every half hour. I had it dripping into a sealed beaker to prevent evaporation. All these fluids are extremely volatile. And so, soon after I arrived at 8:30 this morning, I went over to number 1076 and lifted the seal from the beaker. I took a tiny sniff, just on a tiny sniff. Then I replaced the seal. And then? Oh, my God, Oswald, it was fantastic. I completely lost control of myself. I did things I would never in a million years have dreamed of doing. Such as what? My dear fellow, I went completely wild. I was like a wild beast. An animal. I was not human. The civilizing influences of centuries simply dropped away. I was Neolithic. What did you do? I can't remember the next bit very clearly. It was all so quick and violent. But I became overwhelmed by the most terrifying sensation of lust it is possible to imagine. Everything else was blotted out of my mind. All I wanted was a woman. I felt that if I didn't get hold of a woman immediately, I would explode. Lucky Jeanette, I said, glancing toward the next room. How is she now? Jeanette left me over a year ago, he said. I replaced her with a brilliant young chemist called Simone Gautier. Lucky Simone, then. No, no, Henri cried. That was the awful thing. She hadn't arrived. Today of all days, she was late for work. I began to go mad. I dashed out into the corridor and down the stairs. I was like a dangerous animal. I was hunting for a woman, any woman, and heaven help her when I found her. And who did you find? Nobody, thank God. Because suddenly, I regained my senses. The effect had worn off. It was very quick, and I was standing alone on the second-floor landing. I felt cold. But I knew at once exactly what had happened. I ran back upstairs and re-entered this room with my nostrils pinched tightly between finger and thumb. I went straight to the drawer where I stored the nose plugs. Ever since I started working on this project, I have kept a supply of nose plugs ready for just such an occasion. I rammed in the plugs. Now I was safe. Can't the molecules get up into the nose through the mouth? I asked him. They can't reach the receptor sites, he said. That's why you can't smell through your mouth. So I went over to the apparatus and switched off the heat. I then transferred the tiny quantity of precious fluid from the beaker to this very solid airtight bottle you see here. In it there are precisely 11 cubic centimeters of number 1076. Then you telephoned me. Not immediately, no, because at that point, Simone arrived. She took one look at me and ran into the next room, screaming. Why did she do that? My God, Oswald, I was standing there stark naked and I hadn't realized it. I must have ripped off all my clothes. Then what? I got dressed again. After that, I went and told Simone exactly what had happened. When she heard the truth, she became as excited as me. Don't forget, we've been working on this together for over a year now. Is she still here? Yes. She's next door in the other lab. It was quite a story Henri had told me. I picked up the little square bottle, and held it against the light. Through the thick glass I could see about half an inch of fluid, pale and pinkish gray, like the juice of a ripe quince. Don't drop it, Henri said. Better put it down. I put it down. The next step, he went on, will be to make an accurate test under scientific conditions. For that I shall have to spray a measured quantity onto a woman and then let a man approach her. It will be necessary for me to observe the operative at close range. You are a dirty old man, I said. I am an olfactory chemist, he said primly. Why don't I go out into the street with my nose plugs in, I said, and spray some onto the first woman who comes along. You can watch from the window here. It ought to be fun. It would be fun all right, Henri said. But not very scientific. I must make the tests indoors under controlled conditions. And I will play the male part, I said. No, Oswald, what do you mean, no? I insist. Now listen to me, Henri said. We have not yet found out what will happen when a woman is present. This stuff is very powerful, I am certain of that. And you, my dear sir, are not exactly young. It could be extremely dangerous. It could drive you beyond the limit of your endurance. I was stung. There are no limits to my endurance, I said. Rubbish, Henri said, I refuse to take chances. That is why I have engaged the fittest and strongest young man I could find. You mean you've already done this? Certainly I have, Henri said. I am excited and impatient. I want to get on. The boy will be here any minute. Who is he? A professional boxer, good God. His name is Pierre Lecaille. I am paying him 1,000 francs for the job. How did you find him? I know a lot more people than you think, Oswald. I am not a hermit. Does the man know what he's in for? I have told him that he is to participate in a scientific experiment that has to do with the psychology of sex. The less he knows the better. And the woman? Who will you use there? Simone, of course, Henri said. She is a scientist in her own right. She will be able to observe the reactions of the male even more closely than me. That she will, I said. Does she realize what might happen to her? Very much so. And I had one hell of a job persuading her to do tea. I had to point out that she would be participating in a demonstration that will go down in history. It will be talked about for hundreds of years. Nonsense, I said. My dear sir, through the centuries there are certain great epic moments of scientific discovery that are never forgotten. Like the time when Dr. Horace Wells of Hartford, Connecticut, had a tooth pulled out in 1844. What was so historic about that? Dr. Wells was a dentist who had been playing about with nitrous oxide gas. One day, he got a terrible toothache. He knew the tooth would have to COMA out, and he called in another dentist to do the job. But first he persuaded his colleague to put a mask over his face and turn on the nitrous oxide. He became unconscious and the tooth was extracted and he woke up again as fit as a flea. Now that, Oswald, was the first operation ever performed in the world under general anesthesia. It started something big. We shall do the same. At this point, the doorbell rang. Henri grabbed a pair of nose plugs and carried them with him to the door. And there stood Pierre, the boxer. But Henri would not allow him to enter until the plugs were rammed firmly up his nostrils. I believe the fellow came thinking he was going to act in a blue film, but the business with the plugs must have quickly disillusioned him. Pierre Lecaille was a bantamweight, small, muscular, and wiry. He had a flat face and a bent nose. He was about 22 and not very bright. Henri introduced me, then ushered us straight into the adjoining laboratory where Simone was working. She was standing by the lab bench in a white overall, writing something in a notebook. She looked up at us through thick glasses as we came in. The glasses had a white plastic frame. Simone, Henri said, this is Pierre Lecaille. Simone looked at the boxer but said nothing. Henri didn't bother to introduce me. Simone was a slim 30-ish woman with a pleasant scrubbed face. Her hair was brushed back and plaited into a bun. This, together with the white spectacles, the white overall, and the white skin of her face, gave her a quaint antiseptic air. She looked as though she had been sterilized for 30 minutes in an autoclave and should be handled with rubber gloves. She gazed at the boxer with large brown eyes. Let's get going, Henri said. Are you ready? I don't know what's going to happen, the boxer said, but I'm ready. He did a little dance on his toes. Henri was also ready. He had obviously worked the whole thing out before I arrived. Simone will sit in that chair, he said, pointing to a plain wooden chair set in the middle of the laboratory. And you, Pierre, will stand on the 6-meter mark with your nose plug still in. There were chalk lines on the floor indicating various distances from the chair, from half a meter up to 6 meters. I shall begin by spraying a small quantity of liquid onto the lady's neck, Henri went on addressing the boxer. You will then remove your nose plugs and start walking slowly toward her. To me he said, I wish first of all to discover the effective range, the exact distance he is from the subject when the molecules hit. Does he start with his clothes on? I asked. Exactly as he is now. And is the lady expected to cooperate or to resist? Neither. She must be a purely passive instrument in his hands. Simone was still looking at the boxer. I saw her slide the end of her tongue slowly over her lips. This perfume, I said to Henri, does it have any effect upon a woman? None whatsoever, he said. That is why I am sending Simone out now to prepare the spray. The girl went into the main laboratory, closing the door behind her. So you spray something on the girl and I walk toward her, the boxer said. What happens then? We shall have to wait and see, Henri said. You are not worried, are you? Me, worried? The boxer said. About a woman? Good boy, Henri said. Henri was becoming very excited. He went hopping from one end of the room to the other, checking and rechecking the position of the chair on its chalk mark and moving all breakables such as glass beakers and bottles and test tubes off the bench onto a high shelf. This isn't the ideal place, he said, but we must make the best of it. He tied a surgeon's mask over the lower part of his face, then handed one to me. Don't you trust the nose plugs? It's just an extra precaution, he said. Put it on. The girl returned carrying a tiny stainless steel spray gun. She gave the gun to Henri. Henri took a stopwatch from his pocket. Get ready, please, he said. You Pierre, stand over there on the 6-meter mark. Pierre did so. The girl seated herself in the chair. It was a chair without arms. She sat very prim and upright in her spotless white overall with her hands folded on her lap, her knees together. Henri stationed himself behind the girl. I stood to one side. "Are we ready?" Henri cried. "Wait," said the girl. It was the first word she had spoken. She stood up, removed her spectacles, placed them on a high shelf, then returned to her seat. She smoothed the white overall along her thighs, then clasped her hands together and laid them again on her lap. "Are we ready now?" Henri said. "Let her have it," I said. "Shoot." Henri aimed the little spray gun at an area of bare skin just below Simone's ear. He pulled the trigger. The gun made a soft hiss and a fine misty spray came out of its nozzle. "Pull your nose plugs out," Henri called to the boxer as he skipped quickly away from the girl and took up a position next to me. The boxer caught hold of the strings dangling from his nostrils and pulled. The Vaseline plug slid out smoothly. Come on," Henri shouted. "Start moving. Drop the plugs on the floor and come forward slowly." The boxer took a pace forward. "Not so fast," Henri cried. "Slowly does it. That's better. Keep going. Keep going. Don't stop." He was crazy with excitement, and I must admit I was getting a bit worked up myself. I glanced at the girl. She was crouching in the chair, just a few yards away from the boxer, tense, motionless, watching his every move, and I found myself thinking about a white female rat I had once seen in a cage with a huge python. The python was going to swallow the rat and the rat knew it, and the rat was crouching very low and still, hypnotized, transfixed, utterly fascinated by the slow advancing movements of the snake. The boxer edged forward. As he passed the 5-meter mark, the girl unclasped her hands. She laid them palms downwards on her thighs, then she changed her mind and placed them more or less underneath her buttocks, gripping the seat of the chair on either side, bracing herself, as it were, against the coming onslaught. The boxer had just passed the 2-meter mark when the smell hit him. He stopped dead. His eyes glazed and he swayed on his legs as though he had been tapped on the head with a mallet. I thought he was going to keel over but he didn't. He stood there swaying gently from side to side like a drunk. Suddenly he started making noises through his nostrils, queer little snorts and grunts that reminded me of a pig sniffing around its trough. Then without any warning at all he sprang at the girl. He ripped off her white overall, her dress, and her underclothes. After that, all hell broke loose. There is little point in describing exactly what went on during the next few minutes, you can guess most of it anyway. I do have to admit, though, that Henri had probably been right in choosing an exceptionally fit and healthy young man. I hate to say it, but I doubt my middle-aged body could have stood up to the incredibly violent gymnastics the boxer seemed driven to perform. I am not a voyeur. I hate that sort of thing. But in this case, I stood there absolutely transfixed. The sheer animal ferocity of the man was frightening. He was like a wild beast. And right in the middle of it all, Henri did an interesting thing. He produced a revolver and rushed up to the boxer and shouted, "Get away from that girl. Leave her alone or I'll shoot you." The boxer ignored him, so Henri fired a shot just over the top of his head and yelled, "I mean it, Pierre. I shall kill you if you don't stop." The boxer didn't even look up. Henri was hopping and dancing about the room and shouting, "It's fantastic. It's magnificent. Unbelievable. It works. It works. We've done it, my dear Oswald. We've done it." The action stopped as quickly as it had begun. The boxer suddenly let go of the girl, stood up, blinked a few times, and then said, "Where the hell am I? What happened?" Simone, who seemed to have come through it all with no bones broken, jumped up, grabbed her clothes, and ran into the next room. "Thank you, mademoiselle," said Henri as she flew past him. The interesting thing was that the bemused boxer hadn't the faintest idea what he had been doing. He stood there naked and covered with sweat, gazing around the room and trying to figure out how in the world he came to be in that condition. "What did I do?" he asked. "Where's the girl?" "You were terrific," Henri shouted, throwing him a towel. "Don't worry about a thing. The 1,000 francs is all yours." Just then the door flew open and Simone, still naked, ran back into the lab. "Spray me again," she cried. "Oh, Monsieur Henri, spray me just one more time." Her face was alight, her eyes shining brilliantly. "The experiment is over," Henri said. "Go away and dress yourself." He took her firmly by the shoulders and pushed her back into the other room. And he locked the door. Half an hour later, Henri and I sat celebrating our success in a small cafe down the street. We were drinking coffee and brandy. How long did it go on? I asked. 6 minutes and 32 seconds, Henri said. I sipped my brandy and watched the people strolling by on the sidewalk. What's the next move? First, I must write up my notes, Henri said. Then we shall talk about the future. Does anyone else know the formula? Nobody. What about Simone? She doesn't know it. Have you written it down? Not so anyone else could understand it. I shall do that tomorrow. Do it first thing, I said. I'll want a copy. What shall we call the stuff? ? We need a name. What do you suggest, bitch? I said. Let's call it bitch. Henri smiled and nodded his head slowly. I ordered more brandy. It would be great stuff for stopping a riot, I said. Much better than tear gas. Imagine the scene if you sprayed it on an angry mob. Nice, Henri said. Very nice. Another thing we could do, we could sell it to very fat, very rich women at fantastic prices. We could do that, Henri answered. Do you think it would cure loss of virility in men? I asked him. Of course, Henri said. Impotence would go out the window. What about octogenarians? Them, too, he said, though it would kill them at the same time. And marriages on the rocks. My dear fellow, Henri said. The possibilities are legion. At that precise moment, the seed of an idea came sneaking slowly into my mind. As you know, I have a passion for politics. And my strongest passion, although I am English, is for the politics of the United States of America. I have always thought it is over there, in that mighty and mixed-up nation, that the destinies of mankind must surely lie. And right now, there was a president in office whom I could not stand. He was an evil man who pursued evil policies. Worse than that, he was a humorless and unattractive creature. So why didn't I, Oswald Cornelius, remove him from office? The idea appealed to me. How much bitch have you got in the lab at the moment? I asked. Exactly 10 cubic centimeters, Henri said. And how much is one dose? We used 1 cc for our test. That's all I want, I said. 1 cc. I'll take it home with me today. And a set of nose plugs. No, Henri said. Let's not play around with it at this stage. It's too dangerous. It is my property, I said. Half of it is mine. Don't forget our agreement. In the end, he had to give in. But he hated doing it. We went back to the lab, inserted our nose plugs, and Henri measured out precisely 1 cc of bitch into a small scent bottle. He sealed the stopper with wax and gave me the bottle. I implore you to be discreet, he said. This is probably the most important scientific discovery of the century, and it must not be treated as a joke. From Henri's place, I drove directly to the workshop of an old friend, Marcel Brossolette. Marcel was an inventor and manufacturer of tiny precise scientific gadgets. He did a lot of work for surgeons, devising new types of heart valves and pacemakers and those little one-way valves that reduce intracranial pressure in hydrocephalics. I want you to make me, I said to Marcel, a capsule that will hold exactly 1 cc of liquid. To this little capsule, there must be attached a timing device that will split the capsule and release the liquid at a predetermined moment. The entire thing must not be more than ½ an inch long and ½ an inch thick. The smaller the better. Can you manage that? Very easily, Marcel said. A thin plastic capsule, a tiny section of razor blade to split the capsule, a spring to flip the razor blade, and the usual preset alarm system on a very small lady's watch. Should the capsule be fillable? Yes. Make tea so I myself can fill it and seal it up. Can I have it in a week? Why not? Marcel said. It is very simple. The next morning brought dismal news. That lecherous little slut Simone had apparently sprayed herself with the entire remaining stock of bitch, over 9 cubic centimeters of it, the moment she arrived at the lab. She had sneaked up behind Henri, who was just settling himself at his desk to write up his notes. I don't have to tell you what happened next. And worst of all, the silly girl had forgotten that Henri had a serious heart condition. Damn it, he wasn't even allowed to climb a flight of stairs. So when the molecules hit him, the poor fellow didn't stand a chance. He was dead within a minute, killed in action as they say, and that was that. The infernal woman might at least have waited until he had written down the formula. As it was, Henri left not a single note. I searched the lab after they had taken away his body, but I found nothing. So now more than ever, I was determined to make good use of the only remaining cubic centimeter of bitch in the world. A week later, I collected from Marcel Brossolette a beautiful little gadget. The timing device consisted of the smallest watch I had ever seen, and this, together with the capsule and all the other parts, had been secured to a tiny aluminium plate 3/8 of an inch square. Marcel showed me how to fill and seal the capsule and set the timer. I thanked him and paid the bill. As soon as possible, I traveled to New York. In Manhattan, I put up at the Plaza Hotel. I arrived there at about 3 in the afternoon. I took a bath, had a shave, and asked room service to send me up a bottle of Glenlivet and some ice. Feeling clean and comfortable in my dressing gown, I poured myself a good strong drink of the delicious malt whiskey, then settled down in a deep chair with the morning's New York Times. My suite overlooked Central Park, and through the open window I could hear the hum of traffic and the blaring of cab drivers' horns on Central Park South. Suddenly, one of the smaller headlines on the front page of the paper caught my eye. It said, "President on TV tonight." I read on. The president is expected to make an important foreign policy statement when he speaks tonight at the dinner to be given in his honor by the Daughters of the American Revolution in the ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria. My God, what a piece of luck. I had been prepared to wait in New York for many weeks before I got a chance like this. The President of the United States does not often appear with a bunch of women on television, and that was exactly how I had to have him. He was an extraordinarily slippery customer. He had fallen into many a sewer and had always come out smelling of shit, yet he managed every time to convince the nation that the smell was coming from someone else, not him. So the way I figured it was this: a man who rapes a woman in full sight of 20 million viewers across the country would have a pretty hard time denying he ever did it. I read on. The president will speak for approximately 20 minutes, commencing at 9 p.m. and all major TV networks will carry the speech. He will be introduced by Mrs. Elvira Ponsonby, the incumbent president of the Daughters of the American Revolution. When interviewed in her suite at the Waldorf Towers, Ms. Ponsonby said, "It was perfect." Mrs. Ponsonby would be seated on the president's right, at 9:10 precisely, with the president well into his speech and half the population of the United States watching. A little capsule nestling secretly in the region of Mrs. Ponsonby's bosom would be punctured and half a centimeter of bitch would come oozing out onto her gilt lamb's ball gown. The president's head would come up, and he would sniff and sniff again, his eyes would bulge, his nostrils would flare, and he would start snorting like a stallion. Then suddenly he would turn and grab hold of Mrs. Ponsonby. She would be flung across the dining table and the president would leap on top of her, with the pie a la mode and strawberry shortcake flying in all directions. I leaned back and closed my eyes, savoring the delicious scene. I saw the headlines in the papers the next morning: President's best performance to date, presidential secrets reveal a nation president inaugurates Blue TV, and so on. He would be impeached the next day and I would slip quietly out of New York and head back to Paris. Come to think of it, I would be leaving tomorrow. I checked the time. It was nearly 4 o'clock. I dressed myself without hurrying. I took the elevator down to the main lobby and strolled across, to Madison Avenue. Somewhere around 62nd Street, I found a good florist's shop. There I bought a corsage of 3 massive orchid blooms all fastened together. The orchids were cattleyas, white and mauve splotches on TM. They were particularly vulgar. So, undoubtedly, was Mrs. Elvira Ponsonby. I had the shop pack them in a handsome box tied up with gold string. Then I strolled back to the plaza, carrying the box, and went up to my suite. I locked all doors leading to the corridor in case the maid should come in to turn back the bed. I got out the nose plugs and Vaseline them carefully. I inserted them in my nostrils, ramming them home very hard. I tied a surgeon's mask over my lower face as an extra precaution, just as Henri had done. I was ready now for the next step. With an ordinary nose dropper, I transferred my precious cubic centimeter of bitch from the scent bottle to the tiny capsule. The hand holding the dropper shook a little as I did this, but all went well. I sealed the capsule. After that, I wound up the tiny watch and set it to the correct time. It was 3 minutes after 5 o'clock. Lastly, I set the timer to go off and break the capsule at 10 minutes past 9. The stems of the 3 huge orchid blooms had been tied together by the florist with a broad 1-inch wide white ribbon, and it was a simple matter for me to remove the ribbon and secure my little capsule and timer to the orchid stems with cotton thread. When that was done, I wound the ribbon back around the stems and over my gadget. Then I retied the bow. It was a nice job. Next, I telephoned the Waldorf and learned that the dinner was to begin at 8 o'clock, but that the guests must be assembled in the ballroom by 7:30. Before the president arrived. At 7:10, I paid off my cab outside the Waldorf Towers entrance and walked into the building. I crossed the small lobby and placed my orchid box on the reception desk. I leaned over the desk, getting as close as possible to the clerk. "I have to deliver this package to Mrs. Elvira Ponsonby," I whispered, using a slight American accent. "It is a gift from the president." The clerk looked at me suspiciously. "Mrs. Ponsonby is introducing the president before he speaks tonight in the ballroom," I added. "The president wishes her to have this corsage right away." "Leave it here and I'll have it sent up to her suite," the clerk said. "No, you won't," I told him. "My orders are to deliver it in person." "What's the number of her suite?" The man was impressed. "Mrs. Ponsonby is in 501, he said. I thanked him and went into the elevator. When I got out at the 5th floor and walked along the corridor, the elevator operator stayed and watched me. I rang the bell to 501. The door was opened by the most enormous female I had ever seen in my life. I have seen giant women in circuses. I have seen lady wrestlers and wag height lifters. I have seen the huge Maasai women in the plains below Kilimanjaro. But never had I seen a female so tall and broad and thick as this one. Nor so thoroughly repugnant. She was groomed and dressed for the greatest occasion of her life, and in the 2 seconds that elapsed before either of us spoke, I was able to take most of it in: the metallic silver-blue hair with every strand glued into place, the brown pig eyes, the long sharp nose sniffing for trouble, the curled lips, the prognathous jaw, the powder, the mascara, the scarlet lipstick and, most shattering of all, the massive short-up bosom that projected like a balcony in front of her. It stuck out so far it was a miracle she didn't topple forward with the weight of it all. And there she stood, this pneumatic giant, swathed from neck to ankles in the stars and stripes of the American flag. "Mrs. Elvira Ponsonby?" I murmured. "I am Mrs. Ponsonby," she boomed. "What do you want?" "I am extremely busy." "Mrs. Ponsonby," I said. "The president has ordered me to deliver this to you in person." She melted immediately. "The dear man!" she shouted. "How perfectly gorgeous of him!" 2 massive hands reached out to grab the box. I let her have it. "My instructions are to make sure you open it before you go to the banquet," I said. "Sure, I'll open it," she said. "Do I have to do it in front of you?" "If you wouldn't mind." "Okay, come on in." "But I don't have much time." I followed her into the living room of the suite. "I am to tell you," I sighed, "that it comes with all good wishes from one president to another." "Ha!" she roared. "I like that. What a gorgeous man he is." She untied the gold string of the box and lifted the lid. "I guessed it," she shouted. "Orchids. How splendid. They're far grander than this poor little thing I'm wearing." I had been so dazzled by the galaxy of stars across her bosom that I had noticed the single orchid pinned to her left-hand side. "I must change over at once," she said. "The president will be expecting me to wear his gift." "He certainly will," I said. "Now to give you an idea of how far her chest stuck out in front of her, I must tell you that when she reached forward to unpin the flower, she was only just able to touch it even with her arms fully extended. She fiddled with the pin for quite a while, but she couldn't really see what she was doing and it wouldn't come undone. "I'm terrified of tearing this gorgeous gown," she said. "Here, you do it." She swung around and thrust her mammoth bust in my face. I hesitated. "Go on," she boomed. "I don't have all night." I went to it, and in the end I managed to get the pin unhooked from her dress. "Now let's get the other one on," she said. I put aside the single orchid and lifted my own flowers carefully from the box. "Have they got a pin?" she asked. "I don't believe they have," I said. That was something I'd forgotten. "No matter," she said. "We'll use the old one." She removed the safety pin from the first orchid, and then, before I could stop her, she seized the 3 orchids I was holding and jabbed the pin hard into the white ribbon around the stems. She jabbed it almost exactly into the spot where my little capsule of bitch was lying hidden. The pin struck something hard and wouldn't go through. She jabbed it again. Again it struck metal. "What the hell's under here?" she snorted. "Let me do it," I cried, but it was too late, because the wet stain of BH from the punctured capsule was already spreading over the white ribbon, and 1/100th of a second later the smell hit me. It caught me smack under the nose, and it wasn't actually like a smell at all, because a smell is something intangible. You cannot feel a smell. But this stuff was palpable. It was solid. It felt as though some kind of fiery liquid were being squirted up my nostrils under high pressure. It was exceedingly uncomfortable. I could feel it pushing higher and higher, penetrating far beyond the nasal passages, forcing its way up behind the forehead and reaching for the brain. Suddenly the stars and stripes on Mrs. Ponsonby's dress began to wobble and bobble about, and then the whole room started wobbling and I could hear my heart jumping in my head. It felt as though I were going under an anesthetic. At that point, I must have blacked out completely, if only for a couple of seconds. When I came round again, I was standing naked in a rosy room and there was a funny feeling in my groin. I looked down and saw that my beloved sexual organ was 3 feet long and thick to match. It was still growing. It was lengthening and swelling at a tremendous rate. At the same time, my body was shrinking. Smaller and smaller shrank my body, bigger and bigger grew my astonishing organ, and it went on growing, by God, until it had enveloped my entire body and absorbed it within itself. I was now a gigantic perpendicular penis, 7 feet tall and as handsome as they come. I did a little dance around the room to celebrate my splendid new condition. On the way I met a maiden in a star-spangled dress. She was very big, as maidens go. I drew myself up to my full height and declaimed in a loud voice, "The summer's flower is to the summer sweet, it flourishes despite the summer's heat." But tell me truly, did you ever see a sexual organ quite so grand as me? The maiden leapt up and flung her arms as far round me as she could. Thn cried out, "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Shall I? Oh dear, I know not what to say. But all my life I've had an itch to kiss a man who could erect himself like this." A moment later, the two of us were millions of miles up in outer space, flying through the universe in a shower of meteorites all red and gold. I was riding her bareback, crouching forward and gripping her tightly between my thighs. "Faster," I shouted, jabbing long spurs into her flanks. "Go faster." Faster and still faster she flew, spurting and spinning around the rim of the sky, her mane streaming with sun, and snow waving out of her tail. The sense of power I had was overwhelming. I was unassailable, supreme. I was the lord of the universe, scattering the planets and catching the stars in the palm of my hand and tossing them away as though they were ping-pong balls. Oh, ecstasy and ravishment! Oh, Jericho and Tyre and Sidon! The walls came tumbling down and the firmament disintegrated, and out of the smoke and fire of the explosion, the sitting room in the Waldorf Towers came swimming slowly back into my consciousness like a rainy day. The place was a shambles. A tornado would have done less damage. My clothes were on the floor. I started dressing myself very quickly. I did it in about 30 seconds flat. And as I ran toward the door, I heard a voice that seemed to be coming from somewhere behind an upturned table in the far corner of the room. "I don't know who you are, young man," it said. "But you've certainly done me a power of good." The end.